run from the butt jump. 20s in my loaded trunk. Watch me make another hit. Yeah, I'm tripping. Yeah, I'm tripping. Yeah, I'm tripping. Watch me make another hit. Yeah, I'm tripping. Yeah, I'm tripping. Yeah, I'm tripping. Watch me make another hit. Yeah, I'm tripping.
Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this my prime. Ha. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this my prime. Yeah, I'm sorry for the wait, didn't think I'd come up, y'all just need a little faith. I've been patient, just waiting on the river with an ace. Gotta move real careful, we coming surveying the place. I touch down in your city, that's a rival. Y'all got one thing on your mind, it's survival. But if you wanna take a shot at the title, call the medic, we checking your vitals. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this my prime. Ha. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this my prime. Let me tell them one time. Set them all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Prime time, we mile high, the gate closed. Same city as voice and I mean roles. It's flatbeds for the checks, that's a bank rolls. I've been killing it, I'm guilty, case closed. Yeah, y'all are too basic, my reputation, borderline amazing. Good things coming, they just need a little patience. Ready for whatever, all you gotta do is say when. And my eyes when I rise, I visualize. I ain't ever taking a break, you taking five. Even if I ain't got it, know that I make the time. On my next move by the time that the ink will dry. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this my prime. Ha. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this my prime. Let me tell them one time. Set them all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say you back and also front. You drop it off, I pick it up.
Deep pockets a mean one, heavy like machine guns. Talking like they heard about me, they ain't never seen one. You ain't really bout it, I can see it through the screen, son. Taking lemon lane, busters never trust they jump. Like you want it, my opponent's never on it. I ain't thinking about tomorrow, only thinking about the moment. Feel the rush from the buck jump. 20s in my loaded trunk, watch me make another hit. Yeah, I'm tripping off that funk jump. Like you want it, my opponent's never on it. I ain't thinking about tomorrow, only thinking about the moment. Feel the rush from the buck jump. 20s in my loaded trunk, watch me make another hit. Yeah, I'm tripping, yeah, I'm tripping. Yeah, I'm tripping. Yeah, I'm tripping. Watch me make another hit. Yeah, I'm tripping. Yeah, I'm tripping. Yeah, I'm tripping. Watch me make another hit. Yeah, I'm tripping. Demons in my head again, let me grip my lyric pen. Fire burning from my junk, choking now I'm pulling sons. I won't stop, so don't confront too much. A boss to be a grunt. Watch my back and also front. You drop it off, I pick it up. Deep pockets a mean one, heavy like machine guns. Talking like they heard about me, they ain't never seen one. You ain't really bout it, I can see it through the screen, son. Taking lemon lane, busters never trust they jump. Like you want it, my opponent's never on it. I ain't thinking about tomorrow, only thinking about the moment. Feel the rush from the buck jump. 20s in my loaded trunk, watch me make another hit. Yeah, I'm tripping off that funk jump. Like you want it, my opponent's never on it. I ain't thinking about tomorrow, only thinking about the moment. Feel the rush from the buck jump. 20s in my loaded trunk, watch me make another hit. Yeah, I'm tripping, tripping. Yeah, I'm tripping. Yeah, I'm tripping. Watch me make another hit. Yeah, I'm tripping. Yeah, I'm tripping. Yeah, I'm tripping. Watch me make another hit. Yeah, I'm tripping.
Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this my prime. Huh. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this my prime. Yeah, I'm sorry for the wait, didn't think I'd come up, y'all just need a little faith. I've been patient, just waiting on the river with an ace. Gotta move real careful, we coming surveying the place. I touch down in your city, that's a rival. Y'all got one thing on your mind, it's survival. But if you wanna take a shot at the title, call the medic, we checking your vitals. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time. Said I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Prime time, we mile high, the gate closed. Same city as voice and I mean woes. It's flat bets for the checks, that's a bank rolls. I've been killing it, I'm guilty, case closed. Yeah, y'all are too basic, my reputation, borderline amazing. Good things coming, they just need a little patience. Ready for whatever, all you gotta do is say when. In my eyes, when I rise, I visualize. I ain't ever taking a break, you taking five. Even if I ain't got it, know that I make the time. On my next move, by the time that the ink will dry. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time. Said I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime.
Demons in my head again, let me grip my lyric pen. Fire burning from my junk, choking now I'm pulling stunts. I won't stop, so don't confront too much. The boss to be a grunt. Watch my back and also front. You drop it off, I pick it up. Pockets a mean one, heavy like machine guns. Talking like they heard about me, they ain't never seen one. You ain't really bout it, I can see it through the screen, son. Taking lemon lane, busters never trust they jump. Like you want it, my opponent's never on it. I ain't thinking about tomorrow, only thinking about the moment. Feel the rush from the buck jump. 20s in my loaded trunk, watch me make another hit. Yeah, I'm tripping off that funk jump. Like you want it, my opponent's never on it. I ain't thinking about tomorrow, only thinking about the moment. Feel the rush from the buck jump. 20s in my loaded trunk, watch me make another hit. Yeah, I'm tripping, yeah, I'm tripping. Yeah, I'm tripping. Yeah, I'm tripping. Watch me make another hit. Yeah, I'm tripping. Yeah, I'm tripping. Yeah, I'm tripping. Watch me make another hit. Yeah, I'm tripping. Demons in my head again, let me grip my lyric pen. Fire burning from my junk, choking now I'm pulling stunts. I won't stop, so don't confront too much. The boss to be a grunt. Watch my back and also front. You drop it off, I pick it up. Pockets a mean one, heavy like machine guns. Talking like they heard about me, they ain't never seen one. You ain't really bout it, I can see it through the screen, son. Taking lemon lane, busters never trust they jump. Like you want it, my opponent's never on it. I ain't thinking about tomorrow, only thinking about the moment. Feel the rush from the buck jump. 20s in my loaded trunk, watch me make another hit. Yeah, I'm tripping off that funk jump. Like you want it, my opponent's never on it. I ain't thinking about tomorrow, only thinking about the moment. Feel the rush from the buck jump. 20s in my loaded trunk, watch me make another hit. Yeah, I'm tripping, tripping. Yeah, I'm tripping.
Sydney 26, and you guys are currently watching the English broadcast, and it has been a long time. You know, we took a little bit of a break here to kind of figure things out or what's going on in the current patch, because there is a new patch that just dropped. And things are getting a little bit different here, Johnny, because I see a lot of patch notes specifically towards the shotguns and the SRs.
Exactly. I think that is what we are going to focus on and see what the impact to the last few weeks, or in fact the last few days of this opening qualifier round of the BMPS is going to be like because of the patch updates. But apart from that, as you mentioned, we went on a break. It was an 8-day vacation for everyone. Only for us, by the way. For the teams, it was time to get down to the strategies, because this final week is all about seeing that leap that you take within the first qualifier stages to see where you end up. Do you end up finding yourself in the semi-finals? Do you end up in the grand finals? Or will you just avoid elimination if you are still playing in Group D?
Exactly. This is going to be things a little bit spicy as well, because now it's going to be a do-or-die situation for some of these teams this year. In particular, obviously, he mentioned Group D is going to be having a little bit of a do-or-die situation where 8 teams is going to be advancing, and of course 8 teams is going to be eliminated of this qualification. But aside from that, B and C. Now, let's talk about what's going to be happening today itself. We got to be kicking things off for Group B and C. For Group B, what is at stake? Semi-finals, of course.
Exactly. And for the lucky few that were promoted in Week 3 into Group B from Group C, because that is how the format was working out, I think it is a big opportunity they've gained for themselves, especially during this last week. Fight for a spot inside of that top 8, and you get away from that early pressure of fighting through the survival stages.
Yeah, and at the same time as well, it's just really unfortunate for teams that actually got relegated from Group A in particular, because there's no more shot for the grand finals.
Yeah.
And there is one specific team that I have to point out here is going to be Genesis, because their journey from week 1 all the way to now has been, oh, I started at Group A and then got kicked down to Group B. I climbed my way up to Group A, and then I got kicked back down again to Group B, and this time potentially missing out on the grand finals as well, because they have to go through the entire ordeal of semifinals to try and make it into the grand finals.
Exactly, and it's a big surprise seeing Genesis struggle like this, especially considering the storyline that they were coming into this BMPS with. I mean, we saw that amazing form in the individuals that are there for Genesis in BGI's 2026. That run towards the podium in the finals was spectacular to watch. And we had big expectations at the start of the journey, but the first 3 weeks filled with a lot of inconsistencies from the side of Genesis has raised a lot of question. Now, especially with the kind of competition they're about to face, I am doubtful that the chances of Genesis directly making it to the semi-finals as well might be a bit dicey.
Now, I'm going to ask you a specific question. To be honest, I'm going to take a stab at the community as well. There has been a lot of talks regarding Hunters being, you know, a star player, being consistent here. Do you think he should have gotten his shot?
I think he should have. I do agree with it. I think Hunters is a phenomenal player. But then again, I think it is going to be a team game at the end of the day. A single player alone can only push a team so far, and we've seen that with a lot of these lineups, especially during BMPS. But talking about the teams, we have the groups in front of our screens for this final week. Group A, Godlike, Wingod, 8-Bit, and 40R were the 4 names that did manage to get promoted to Group A from B in that final week. And of course, it will be interesting to see how their journey unfolds, but that is a story for tomorrow. Today, we kick off our journey with Group B and C, and here we have Group B.
Yeah, and in this case here, White Walkers, H4K, Reckoning, and also Genesis has been relegated down from Group A. So that is going to be a little bit of a long stretch for a climb for them if they make their way into the semifinals. And of course, for Group B, top 8 pretty much gets semifinals, but there are a couple of names here in the bottom that actually qualify their way in there. It's going to be Autobots and Mad Kings. Mad Kings originally started from Group B in week 1. Finally, after being stuck in Group C on the final week of week 3 itself, they were able to climb themselves back into where they originally came from.
Yeah, and they aren't the only name, by the way. K9 Esports back again in Group C, and this is also a surprising name, because just like with Genesis, I think with K9 we had a few expectations from them. We had expectations from Learn From Past, by the way. A lot of massive expectations. I was hoping to see them stick around in Group A or B, maybe a little bit longer, but they find themselves playing this last week all the way in Group C.
Yeah, it's a little bit unfortunate as well, considering that Group C, they climbed their way to Group B, they did really well, and then just got kicked back down again. It's just very, very unfortunate. So actually, they made their Fair enough. Anyways, moving on as well, Group D, also Phoenix, Blink, and also Gen XFM and Likita Esports climbing their way back to Group D, and the rest of the pack has still been in Group D for the entire journey so far. But now, coming this week as well, especially in this week, 8 of these teams is going to be saying sayonara for the entire BMPS in general.
And again, I think a few legacy names are there inside of Group D itself. So it is looking very scary to even think about who survives, who makes it through, and who sticks around in the tournament. Because imagine if Gen XFM or Likita Esports get kicked out in this opening round. That's going to be a big unpleasant surprise for the community itself.
Exactly. And of course, speaking of the community as well, we have to talk about a new name that has joined the fray for the past 3 weeks here. It is going to be Dhruv coming in from Rapid Chaos, who has been the eliminator for the longest of time and is somehow held his position despite a lot of very, very close contention, including Lobster, Scary Jot, Sawar, Jonathan, and once upon a time, we even see Joker as well, part of the top 5. Yeah. So this is a very, very interesting chase here between these 5 lads.
It really is. And as we were talking about it, I think we just mentioned one player alone can only push a team so far. And I think this is a challenge that Rapid Chaos was struggling with after the second week. First week was a phenomenal run. Dhruv, as an individual, was doing really well. The team was doing well. But then there was a fall-off during the second week, and Rapid Chaos kind of got stuck in the midst of competition after the initial promotion. But let's see how things turn out. Week 4, it's good for them if they find stability. We do have the MVP leaderboard on our screen. Again, it's kind of the same. We have Dhruv, Lobster, Scary George, Sarwar from Zero Arc, and then Jonathan from Apex Gaming. Did manage to make the list, by the way, in that last week. That third week from Apex Gaming was something else.
It's been a while since we've seen Jonathan being part of this list as well. We know him as being the MVP god in general, and for him to finally push himself back here, which gives them a little bit of an edge. It's nice to see that he still got it. But let's talk about consistency here. Lobster and Scary Jot is arguably the two most consistent when it comes to being in the MVP rankings, regardless of whatever season, with BGIS, BMSD, blah, blah, blah. They always somehow make it to the top 5. However, winning the trophy has been something that all these young lads has been struggling, though.
But with Scary Jot, I think him being a part of Victorious Sumus, this time it seems like might just be the Cinderella run from his side and his team. We'll find out how it goes. But IGL ranking on our screen, Spunk leading the charts, followed by Adi. We have Fraggy from Godsend Esports, Arib, and then Rex from VXT on the 5th. And I think, hands down, Punk has been quite phenomenal with this rendition of True Rippers this time around in BMPS 2026. I mean, IGL rating, every single stat looks amazing. And of course, Adi with Nebula Esports, we were hoping to see that redemption from Nebula, and I'm really happy that they are kicking off the journey of BMPS in this opening round with such a great note.
Yeah, I'm really liking to see what Adi has evolved in this as a IGL, as a player as well in particular. Primarily, in my honest opinion, has always been the introduction of their new analyst, which is Truth Official. There has been table talks about him, you know, when his journey with Genesis unofficially as well. He was helping with Hunters, with the rotations, which got them to the first runner up. And now Nebula has picked it up as well. You can see the entire dynamic shift in playstyle coming from Nebula for the past 3 weeks. And you know for a fact that this time, this is it. Nebula wants to be part of the global representation.
I'll keep going back to the rumors that we heard during BGIS that Nebula was prepping for BMPS. So hopefully I would love to see them on the podium, but that's a long way down. For now, we have the schedule for the day. We kick off our journey on the map of Rondo being played by Group B. Then we have 2 Erangels also played by Group B. And then there's the switch. Erangel, Miramar, Miramar. Last 3 maps of the day, we'll have Group C in the mix. And of course, Group B off to a very interesting start. Again, the fight for a spot in the semifinals.
Now, let's talk a little bit more on towards what's happening later on, but I'm curious to see how our predictions are going to be looking like out of all the groups so far. It seems like a lot of us has predicted for True Rippers to actually do well in Group B. We've got a few Godsend as well. We've got Myth. You went for specifically Genesis. I went for God's Reign alongside with Necro, and then Salty went for True Rippers. So a little bit of mix here, but a majority of them actually came from the teams coming in from Group D in particular. What I mean by Group D is that they crawled their way into Group B. I'm talking about True Rippers, Godsend, and also God's Reign. I'm surprised none of us actually went for Autobots as well, because they're also part of the 4 that made it from Group D.
That is exactly true. And I think Autobots, yes, potential is there for them to make it to the semi-finals, because top 8 do get promoted. And I think majority of the names that were listed there from Group B should be able to make it through. Either you talk about God's Reign, Genesis, you talk about the likes of Myth, you talk about Godsend as well. They've had phenomenal runs of form. But the only question is, you only have 6 games. You start off your journey on Rondo. If you have a great start, if you drop somewhere about 15 to 20 points from that map of Rondo, then you're good to go. I think it should be easy to stick around inside of the top 8.
Can they do it again, though? Because, again, the meta has shifted.
Yeah.
Snipers being a little bit of a huge nuisance here. Shotguns being nerfed in particular when it comes to dishing out armors as well. Biggest nerf, S12K DPS no longer has that one pump effect. You now need a minimum of 2, maybe 3 pumps to actually full knock a guy with a fully kitted armor and everything.
Yeah.
Maybe not necessarily 3, but 2, definitely.
I think ranged fights will definitely take a turn now, especially with the damage reduction change to the sniper rifles. I think that is going to be a big change that we might see being utilized. But again, it's been years. Players have... Well, the role of a sniper was completely eradicated from the playing meta, to be honest, over the last few years.
Exactly.
So I don't think it will happen instantly. I think it will take some time for players to get used to it, or even to try and bring it back into meta. Because I think for the last 2 or 3 years, at least from what we have seen, everyone just got very, very efficient with handling those 150 to 200 meter sprays, and they just made it look easy with the assault rifle. So they might just stick around to it, but of course, one-shot headshot potential is a game changer.
Yeah, I think ARs are not going to be affected all that much as well, considering the fact that the changes didn't really do a lot of big, massive changes. But in particular, shotgun sniper rifles, I personally feel is going to be meta changing as well. Rondo, considering the fact that most of the maps you are going to be out and open, you are needing vehicles in a lot of scenarios here. Yes, those sprays is going to decommission you, but those snipers and chipping away and armor is going to be extremely crucial in my honest opinion.
True.
And personally, I feel like the ones that take advantage of the snipers are going to be in a significant advantage here. I'm talking about Lobster coming from Autobots. I'm talking about Scout coming from QuantumSpark. And I'm talking about Adi with his Mini 14, which, again, we have never seen him use before until this past 3 weeks.
Yeah, it is going to be intense. Especially, I think... I don't even remember Scout using a sniper rifle back in the days. Has he been practicing?
See, that's the thing, right? Back in the days, I know him for his snipers. But this past 3 weeks, he has been abusing DMRs and snipers for the longest time, despite before this patch happened as well. So I feel like I'm actually looking forward to see how Group C is going to be looking like.
Hey, man, I mean, Nebula has this one lad. He's not in the playing roster or even registered, but he's a content creator. Can coach the players to snipe. I'm talking about Ronak, man. He used to be a legend back in the day, so maybe can help the players out in the boot camp. We never know. But definitely, we are going to see a few new things, hopefully, once we kick off the action. And I think as the countdown hits 0, it's go time for us as well. Ladies and gentlemen, week 4 of the opening round, BMPS 2026. The map of Rondo is finally here.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen. This is going to be the first match of today for week 4 itself. And things are going to get a little bit spicy as well, because this is also the first time we're going to be seeing on official with the new patch in place as well. And of course, for those guys watching at home and playing at home as well, classic games, there are a lot of integrations with a little bit of a, I would say, Greek mythology mix into the mixture as well. Personally, I really like the Centaur in particular. It's a really fun mechanics where you actually need to grind it out in the specific spot, climb all the way to the temple, collect 5 flames, summon the chariot, and then get in towards the Hall of Fame. Take down the Centaur, and then recruit him to your as an ally.
I don't even play events, man, so I don't know what you're talking about.
Well, we're not going to see it competitive, but it was fun mix in, you know?
Yeah, I mean, of course, it has to be fun. But the reason we don't see it in competitive is too much chaos because of that fun, but there is chaos on Rondo nonetheless. Mysterious 4 taking on the players of God's Reign with Reckoning lying just on the floors underneath, waiting for their opportunity to strike right off the bat. Mysterious 4, 2 players have been lost, early casualties taken. God's Reign, though, Justin, it seems like he is going to be pinned there on the rooftop for the next few seconds.
Well, seems like Autobots is going to be joining in the nearby vicinity. They do get the upper hand jump onto his Godsend as well. That's going to be the first knock. Lobster now on the hunt with the UMP. He's got 30 bullets. The jump spray comes through, but he gets taken down instead. Signature Godsend actually holds down the fort, but Huntro getting chipped away down really low. Eventually almost gets taken down, but he was able to find one off here. A Reap saves the day. But eventually, Godsend Legions, well, in this case, Godsend pretty much losing a majority of their first fights.
Yeah, early recalls being used, quite unfortunate, but Reckoning Esports, I want to see what move they are going to make. Opportunity for them to strike, still haven't made that bounce. Two players lurking in the same building, and Reckoning hesitant for some reason. Finally, pushing up the numbers, man from the side of God's Rain, Aquinox pinned down. First finish on the board for Reckoning Esports.
Yeah, but at the same time, Godstrain also losing a majority of players right from the get-go. Reckoning still doing a fantastic job holding now, but Nux Esports joins in for the third party. Finds a little bit of off angle to take a few players themselves. Lavish now going to be chipped down towards a very tough spot here. Nux Esports has got them completely pinned, but seems like a third party is going to be joining the play here. Autobots wrapped up their fights, and now they're going to be playing cleanup now.
Yeah, the stadium apartments dominated by the side of Autobots. 6 eliminations on the board, not a single recall has been used. Look at the brilliance this team is moving with. The communication is just impeccable. He's there, should be an easy revive. All to Ralphie, or maybe not. The nade from Noob preps them up, and then there's the cleanup. Only a single player finished off. Ralphie shut down. Orib still gets a revive. Lobster with the perfect timing of that backup. 7 eliminations on the board for Autobots. This is a good start, Icy.
Yeah, look at this team play coming from Autobots. It's just insane. 3-man marking each other one by one. They're not playing as a single push unit as well. They're playing 3 players as a single unit, trading blows after blows, making sure that they always out-trade their opponents. Which, in this case, yes, they do have a lot of additional knocks, but coming out on top with 7 finishes right from the get-go, gotta be feeling a little bit happy. However, seems like Punk on top of the stadium here is able to find an easy pick as well. As Zero Arc Official tried to climb up and got spotted out. And that's going to be Punk trying to take advantage of this vantage here, which, interesting enough, very early push onto his roof. Like,
oh no,
Clutch God, what are you? Oh no, he did not expect that push at all.
Yeah. Just got completely off guard. Servar does manage to find a trade knock, but I don't think it's going to be easy for him to get a shutdown completely onto Mad Kings. They have the numbers to work with.
Well, hold that thought for now. Seems like H4K also going to be having a little bit of running here with White Walkers. H4K going to be on the hunt here, while White Walkers forced to defend here. They do have the S12K, but I'm curious to see, will this actually affect the overall performance here with the nerfs coming in shotgun? Ryzen now going to be holding down the fort. Let's see if will we still see that one pump effect. Armors are still pretty good. Level 1 helmet, not too shabby as well. AUG is available, but seems like a little bit of a stalemate here with White Walkers not hearing any footsteps from below. Weird. Interesting.
I think they have. I just think they are also being cautious about the hills. Front mid, Herschel spotted out.
Wow.
What? A first shot right on his noggin would have shaken him up for sure.
That was really impressive as well. Veron was able to spot that out. I'm really surprised that White Walkers are not panicking on the guys from below.
Yeah.
They are getting assaulted as well. H4K taking a little bit of pit stop here to hold down the fort. Doesn't want to push this over aggressively, but they have to definitely wrap things up here. With the circle not in their favor here for White Walkers. And as you can see, on the far bottom south as well, we do see Godsend also rotating around. That's probably the reason why they're not hard committing, expecting a little bit of a third party coming into action. But need I remind you as well, one thing I realized was that we saw Clutch God getting taken out on Stadium.
Yeah.
I was very surprised. Why did they go for a 2-2 split in Stadium and also in Neox Factory? And now Clutch God being recalled back, and then they are back in Neox here. So very surprised with Mad Kings a little bit of a drop there.
Even White Walkers are playing a 2-2 split, by the way, because the conflict that we are seeing right now with H4K with Myth, this is happening towards the stadium apartments, and then the other duo is present towards the, well, towards the southern edge of the circle, complete opposite. And White Walkers, they have an opportunity for reset, but they need to be pressuring the fight in order to get some value from this.
Did I see that right on the finish feed? Hunters was able to get the knock with a bolt-action sniper rifle and then got a confirmation on Nash. Was that a Mosin?
I missed it. Maybe.
Like, Hunters is going for sniper rifles. All right. Well, okay. Seems like there are players already adapting to the current meta. Sniper rifles being a thing. I'm expecting a little bit more, but I think a majority of teams are still stuck on the first phase of initial counters. And majority of them hasn't exactly regrouped up yet as well. And Zero Arc now, pretty much Morty, now isolated by himself. The rest of his pack is nowhere near. And True Rippers is going to be slamming in. Hopefully he's going to be able to get out. He needs to crawl his way in. And I don't think Cheyenne actually heard him as well. So this might be a nice jump here. Camping the recall tower with True Rippers want to go for reset. Morty is going to go for the blind spray. Gets the connection. And that's going to be the knock.
And this is quite unfortunate for the players of True Rippers. Even Punk was dropped down by a man from Zero Arc. And now Morty finds the second pick. That first stage should be put all the way through, but he fails the shotgun duel. No changes at point blank range, by the way. The damage still hits you like a truck. So there is the trade from True Rippers. They will be able to bring those players back, but instead of one, they're forced to use 2 recalls. Oh no! A mow down of sorts. H4K, they want to make that bounce against White Walkers. 2 players shut down instantly as that nade, that preemptive nade from Weron, makes his life to find that frag a whole lot easier. And now Rage God finds the trade. White Walkers, valiant effort, but not really being able to survive a team like H4K.
Yeah, H4K's got them completely surrounded here. But based on this shotgun duel, doesn't seem like there's a lot of changes. But like you said as well, I think close range does really affect the match.
Beyond 50 meters, I think, is what the change has been made.
Seems like shotgun is still a very, very good thing here for CQC. So nothing out of the ordinary here. But Circle is going to shift all the way towards the east side. New York, south of New York's factory. True Rippers already making their way into his center control. Mad Kings is going to be holding the outer parts of New York's factory. They do have 4 players. I'm curious to see whether or not Mad Kings is going to be able to defend the entire push here. But we do see Genesis still outside the zone on the north side. This is going to be a very, very interesting circle to play. I personally think this is one of the tougher circles to play just because it's unpredictable. Are we going to go back towards Neox? Are we going to be out in the open as well? And the moment you're stuck out in the open, there's not a lot of compounds to work with.
Yeah. And that can be a big problem, especially during the late game stages. But as we were talking about New X Factory, this was a very peculiar game, a very peculiar start to the map of Rondo, because New X Factory was a little bit further away from that flight path. Not a lot of teams opted for that drop, and there were 2 names in particular that were able to take early control, Mad Kings and God's Reign. Both names with a lot of firepower in their roster. Can or will they be able to hold on to that control till the late game stages? Because a circle like this, you have control of the Neo X Factory. It gives you a lot of gatekeeping potential, as you mentioned, into those open positions towards the southern side of the factory. But if you aren't able to get those finishes, if those finishes are getting stolen, then you are basically, again, getting no value from it.
Well, speaking of value here, Mad Kings, it seems like they are going to be in a situation where they do have to lay low here. EMP zone was on top of them. That's why they are not exactly making a lot of drastic movements. But Mad Kings going for a very wide 2-2 split as well. Again, this time going to get some sort of control in the southern edges. But the biggest threat here is going to be the teams inside here with Jaguar in the mix. That's going to be interesting to see how they are going to be handling the situation.
Shots were taken by Mad Kings just a few seconds ago. We saw that mark on Shadow OG, but it's just a question of do Jaguar Esports also choose to retaliate, because there is no incentive. I mean, they have a stronghold. As long as they can protect it, they should be safe.
Ooh, you can see Clutch God, he's trying to be sneaky once more. This is his famous spot as well. This is the exact same spot where he just shut down almost, what, 10 players on top of those rooftops of New York's factory. And eventually even took down Jonathan as well, which, again, had a very, very nice spree for himself. But this time, he's going to be chasing here. But the problem is, does Jaguar Esports know that Mad Kings is still around and Clutch God is still holding his famous spot? Oh, boy.
Yeah, if you're Jaguar Esports, just the paranoia alone is not going to allow you to step foot out of the factory, and I think you have to be grateful for the fact that you don't have to. Just don't allow Mad Kings in the circle. Again, a slightly awkward shift, and especially from the POV of all the teams now forced towards the southeastern edge. You have the players from Myth, you have Rapid Chaos, Reckoning Esports and H4K are way too far away from that play zone.
Seems like Test Track is in play as well. Personally, I'm not a fan of what Test Track gives in terms of control, but Mad Kings is opted to go there. Let's see how they actually do well in that scenario. Meanwhile, Reckoning Esports, after seeing the zone, they're forced to pivot once again in terms of the rotation. Gonna try and rotate in from the west side. Hopefully, they do find a little bit of an entry point. They do need some sort of noise here. Seems like Autobots might be the next contact here for at least Reckoning Esports, but for Autobots, are they going to go in for the mad push? Seems like they are going to go for it. It's Godsend. We'll get the first set here. Levi, first knock on Ori.
Well, the opening has been secured, and now it's just time to deal with the players in the back line. Lobster, he gets taken out. A quick peek from Hunter. Eggy, the last man surviving. Odds stacked against him. They're still in this fight. But no, Autobots, in a split second, do manage to turn the fight around, and all of a sudden, Gods and Esports are going to be sent back packing to the Gods. And not a lot of HP onto Eggy, but it's enough to make it all work. 11 eliminations on Autobots Esports, and somehow, by the skin of their teeth, they still survive.
Oh my goodness. Finally, we saw a massive shotgun battle, and guess what? It took forever to actually clean up the entire fight.
Autobots, by the way, they could have lost a lot in that one. They just have one recall left after that. 11 eliminations. This is going to turn out to be a slow game from here on out. But as you were saying, I think, yeah, CQC, close quarter combat, shotguns, still the same menace.
Yeah. At the same time, it feels like the TTK definitely has increased compared to before. But speaking of which here, coming to the zone from the west side, Reckoning Esports finally inches in, but they are going to be having a little bit run in here with Hick Bozon. Bunny here, scout out the commotion. He's a little bit afraid of what's going to be happening, decides if he wants to actually back off or not. Zero Arc is also going to be in close proximity. Reckoning Esports is going to try and focus their way onto a Zero Arc, but Hick Bozon, they need to get Bunny out. Bunny seems to be, you know, driving around, making noise, trying to keep Reckoning Esports at bay. Doesn't want to commit. Or will Hick Bozon actually double down on this defense here? Because the circle is about to close in 15 seconds. Reckoning Esports, they need to find a way to actually push in.
Oh, let's see. That's official. Distraction for them is there. H4K, it doesn't seem like they're going to try and brute force their way through. They are taking their time. They're taking their opportunity to just try and find a way to wiggle in. But Myth, they don't want to let this go. The first opening is there as Harshal drops Sujal to the floor. But the finish, it's stolen. It's taken away by the players of True Rippers. Termi walks away with that point.
Yeah, that's a very nice steal as well. Nice shot though, coming from Harshal. Wasn't expecting the connection there. It was a very clean shot coming from him. But True Rippers capitalizing on that was nice, but seems like Circle is going to come back all the way towards the west side of Test Track once more. And Genesis will have some sort of a control in the northwest corner. And we've seen Genesis dominate Group B like it's nothing before in Week 2. But going towards Group A, it has been a struggle for them, so I'm curious to see whether or not will Genesis be able to do the same. They do have a very decent amount of control. But from H4K's perspective now, this is going to be the biggest challenge here between these two teams. Zone is not exactly in their favor. They need to push in. And for now, it seems like there are a lot of teams still kind of crowded as well. White Walker is going to be stuck outside the zone. Ryzen about to bleed out to the zone here with the nades coming through. Reckoning Esports is going to try and stop them in his track. Forced to take this fight here. The rest of White Walker is not in position to help a Ryzen here. Ryzen in a lot of pain here. But third parties are coming in from the far fray. That's going to be Hick Bozon going to be chiming away. Force Reckoning to pivot away from them. Now going to try and bully them out in the open. And Reckoning Esports, seems like Roman, his Fico is almost out of commission as well.
Yeah, this is not a good position to keep on fighting. Neither for Reckoning, neither for White Walker. I mean, as we saw, Hick Bozon somehow do manage to get themselves a line of fire for the players of Reckoning Esports. But of course, it's Autobots from the top of the hill. that are going to be the bigger menace to deal with. Look at the amount of damage. Ralphie still finds the opening, and it's the danger man from the side of Reckoning Esports, Levi, that gets finished off.
Yeah, I think this is the best option that Reckoning Esports could have done. Like,
yeah, just get out of there.
yeah, they were able to actually push into center control despite being Circle 4. They've only lost 2 players. That's the best you can ask for despite getting pinned from all directions here. But speaking of a different direction, from the east side, mid for Official, going for a little bit of a merry-go-round against Rapid Chaos Esports, and Drew is able to completely shut them all out, losing 2 in the process. And just like that, Rapid Chaos, once again, with a fantastic defense on the edges here to stop them from pushing in.
Not the man you want to circle like that. I mean, they were trying to create a death spiral, but turns out it's the eye of the tornado that you need to avoid. 3 eliminations on the side of Rapid Chaos. Dhruv still firing on all cylinders, still looking to hold on to that Eliminator badge that's there right next to his name. But you have to say, kind of a slow start to Rapid Chaos and their journey inside of this match. Hopefully they can find their way to the podium, but True Rippers still looking to match the pace of Autobots Esports. Shayan, he has the side of White Walkers pinned down in front of him. And both the teams, they are sitting there on the southern edge of the circle, so not a lot of incentive to get over-aggressive or take that risk to go for those finish points, especially with Termi knocked out.
Yeah, but at the same time, so White Walkers, they're in a lot of trouble here. They need to find a way to secure those vehicles. Shayan is doing a fantastic job keeping them at bay. The push comes through, but no knocks yet from Shayan. White Walkers is able to close the distance, and now Shayan needs a little bit of backup as well. He's got the SJOK, loses his shot, gets taken down, and that is going to be a successful survival coming from White Walkers. The rest of True Rippers not prepared to engage on this. Now White Walkers, they're crumbling right on the edges here. Punk needs to patch himself up. The rest of White Walkers finally pushes through, and they are potentially going to clean up True Rippers just like this.
He needs a nade. He needs a nade in the right spot, and Punk can clean house. Or maybe just set himself up for that fight against White Walkers as well, but I don't think we are going to see that happen. It's a 4 versus 1 situation, and they know exactly where he's hiding. Slowly and steadily with all this utility, HP bar being chipped away. Plus, just to make matters worse, Punk was coming off of a reset. He had just been recalled, so he just has that level 1 armor, level 1 helmet available. And look at that, the shotgun goes off. Not enough ammunition in the S12K. This is going to be the end of the journey for True Rippers. Too many numbers to deal with. And yep, just a last-ditch effort. A last Hail Mary from Punk as True Rippers. They get eliminated 13th, but with the 8 eliminations, 8 points from this game. It's a decent start, but it could have been better.
Yeah, he was pretty much out of options as well. No vehicles, no meds, no nothing. But on screen now, Hick Bozon going to be joining the fray here. Viper getting naded off here with White Tiger in the play. Hick Bozon has been being forced out by Genesis for the longest time, but now even the zone is not going to be favoring both of them. They need to push through. Hick Bozon finally makes the push here. Godex now going for the slam here. Fury gets knocked off. Gravity was able to trade him off, but Genesis just slowly crumbling. He's dodging in the smoke. Hero, oh no, being caught in the animation, getting taken out, but eventually the third party comes in. White Tiger with the save was able to save his compadre. Genesis gets wiped off, but White Tiger now is all by himself from Hick Bozon.
This is not looking good for Hick Bozon. But again, I think this is just the start of their journey. It seems like they were looking for a revive. Gets denied. Finish confirmed by Mysterious 4. With all of that aggression, it's drawn the wrong kind of attention on the players of Mysterious 4 as well. They have to be cautious about where they make the next move. That's the pressure from White Tiger. It's still on. Gets the knock. In fact, from the backline, God's Reign with the utility might be looking away to steal that point, but it goes into the hands of Morty from Zero Arc. Point still stolen, just by the wrong team.
Yeah. For God's Reign, you're down towards their last 2 players as well. Needs are coming in. Expecting that those finishes wasn't stolen away, but White Tiger seizes an opportunity to go in for the slam. White Tiger now getting a long shot here, but he's side by side with Naman, and guess what? Oh no, I thought Naman got it, but Aquanox was going for a blind spray and actually stole it away. Oh boy, that is so unlucky of Naman. But at the same time, he gets to... Okay, never mind. I thought he was going to survive.
Hey, you said, right? It was unlucky of Naman. It was unlucky of him to just be there. Just within that utility range for God's Reign. And you know what the worst part is? God's Reign did not know that he was hiding behind that deployable cover. They thought he was a little bit towards the left. It wasn't until White Tiger showed up and pinpointed his location. So, yeah, I guess God's Reign, thank you note is owed to White Tiger from Higbozon. But that also brings us to top 9 teams remaining into this match. Rapid Chaos, a decent run, just 3 points, but I think from here on out they are going to be hoping for those placement points. Although based on where the circle is and the amount of cover these teams have, first of all, I think Mad Kings, they should be looking to get aggressive now. They need to clean those southern edges, clean those open positions, get those finish points in. And second, I'm surprised White Walkers are doing really well for themselves in this match. They have 8 eliminations and they have all 4 players still up.
Yeah, I'm surprised by how they actually snuck into the zone as well. So nicely done coming from them. Cleaning out True Reapers was the best decision they could do. But for Mad Kings now, biggest problem for them is going to be Jaguar as of yet. They sent in Clutch God. Actually lost Clutch God in the process here to try and defend this. Shadow OG looking to try and get a little bit of refrag. Still got them slightly pinned, but the biggest problem is Mad Kings, they have a very, very decent cover to work with, but they're not taking advantage of the buildings. I'm very surprised that they've decided to send Shadow OG up close and personal to try and gatekeep the rest. And it's doing an okay job because Jaguar Esports has not crossed the highway yet off those test track fields.
Oh,
wow.
Nice nade coming through. Eggy, a slam dunk right into the faces of Nakshi Esports. 2 players knocked out, and even the position of the lost man has been compromised. There's the spray, the utility going out. Autobots still hungry for those elimination points. And this week, it seems like we are seeing a new wave of confidence in the players of Autobots. Could have been a nice little ricochet nade.
Oh boy. PMWI pretty much stuck in the rabbit hole as of yet. Nothing much can do. But we're down towards the final 8 teams here. So placement points finally in play. And Autobots seems to be very, very happy about this. Reap and Iggy just stomping out the competition, potentially. In particular, it's going to be Reap here with 5 finishes in the back. And I think his 5 finishes still started off from the initial fight to begin with here. So team has been doing a lot of work here, getting him into the top 8. 13 finishes in the back with placement points. That's pretty good. But for White Walkers, this is a very, very impressive run for them. 9 elimination, 4 men still alive. They're still doing God's work for now. But Autobots, this Iggy finds the knock, and once again, Nox getting completely bullied out. BMWI Nox, White Walkers know there is someone there, but I think they're out of nades here. 1 nade left for Dreams. Needs a confirmation. But the circle's about to close in 8 seconds here. Oh boy, this is where the real chaos happens.
Yeah, Nakshi Esports, quite unfortunate, just stuck between a rock and a hard place. Constant sprays, constant pressure, can't even pick their heads up to scout the opponents, but now as the circle shifts, I think a clear advantage of this endgame to the players of Rapid Chaos and Mad Kings. With White Walkers forced towards the southern edge, Jaguar Esports stuck towards the eastern edge and getting naded very brutally by the players of Rapid Chaos Esports. Psycho, look at him. He's very cheeky, sitting at an off angle, can see right between the deployable covers, and all he has to do is just ping his teammates as to where they need to nade.
Yeah, but White Walkers now finally makes the first pounds here. They need to push into the zone. Scouts out Iggy in the process. Autobots pretty much going to be dismantled as they try to actually push into the zone. Doesn't have those utilities to work with, but White Walkers, look at this. They're also running out of ammunition. Same can be said for Rapid Chaos Esports, so they have to be a little bit careful on how they want to start spraying here. Ammunition all-time low, not in range for shotgun range as well. This is a big problem for all these teams now, which again, this is the downside of finding out open. You need to be able to stock up with certain ways of ammunition, which in this case, they haven't been able to do so, but as soon as say this, White Walkers, they're actually still going to be committing to sprays.
And now finally they have double digits on the board. 10 finishes secured by the side of White Walkers. And I think with that added pressure on the players of Nakshi Esports and the side of Autobots, White Walkers on the move. It seems like they forgot about Executor for a second. But as soon as the shots came, they went after him, finished him off. Seems like it was a wrong move. White Walkers all of a sudden One of their players has been knocked out. Autobots, backline pressure, a single piece of nade in the right spot, and White Walkers could be done for.
Yeah, it just could be as well. Mad Kings now gonna be getting a little bit aggressive. They are finally taking the high ground off those highways, but still has a lot of cheeky angles to work with. But the moment they get into position, everyone is gonna be in trouble. But Autobots, they actually got the reset.
Yeah, they have a reset. He's there. White Walkers, it might be a little too late for them to realize they need to find these picks. The nade goes out. Not enough damage. They're still juking the utility, and they can't even run up for the gunfight. It's down to a 2v2. White Walkers, Beast, he has been spotted out, and Whereon he sits there on the flank, knocked out. These revives, they are going to be brutal. That nade should be able to find the knock, and it does. And Autobots, what a beautiful way to turn things around. Patience. It has paid them. Nice little virtue, and of course, 14 eliminations on the board. But as soon as you start praising them, a Reeb overextends over to the northern side of the ridge. Gets spotted out by Mad Kings, and that's just an unnecessary knock, but it doesn't matter. Autobots, they find themselves on the podium, having eliminated White Walkers, and along with them we have 3 lads from the side of Mad Kings, and of course the entirety of Rapid Chaos still remaining inside of the game.
Exactly, but at the same time, Autobots, great goal for them as well, taking advantage of Rapid Chaos, pinning White Walkers at the sides here. And Iggy was able to spot things out with this knee coming from RE, just completely dismantling White Walkers. No chance whatsoever. But seems like RE might be forced into an awkward situation. Mad King still on top of the highway, and RE finds another knock. That's going to be a little bit of defense blown over here from Mad Kings. Iggy getting spotted out. Now Reeve looking for the second Shadow OG. Needs to duck himself out to try and patch himself up. But Reeve finally goes down to Rapid Chaos. But Mad Kings is still alive on those high grounds here. They should be able to get the reset. But it is going to be a 2v3 situation. Nobody hasn't been picked up yet. But they do have the high ground. Rapid Chaos losing a player.
Well, that's quite unfortunate. But they still have the numbers to work with. 2 versus 2. It seems like it's an even-Steven situation. Mad King, they are hoping for a reset, and Rapid Chaos, they don't get that opportunity. Flash and Psycho, it's just down to these 2 lads.
Oh boy.
I'm worried about Simp. He's sitting at such a brilliant flank. If he just moves out into the open, he can scout out the players from Rapid Chaos for his teammates and just set up this entire fight.
But Zim is about to chip away by the zone as well. It just might be a 2v2. Zim, oh no, he's going to get denied by the zone. No way to pick up as well. It's going to be a 2v2 now. And Shadow OG, they're going to be on top. The nade, ooh, almost catching him.
Yeah, they're just lobbing nades straight up, right up on top of their heads, the players of Rapid Chaos. They can't take this fight head on. And the only way I think Mad Kings also end up securing these finishes is with one of the greatest drop shots you could ever see. Yeah, look at what Shadow has to do. He has to drop and just connect that first shot right on his noggin.
Yeah, Rapid Chaos Esports, they're trying to bait mistakes here. But even if they get the nade through, they won't be able to convert those knocks. Just because they have no way to push up. There's no, well, unfortunately, it would be nice to have a Hellion wing right now to kind of fly up.
I feel like at this point, this is going to be down to our favorite game, I see. It's like a game of chance. It's a game of rock, paper, scissors. Both the teams, they are out of moves. And it's just a question of who makes that first mistake, and does that mistake get punished?
Yeah, and of course, if the zone forces out Mad Kings to drop down, most likely Rapid Chaos is going to be having a little bit of firing squad, but it all comes down to reaction as of yet. And Shadow OG, oh no. Pick it back up. Pick it back up. You can't. Oh boy, Mad Kings. It's all about game of patience here, but if Shadow OG realizes that Rapid Chaos is not on this pillar, they should be able to sneak down on this pillar.
The problem is they take drop damage no matter what happens.
Yeah.
That fall damage gives the edge to the players of Rapid Chaos.
I think if you drop right on the edge of the pillar...
On the cinder block? Yeah, then maybe. I think...
You might just negate it just a little bit, but seems like the zone is going to come in. Rapid Chaos, they don't want to be exposed out in the open here, so Mad Kings, they're waiting for the last moment before they go in for the drop. Rapid Chaos, they're looking up. They know exactly where they're coming from as well. It's going to be a little bit whack-a-mole here. Flash, he's afraid maybe they're going to be jumping behind, but Mad King's a little bit late here. He's out to open. It comes down towards the wire.
They're just waiting. They're just going to wait this one out. It's
Okay.
the end game. And I think this is just going to be down to that last pixel perfect moment. How long can you avoid that tick of the blue? So far, Rapid Chaos, they've done it in a phenomenal manner. Mad Kings right on top of their heads. And finally, the pressure is going to be on. The blue zone collapse for the end game between the two teams. Both still on top of each other. No shots still fired. Rapid Chaos fall first. 1v1. Flash still standing. And it is Mad Kings. The sacrifice that was made towards the end gets them the chicken dinner. Somehow, by a miracle, they still managed to win it. I do not know how. I don't know what they did towards the end. What sort of dark magic was used, but that game of patience, man oh man, I would have not had it. I would have just swung out into the open and just started spamming shots towards the edge of that bridge.
Yeah, that split-second decision from Mad Kings was really, really spot on as well. Realizing that Circle actually not pushing out on the bridge and realizing that, hey, you know what? If we push out down here, that means there's no way for us to get up. Let's sacrifice one guy to deny the potential Met games and then outlast them. That was very, very smart of Mad Kings.
Exactly. I think that was brilliant as you broke it down towards the end. That the whole point of sending that last man down, the whole point of sending Nobi down for that drop, the sacrifice was, as you said, to at least deny the potential for him to even just start putting on that first aid. And this delay was when it was done. That blue zone damage would have just finished him off instantly.
Yeah, and at the same time, the best scenario for Flash was to actually thirst that finish. Unfortunately, could not get it as well. Nobi was just down to his last tick. He was knocked, but he needed one more bullet damage in order to secure that point.
And Nobi connected one shot. That's all he had to do. He needed one shot on both of them each. And, well, I think with an AR, if you just close your eyes and spray, that should be good enough. One shot to the body. For both of them, gave them enough time for Shadow to just like outlast them. But still, it came down to a game of chance. Although massive praises to Mad Kings, because if you remember, they lost that fight towards they didn't lose it exactly, but they were caught off guard, had unnecessary casualties in stadium very early on, and then there was a reset that they took towards New X Factory from there till the end of the game. Got a lot of eliminations and the chicken dinner. Zero Arc as well had a brilliant reset, lost that early fight in Stadium Apartments. And Autobots also did really well along with White Walkers. So these four names had a phenomenal start on this map of Rondo today.
Yeah, and of course, Arib here going to be the MVP for the game here with 7 finishes with 1,360 damage here. Autobots just came in swinging hard, not making this towards the end game zone. It's a little bit unfortunate, but they still did the best they can in just taking out all the competitions around them, which in this case, leaving Arib with 7 finishes. Of course, joining in the fray with the top 5 as well, we also have Veyron for White Walkers with 7 finishes. We have Shadow OG with 6. We've got Drew from Rapid Chaos with 5, and also Sim joining the mix here with top 5 here with 4 finishes. Mad King's doing a fantastic job at holding it out the New York Factory and making sure that Jaguar Esports gets completely annihilated. And those finishes was actually eventually stolen away by Rapid Chaos. In this case, Drew doing a fantastic job and making sure he is still the eliminator.
I think that's the problem. That became a problem for Mad Kings during the mid-game stages. They weren't able to secure a lot of eliminations. As you mentioned, they were getting those knocks. You saw that on the finish feed. But I think it doesn't matter. As long as you have that 20-point start, Mad Kings, they are going to be okay with this. I think the question is Rapid Chaos. What was Rapid Chaos up to? Because we saw them. We saw Dhruv making a few moves, and then they weren't really there towards the extreme late-game stages, especially with the kind of pressure White Walkers and Autobots had on top of their heads. I would like to see how many finishes Rapid Chaos was able to gain.
Yeah, but all things considered, making the top 2, still placement points still pretty decent as well. But now, based on these highlights here, we do catch a little bit of glimpse here of what happened on towards the other side of the map, which wasn't really captured as well. I think Mad Kings had their own struggles to work with here. I think this was the first big shotgun battle between Signature Gods and also Autobots, which again, it came down towards a wire where it could have been either-or situation as well. Agi was in a 1v1 scenario, and none of the bullets from Signature Gods had actually connected, which resulted in him keeping the team alive.
I think that has to be the most unfortunate exit, though. Reckoning Esports, the way they were taken out. Try to evade that pressure from the Southern Edge, but weren't really able to survive. This is a fight that you like, Jaguar Esports against the players of Mad Kings. And I think Jaguar Esports, them being flushed out, was the reason they were taken out underneath that bridge. All right, I got confused between Nebula Esports and Rapid Chaos. I wanted to talk about Nebula because they were the ones that were kind of stuck between White Walkers, Autobots, and then White Walkers just traded positions with that last man of Nebula Esports. I don't know for what reason, because White Walkers they just kept pushing for Autobots. Yeah. They would have taken that 2 versus 4. High chance of them coming out on top, and then they could have potentially held on to that ridge, build up pressure on Mad Kings or Rapid Chaos. You never know.
See, that's the thing about White Walkers, right? They were pushing edge by edge, cover to cover, just because they were trying to survive their way through, which allowed them 11 finishes. But it's also understandable that the moment they push on towards Nash, they needed the restock on ammunition, right? They were running down low. They were just hammering on people. They needed a confirmed restock of ammunition. Yeah. That's why they stopped on towards where Nux is and then just got completely blown up by Rapid Chaos, allowing time for Autobots to go in for the reset and then take them all out. So a lot of what-if situations, but again, now let's talk about the bottom half here. Nux, not the winners of the game. 4 finishes the back. Mysterious 4 with 4. H4K with 4. Genesis, well, that is a little bit of a big question mark for me because they were just completely pinned out in the open. They had control in the northwest corners, got third party, and then, you know, while they were fighting, Mad Kings was on top of the freaking test track and just hammering on them, and they were just like, wait, we're pinned. There's nothing we can do.
I think that happened to a lot of teams very early inside of the game, especially towards that stadium position, considering it's right on that flight path, and you don't have an option for NeoX Factory. But in a play like this, you are required to unleash the monster. And if you guys want to unleash the beast within, check out Monster Energy, our official energy drink partner. But with that being said, it's time for a very short break before the next map. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back after this.
I like the narrative that I'm the best in the league. Who you comparing with? That isn't fed them. Top of the throne in his league. How you moving so on the speed? I just been bringing the heat. I just been bringing the. I just been bringing the fire.
Hello everyone and welcome to BMPS 2026, and you guys are watching the English podcast, and of course that first match in Rondo with Mad Kings securing the winner chicken dinner to start things off here for Group B, and of course trying to make their way back into the semi-finals journey has already begun, and now they are going to be joining into the game 2 very, very shortly. My name is ICBaby12. Joining with me is going to be Salty as we take you through the commentary for today in game number 2. Now we're going to be going towards El Clasico.
Yeah.
Salty, what do you think of that match?
You know what? That first game, it was an individual's gala. So many players, striking great performances together. I mean, one player that actually struck out the most has to be Dhruv OG for me from Rapid Chaos. Manages 2 finishes away from actually touching 50, the 50-point mark inside of the whole tournament. So I think it was a great start for all of these teams. But then there are certain names who are yet to actually get their momentum for themselves as well. And hopefully Erangel fixes that.
Yeah, hopefully that's going to be the case here in particular. But Arif still very, very consistent here. Autobots also doing really, really well. But Mad Kings surprise winner chicken dinner as well, because they have been struggling for the longest time for the past 3 weeks. Finally crawls their way into his week to Group B, and now they are probably 2 to 3 more good games on the right track here to potentially qualify into the semifinals, because top 8 is where you want to be in for Group B to get the semifinal slot. Meanwhile, of course, on screen, we do have the schedule as well. We're going to be playing Group B, 2 more matches in Erangel, and then we are going to be making a little bit switch up here for Group C, and this is where things get a little bit spicy as well. Personally, I want to be in Group C just because of 2 reasons. I have nothing to lose. I can experiment with the new meta changes, especially the sniper rifles, the shotties as well. We caught a little bit of glimpse of shotguns. I still think shotguns are still strong close, but snipers, I haven't seen many of that yet. I saw on the finish feed, Hunters was able to get 1 here and there, But I want to see how it changes the meta because personally, I want to see Scout dominate.
You know what? I still don't feel like the snipers are coming back in action anytime soon.
Really?
But one thing that is of course going to change is the fact that assault rifles, especially with that bullet drop off, the damage drop off when the distance increases, I hope that that potentially changes a bit as well. Maybe a couple of those DMRs getting back into action because I'm pretty sure nobody's using a bolt action in a competitive environment anytime soon. That knock, you can't really do anything after that, right? You can connect that first shot, you can get the headshot as well, deal the damage. But what after that? I think there are big question marks.
Yeah, I think now the biggest concern has always been whether or not is ARs going to be nerfed. Personally, based on the battleground, it's a little bit of adjustments. I don't think it's a hard nerf. Like, personally, the hard nerf should be a shotguns, but it didn't really feel like the shotguns were really nerfed as well. Yes, you nerfed the armor penetration and everything, you know, but personally, I feel like the DMRs are great at chipping away armor to allow shotguns to be effective again, but I don't see the impact of it being nerfed completely yet, though. That's the thing. I was like, I still see a lot of shotguns. Yes, the TTK increase here. More spams, more chaotic, no more clean one-shot pumps. And I'm like, I still saw a few one pumps because the moment your armor gets shredded, that full one-shot capability is still there. So, is it a nerf? A little bit. Is it irrelevant? No, I don't think so.
I would just, I think, frame it in a way that I think it is a positive change. It certainly is a change, and it's a step in the right direction. We are getting back into the AR meta, just not yet as of. You know what? I still feel like the biggest drop-off or the trade-off from the shotguns, I wouldn't really be willing to actually finish off a player who is like 50 meters apart from me with a shotgun itself. Right? That is not the use case at all.
Well, it kind of happened as well. I feel bad for Punk. He tried against White Walkers, got no damage, got 0 damage on White Walkers. It's a little bit unfortunate here, but of course, you know, if you guys were watching Rondo, we were talking about a little bit of fun moments in Rondo. Now it's a new map, new reset time for all these teams. We are going to be jumping in towards the map of Erangel. And this is where things get a little bit spicy as well, because now we got a little bit of taste on how the new guns feel. Now it's all about strategy, because as of yet in the map of Erangel, the flight path seems to be coming in from the northeast corner of Lipovka, traversing through Pochinki and then ending towards the west side of Quarry. A pretty balanced one for all the teams thus far.
Pretty much. I think even for Godswin as well, somebody who likes to typically go down to the military base to find their loot spot as well. I feel like it's going to be a decent start, but you look at the map rankings, and this is where I feel like majority of the teams will be scared of Autobots right now. If you look at the overall journey, I mean, Autobots, they started off from Group D itself. Especially with that first week performance, I was hoping that this team is going to gallop their way towards Group A, but that did not happen. They kind of missed out on the direct Grand Final slot, and now is going to be their chance. Yes, Grand Finals no more in contention. You can only contest for the semi-finals, but with the kind of run they've had on Erangels, on the map of Rondo as well over the past couple of weeks, I'm pretty sure this one, it's going to be theirs.
Yeah, this is their Erangel rankings, right? And of course, partially because of the fact that if the circle actually ends on towards Military Island itself, here Autobots does have one of the highest success rate in terms of late rotations. And for some reason, the only team that was able to rotate in after Circle 4 and somewhat survive. But unfortunately, the circle is not going to be shifting down south. It's going to be going towards Yasnaya. So H4K will have a little bit of a good time here. And I personally feel like True Ripper's Godsend will have a little bit of a better advantage in this scenario over Autobots. But we shall see, you know, if we are going to be expecting an urban warfare once more. But I do hear gunshots across as well, so I think there is a little bit of a clashes in particular in this lobby for now. But seems like I do hear a couple of bait shots here and there, but nothing crazy. Not exactly sure what's up here with Jaguar.
Potentially spotted a couple of those Jaguars in the wild. Shots being taken, but no connections being found.
I think Afnish was trying to break the door down towards the basement. That's why the shots was like, oh, okay.
Very probable, but you don't really find a lot down there as well. Initially, I used to think that, you know what, there's going to be a treasure hunt out there. Just break that door open, try and move inside. It's going to be a hell of loot inside, but
it's a scam.
it's a massive scam that there is in the game, and I'm pretty sure the developers had a lot of fun while building that bunker inside the compound. But you know what, getting back into the gameplay side of things, I still believe that this is a rather good circle, especially for the ones who are in Yasnaya right now. Naksh being one of the first teams to try and occupy the central compounds for themselves. Little do they know that H4K is also inside.
Yeah, but at the same time, I'm surprised H4K did not make the jump. Rage God tried to sneak his way through, but did not realize the guy in front of him had no ammunition. And now, surprise, misses the first shot. Now down to his last wire. Rage God now getting scouted out. Now he's on the run. ASM comes through. Rage God gets the reload, takes him down instead. Somehow was able to redeem himself. H4K now. Surprise, surprise. There is a team inside Yasnaya. Now Naksh forced the panic's way through. INF God actually could not get out. He got his car stuck on the edges and got sprayed down. Mistakes were made. And H4K takes 2 in the bag.
Oh my god, what a comeback it was, I say. I think Rage God just saved his face in front of a million crowd up there, in front of the entire country up there. You should not have missed that shot, my friend, but you know what? It's understandable. Things like that do happen inside of the game sometimes. But at 4K, I think brilliant trade-off. They did find those 2 finished, and especially the one that he found after the second knock. I think it was fabulous. It wasn't really bad. H4K with a brilliant lead, but for Naksh, this move of actually finding Yasnaya Pollyanna, the central compounds right off the get-go, did not pay them any dividends. And a lot of errors in the lead-up of it as well. I mean, no information being found and no scouting, just straight up ramming into compounds. Like, how do you expect to get away with that?
Yeah, but I think they weren't expecting like the drop spots is going to be contested to right from the get-go, right? And I think H4K just give Naksh one of the biggest jump scare right there. The first guy was like, "Oh no, I'm dead," and then the second guy was like, "You know what? I'm out of here. I'm afraid. There's a full team here." Runs away, made a mistake, got stuck, and then got taken out. That was just so... This is the perfect example of one of the series from scary movies.
All right.
Where, you know, people make stupid things and they just got finished for no reason.
Yeah, that is exactly how the ghost appears. I see. But you know what? I still feel like there was a moment where Rage God gave his opponent a chance to actually survive. He had the hopes that, you know what, I'm going to survive this fight. He missed the first shot. I might actually have a sign at a shot at life. But then Rage God comes back into his old form, slams in that shotgun, finds those beautiful knocks, of course. H4K, brilliant lead, but I think on the lead up to it, 6 points in the first 2 games that they've played so far is kind of not justifying how good they have played. I mean, imagine this, I see. H4K is a team that actually went up till Group A in the proceeding of it. Could not actually live up to their expectations inside of Group A. Did drop down, but I still feel like this team has phenomenal potential.
Well, again, staying in the semifinals, top 8 is where you want to be, right? So I guess, you know, H4K, great start for them. But let's look at the circle here. Genesis has been struggling for the past few weeks so far. The only time they've been doing well here was during week 2. And they were the table toppers during week 2 as well in Group B.
Yeah.
And this time, Rondo just completely demolished from that game. They tried to play placement throughout it all, was caught in one of the worst possible positions here, which ironically in normal map theory isn't bad, but based on terrain-wise, it was extremely bad for Genesis. And this time, seems like Genesis, they are roaming around and most likely they are going to get contested as well. Jaguar Esports scouting their way through. Hunters and Viper getting pushed back, seeing that Jaguar Esports got the whole squad pulled up. And Genesis, they are immediately on the run here. Do not have the numbers. Forced to concede this high ground away. And Jaguar is going to snatch it away from them.
Your confidence has been a big back foot for Genesis Esports lately. Especially the games on the map of Erangel. I think we saw that map ranking as well at the start of the game. And Genesis is there in the bottom 3, by the way. And this is not even Group A we're talking about. This is Group B we're talking about. So yeah, I mean, for me, especially, I still feel like Genesis needs to reclaim that form. Because right now, like I said, especially for teams inside of Group B, this is going to do or die. From competing for the title inside of BGIS, if you are going to be contesting in the survival stage in BMPS, now that is going to be a massive drop-off in my opinion. And Genesis needs to do something. I mean, enough of those hero plays coming in from Hunter. I want to see some teamwork, I say. I want to see some duo game between Viper and Hunter. And, you know, that partnership that actually sticks together those finish points for yourself.
Yeah, I agree where you're coming from as well in terms of the domination here. But again, when it comes to story as well, Gravity and also Viper has been in this scenario since last year as well, right? Their 2025 run in BGIS, you know, Reckoning almost snatching the trophy away, did their best, just could not do so. And then BMPS completely flopped, not even qualifying for the Grand Finals. And this time in BMPS, something is up again. It seems like they might be on the same track here. I don't know if it's a trend or is it something like that's just not a good history to have.
In my opinion, it's a curse.
Yeah, it could be a curse.
And I think even as an IGL, I think Gravity has had the experience of going up to the stage multiple times. Has been hashtag 2, 3, 4, 5, but just been missing that hashtag 1 by a mile every single time that he has tried. So I still feel he's got potential. Genesis Esports, it is their tendency to try and stay away from the limelight, especially in the initial stages of the tournament. But now it's time for comeback. They will have to understand week 4 is do or die. And if you move into the survival stage, you know, chance of survival is so slim. You compete against 31 other teams, 32 teams in total, and only 8 qualify from that.
Yeah, that's one of the most brutal stage, I would say, compared to all the weeks so far. Well, chances has been given for the past 3 weeks. Now week 4, you gotta make the best of it. Do not stay in the bottom 8 here for Group E. That's exactly what you want to be at. Top 8 is good enough. Semi-finals, I just duke it out with 16 other, well, 24 other teams, I would say.
Also, the format of the matches, I still feel like the way the groups are being shuffled across throughout the play week, I think it will demand these athletes to show consistency. How do you show consistency? By having a disciplined routine, a regime inside of your game as well, where you have designated parts for rotation. We'll talk about that, but for now, Zero Arc, the ones who were rotating, were being shot down, but apparently it seems like Higboson were the ones who actually took a shot down. One player has been knocked out. Bunny as well is not really safe right now. Shots coming in. The vehicle might just get smoked up any moment in time right now, but he still managed to get away. True Rippers have been taking shots. There are some other teams as well who are taking shots from the back lines, and none of them can escape.
Yeah, the third parties just keep piling on, and True Rippers is able to capitalize on this. The question here is, do they want to go for the hard commitment? Nope, they came in, say hello, and just backed off. Doesn't want to overcommit. Discipline at its finest here, coming from True Rippers. But the one to pay the price right now is going to be Zero Arc and Higboson. Because now Higboson, once again, losing another player. That means casualties are happening here between those two players. And True Rippers, well, they're leaving them out in the wild here. You know, those wounded animals kind of bleed to death, I would say. As True Rippers is going to let the Wolves go on for the hunt while they look for a safer alternative for the next game plan. Sawar forced to disengage, actually backed off away from True Rippers. And I think Sawar is the last player left from Zero Arc. No, actually, yeah, probably last year. Morty is pretty much stuck as well. There's no way he's gonna save Morty on the sides.
It's absolute chaos in the middle of nowhere. I mean, not a lot of covers for absolute anybody. Zero Arc being caught in this awkward little dip, and Morty has absolute no chance of survival, just like you said.
I don't think he's going to be able to survive this. Like, he's just waiting for time now. And Reckoning Esports actually joining the fray here. Seems like they wanted to try and commit to the fight, but Higboson tried to disengage, and again, Higboson losing players again. And Reckoning Esports is thinking about going for the slam here. Roban scouting this out, realized, oh no, not worth it. Bunny is shooting from behind. And they're not in position to commit this, but it seems like he is going to secure the finish and just be on his merry way. Nicely done here from Reckoning Esports.
You know what? Just because of that move being successful, we are saying that it was a nice attempt coming in from Roman, but it was extremely risky to actually move inside the entirety of opposition terrain. Reckoning Esports, in the middle of nowhere, they are trying to take this fight against Higboson. They have isolated those players, especially with one player inside of the squad house. Meanwhile, the rest of the players from Reckoning, I think they can stop the support from arriving. Bunny can be isolated in this fight, but we will talk about, we move on to yet another one. It's a triple threat, Rapid Chaos. You've got Mysterious 4, and you've also got Myth Official, I see.
Oh boy, this is a big fiasco here. Everybody's trying to go in for the slam as well. Circle is going to be heading towards Yasnaya. They need to find an entry point here. Cannot afford to be caught out in the open here, but Rapid Chaos, oh no, Psycho actually got out of the vehicle, and Detros gets a free drive-by. What was he thinking? Confirmation stolen away though, but by Mysterious 4. Mistakes were made. I think he ran out of gas.
I'm not sure, honestly. I have absolutely no clue why he ejected himself from out of the vehicle, but have a look at this though. Two teams taking an absolute 4v4 for themselves. Mad Kings, they've lost a player early on. One of their players has been knocked down. The same can be said for True Rippers, as Omega, one of the players who was supposed to start off this fight, find that creative playmaking solution, has been brought down. True Rippers will get the time to go in for a reset, but I still feel they're not convinced to go in for a head-on battle right now, I see.
Yeah, they don't really have a choice as well. We are going to be expecting an urban warfare. Nice needs, but at the same time, they are going to be sharing the opponents themselves here on the south side. They can hope to punish teams on the south side later on, so there's no reason to actually overcommit to this. But Autobots finally joins into the fight as well. They are going to be slamming from northwest corner of Yasnaya, and they will hunt down Mift here. Reap in a 1v1 situation. Wrestles back is a little bit late. Needs a little bit of backup. He's going to try and buy time, but gets one pumped instead. Detrox isn't the SLK nerve. It doesn't feel like a nerve at all.
This man does not get nerved at all. This is, of course, a prodigy we're talking about. Still finds it another one through the window. Autobots' slow retreat did not really work out. Myth official now. And they themselves are taking shots. A lot of teams in the vicinity. You can see those players from the radar as well. Mysterious 4 just eyeing in wait for this fight to finish off so they can find those scalps. But still very optimistic coming in from Autobots. A last-ditch attempt to find their way inside the circle, and especially the push coming in from REB inside the compound did not really make a lot of sense.
Yeah, it wasn't a tandem push as well. It was a mistake. He tried to buy enough time, but got one pumped instead. So nice little defense here coming from Myth official. Detrox in particular. Again, I think he literally just shut us all up. What nerf? Oh no, Iggy also getting picked off as well. He tried to survive, actually got shut down again by Myth. This is a complete wipeout for Autobots by Myth official. My goodness, even teams at the bottom here still stand a chance. Myth did not do well in Rondo, but this is their comeback game here, I think.
I don't even believe this is their comeback game. I still feel this is a comeback week for them. Because imagine this for Myth Official. I feel they deserve to be in that Group A slot. They actually qualified for the prime finals inside of BGIS. And then, of course, their performance inside of the Pro Series kind of took a back foot. But I still feel this team has a lot of quality, especially with Detrox being in there. And we know this young lad has a tendency of performing in the big stages. We saw that in the semi-finals. Now inside of Week 4. I hope that he can make an impact, but for now, Igbozon out in the open did commit a couple of those shots coming in from Bunny. Information has been found, but they are going to fall back instantly. It is Genesis on the other side of the bridge. You better be careful before taking a fight.
Well, seems like Genesis is just going to let them off the hook. Igbozon, they have been taking a long beating for the longest time. Finally finds a little bit of a settling ground, so they're going to hold down the fort. Genesis still pivoting away, looking for a potential third party. Hasn't exactly found it as well. Hoping to find an easy entry point, but it seems like the circle is going to shift outside of Yasnaya. So that's going to be a spot where Genesis is trying to sneak away from an off angle to try and get a couple picks here. Nothing super crazy, but Reckoning Esports, pay attention to minimap as well. Levi already smack middle of the zone, while the rest of the pack is on the west side. Trying to get control of the west side to stop God's reign, but I'm telling you, if Lovish and Pro gets taken out from west side, Levi will also fall in the middle because that is their weakest spot right now. That's the reason why they had to go for the 2-2 split if they want to have center control.
You know what, I completely agree with you there, but in my opinion, this is a very risky move coming in from Reckoning Esports.
Yeah.
And Levi at the center of the circle with not a lot of hard cover. I'm not really sure of their strategy. It is a 2-2 split, like you mentioned, but God's reign with the way they came in from the southern edge of the map itself now find their way on the western part of the circle. I feel they know exactly where the players of Reckoning are, and the shots are going to be coming in anytime soon. Have to be wary. On the flip side, you've got White Walkers coming in from the north. There are still a lot of teams who have compounds inside of Yasnaya, I see. And like you mentioned, the circle is drifting away from the urban places. So these teams, you better watch out. You will have to give up your compounds, maybe take fights in an instant. Right now, Mysterious 4 looking to start things off against White Walker. The shot, the vehicle, it spins out of control, but still Goku does not find the knock. Have a look at this. Mysterious 4, they are still trying to defend their positions, and they are doing a very, very good job at it. White Walkers, in a sudden instant, 3 players on their knees.
Oh my goodness, now with the nades coming through to counter nades, White Walkers, they're getting in shambles this again. They're in a lot of pain once more. Can they survive? They've been doing it the entirety of Rondo. Can they do this again? Seems like they cannot. Veyron is down. Another player down as well. White Walker is down to the last 2 players. Beast now needs a massive nade. Finds the knock on Goku, but needs those confirmation. The rest of Mysterious 4, they're not hard committing this as well. Henry still on top of the roof, and the nade almost clipping him as well, but with the zone pushing through, Beast has to go for a Hail Mary push. Eventually goes down. Just like that, the entirety of White Walkers gets cleaned out because Myth Official joins in for the third party from the sides.
Brilliant timing coming in from Myth once again. This team knows the art of third partying. They understand when to strike, they understand when to decimate, and they also understand when to get the heck away with a nade! It was brilliant coming in from Naman. Once again, this Myth Official seems like they are going to be in a little bit of trouble. Mysterious 4, what a turnaround in that fight. And in a flash,
no.
Myth Official have been eliminated. What on earth was that, I see?
Oh no, you just cursed them. They had the perfect timing to get out.
Oh,
but
no.
Guess what? They had also received the perfect Christmas present from Mysterious 4. A surprise nade to slam their way through. But on screen now, Genesis Esports faces a little bit of a run in here with H4K. Unexpected rotation causes a little bit of collision but loses the fight, and Genesis Esports, they somehow survive. But guess what? With the zone coming in, they need to get out. They've lost a player on the sides here. Hunters has decided to abandon ship to push for the zone. They've lost gravity, and they might lose a little bit more. Higg Boson in a little bit of a predicament to try and go in for the slam. But on screen now, we have Godsend holding down the outskirts of Yasnaya here. Finds Flash. Fragger might be the next here on top of the roof as well, as Godsend needs to clean out all the remnants inside Yasnaya itself before they can actually push up into the zone.
It's such a tough compound to actually push up. These apartment buildings, you can never find out what are the nooks and crannies that are being occupied, that are being held off for. You've got to be extremely cautious. Fragger will have an opportunity for sure, but this is almost inhuman for him to actually convert this 1v4. Fragger takes a lot of damage. Balls are being thrown out. 4 players! Wow! I love the way Godsend pushed up 4 players inside of the building. You try and shoot down one. There's 3 more to counter you. And that is how Signature Godsend find yet another finish to themselves. Meanwhile, look at this. A little bit of problems for Higg Boson, problems for Genesis as well. And it is this final circle. It will come to an absolute commotion right now.
Oh my goodness, what a spray down. Even True Rippers also on the east side is kind of stuck off as well. Seems like True Rippers, they've got Higg Boson pinned. With the nades come through, they find White Tiger right on the edges. And Higg Boson finally goes down here with 0 eliminations. They have been bullied the entire game. And now their run has pretty much stopped here with 0 points and 0 placement points for Higg Boson. However, Genesis now seems like they are going to try and rotate it into the zone here. With Reckoning Esports with a very, very interesting switch up in terms of playstyle. They gave up center control, went back to the edges to gatekeep them. And now Roman's got Fury completely locked off, and Fury will go down. And just like that, Genesis eliminated at the hands of Reckoning Esports and also Jagger Esports.
You know what this is, ladies and gentlemen? Not the 5th circle. This is 5 seconds before destruction. 5 more seconds before all of these teams, they are going to converge upon on the barren rice fields. No covers for you. Just try and take those fights out in the open. Roman, of course, those couple of haystacks. Spotted the entirety of True Rippers, by the way, but the shots won't really connect. From the other side, you've got Jaguar Esports, who do have those sniper towers in control. Have been able to shut down a couple of those players. Do have a little bit of terrain advantage as well, I see, as Termi has been brought down. Danger in the cast for True Rippers as well, as a Reckoning Esports constantly move about, and they're doing a very wise thing. They're not moving inside of the circle, they're playing it from the outside, trying to take down all the threats that exist, and then push inside.
Oh my goodness, look at this pressure coming from Roman as well. It's just making life miserable for True Rippers. And now they re-rotate, they pile up those nades, they need those cleanup, and they need the restock as well. Roman is out of ammunition. They need to go for this commitment to get those ammunition up as well. Now with the nades coming through, Lovich gets those confirmation. Can they go in for the swing? Even Pro down towards his last 18 bullets. Finds a few crates to actually pick himself up here. So that's going to be a little bit of saving grace. But Roman, he's still out of ammunition. He's got 0 bullets on this AUGs. And they need to find Cheyenne and snatch away those bullets here. That decides, seems like Reckoning Esports, they might just back off from this fight. They just don't want to overcommitment. And Cheyenne, for some reason, they can't seem to fight him.
Absolutely. I mean, you've got the smoke, you've got the haystack. How will you even try and find this lad? Of course, there's going to be one reason, there's going to be one solution. As soon as he stands up, his position is going to be as clean as day. Zero Arc on the other side, they are living as clean as day right now. They do have the compound for themselves as well. And from the outside, Godsen trying to put up a lot of pressure. Those nades to connect. A couple of those players have been knocked out and finished off as well. Fraggy, the IGL, has been brought down. So for Signature Godsen, it is going to be very crucial to try and hold on to these positions as Levi is still on the back foot, still on the sniper tower. I'm not really sure why are they even taking this fight.
Well, seems like they need to push out the zone here. Makes a lot of sense. They need to wrap things up to get advantage of those high grounds and tumble people out in the open here. Zero Arc is doing exactly just that right now. Spots out in Series 4. Naman getting knocked off. Gauthrin Oo's going to be chiming in here from the west side. Mysterious 4, they're pretty much pinned out in the open with no way to actually get out. Signature Godsend. Oo's going to be chiming in from the lower grounds of those apartments here. This is a tag team on those apartments to make sure that Mysterious 4 is not getting out of this alive.
There's basically two teams on the prowl right now. There's Reckoning Esports, and then, of course, there's going to be Signature Godsend. Reckoning Esports on the open grounds, Godsend from inside the compounds as well, has made life miserable for all teams out of the zone right now. Reckoning on the flip side, still trying to take these shots, their airstrikes against God's Rain. They don't really strike though. As these nades keep on piling up, God's Rain, they survive explosions after explosions. But for how long these smokes will actually protect their lives? They do try their nades in reverse as well, but it does not connect. Reckoning, of course, is going to have an advantage. I see as soon as these players walk up, I'm pretty sure GDR is absolutely going to be target practice for them.
Yeah, but at the same time, they were able to find the last player here for Two Rivers, get those stock up. So now you can see the confidence has slowly built up. But Zero Arc, they've cleaned out Mysterious 4. Now they're going to be shifting their focus on God's Rain as of now. It seems like the smokes has been set up, but they're not exactly in zone. And Reckoning Esports now in a little bit of trouble. Nice counter needs here coming from Akanos to stop them from pushing up. But they're not exactly out in the woods yet as well, because Zero Arc still has the line of sight from those apartments here. Sees everyone from the side of God's Rain, and for some reason, God's Rain is just able to get resets after resets.
You know what? I think it's time to make a petition. Bullets coming out of Sarwar's guns, they're not bullets, they are laser beams, my man. He still finds a connection so far away. Almost on the other side of the circle as well. Zero Arc this time. It's just a one-man Sarwar left alive. UMP and an M4, not really the best of combinations, especially those controls, but can he take down these lads? Godsen still have significant advantage. The numbers that they've got in this fight is inhuman, to be honest. A 1v3 I see for Sarwar OG, what do you think?
Oh, with a UMP, when a S12K probably. Oh, he's gone. Bye-bye.
Man, oh man. I mean, you should have at least connected the first bullet. But nonetheless, man, I still believe UMPs, they can be utilized, but only if you connect that first shot. Nonetheless, the Reckoning Esports on the other side, they have been wiped off, and this is very surprising for me. Godsrain, who were inside of the circle, had brilliant positioning and constantly were able to gatekeep Reckoning to keep them beyond that playing line, beyond that playing field, and now Reckoning, they're down and out, ladies and gentlemen. We are down to our top three. You've got God's Rain, Godsen Esports, and Jaguar Esports.
Yeah, but at the same time as well, God's Rain, beautiful stuff of just out holding the entire shots here coming from the buildings from Yasnaya itself here. Because of Godsen pushing up to Zero Arc, they actually found a little bit safe to close out the distance. Right now, new problems arise here because Signature Godsen continues to push them on the sides. They do find the knocks. It's not over yet, and Hunter was able to have the line of sight just out of rendering range to actually see the entire leaves of the open as well. So none of those leaves are going to camouflage God's Rain at all. Huntro just, 10 meters away to see all those open fields.
As soon as you see the hit marker, it just becomes so much evident. You got to keep on spamming that place. Godsen and Huntro doing exactly that, but the problem is the playing zone is quite away from them. They can take advantage of this fence for as long as they can. I mean, typically that would be 30 seconds because that is the time that is left on clock. But as soon as these players pop out, I'm pretty sure God's Rain, Jaguar Esports, they're going to have 3 lines of sight, I see.
Yeah, but they need Junaid to actually close up the distance and make something happen as well. As of yet, the targets on the back of Godsen. Seems like their play is going to be smoking up here. God's Rain, they want their revenge here. They've lost Equinox, they've lost Delta. It's up to Justin and Neo to try and pummel their way through. But are they going to commit to those sprays is going to be the question as well. But Junaid, he's actually focused on inside the Harry Potter here with Jaguar Esports in the play. He has a small little bit so the work rate here. Shogun gets shot off, but no connection so far by Junaid. Shogun trying to open a little bit of pixel here to try and take him down, but unfortunately can't seem to do so. Neo scares off Godsend on the sides here. Levi was spotted out, but again, no connections yet. This 3v3v2 situation is just so awkward here. And Jaguar Esports doesn't realize that they are the team with the biggest advantage as of yet.
Potentially, yes. They do have the numbers advantage and also a little bit of that terrain going in towards their favor as well. That little bit of dip that they have for themselves can protect them against the likes of Godsend, against the likes of God's Reign, at least for a wee while.
I think Godsend right now, they're in prime position just because of the fact that God's Reign and Jaguar is a little bit closer to each other. And this endgame zone is going to force them to crawl their way in. They can't really make drastic movements as well. They have to be playing on the edges here because whoever goes for the center first most likely is going to be the point of interest of focus fire for the rest of the other two teams. So that's why you can see all three teams are just hugging the edges inch by inch, hoping that someone makes the first mistake because whoever fires the first shot is going to get spotted out first. But unless the zone says otherwise, teams like Justin and Neo firing the first shot, you can see Signature Godsend immediately shifts their focus and they take him out. That's going to be Neo down. Justin about to bleed out to the zone as well.
You know, Huncho, this man is brilliant. Shutdown after shutdown, he's been annihilating oppositions by his own free will. And now Godsend, they crawl towards the arch nemesis. It is going to be Jaguar Esports, please, for now. They are on the other side of the circle. In fact, Godsend now have a much wider spread as compared to Jaguar Esports. They can try and spread their wings. Not anymore, as one wing has been chopped off. Levi with the nade gets found out. Junaid, another 16-year-old prodigy, this time unable to find the finish, has been knocked out as well. It is a 1v3 for one man and he's been found out as well. Jaguar Esports, they come chasing and they finish off Godsend. Yet another chicken dinner being missed out by this team, but Jaguar claim it with smoothness unmatched.
Oh my goodness, what an endgame here between these three titans. Jaguar Esports had the best position, but at the same time was able to snatch the winner chicken dinner. However, in terms of conversion of finishes here, they only got 7 in total.
Yeah.
But I would say a win is still a win because eventually surviving the top 8 is exactly where you want to be it. And realistically here, out of the 6 matches that you are going to be playing, 6 chicken dinners pretty much guarantees you top 8 somehow.
You know what, this is a very hard-working team. I've been knowing Palu, Avnish and Shogun for a very long time personally. And I know these boys, these lads, they put in a lot of effort and a lot of game time behind these official matches as well. And this is, of course, a depiction of just that. 7 eliminations and 10 points from the chicken dinner. It's not the very best of performances, just like you mentioned, I see, but I still feel that Jaguar Esports needed that. This kind of restabilizes their position on the overall standings, and now they do get a shot to maybe go aggressive on the final Erangel of the day.
Exactly. But at the same time, we saw Reckoning Esports pulling a very, very massive game as well, just completely annihilating competitions from the west and the east and the south side here with those insane rotations here. And I'm really excited to see how Reckoning Esports is going to be performing from here onwards as well, because their timings, the decisions has been spot on. I was questioning their 2-2 plays, but
yeah,
their decision based on the zone and how they read the map was just very, very spot on. When to play edges, when to play center was very, very nice. They were just making life miserable. Yes, they could not make it to the end game, but they still racked up some serious numbers of finishes here. So I wouldn't be surprised that Reckoning Esports gets like almost 20 points. They just might be pretty on the edges here. But even that as well, God's Reign also did pretty okay. They were able to outlast the entire onslaught from Zero Arc and also God's Reign, which was very nice. But without being said here, let's talk about the MVP from that match here. It has to be Huntro. 6 finishes in the back. Made lives miserable for God's Reign in particular.
Just like you mentioned, I think it was not just him making life miserable for everyone else. I think him proving his worth as an undergod as well inside of this team. He has been phenomenal throughout the tournament. Also has been, chiming in on that elimination leaderboard. We'll see where he stands, of course. But for now, he is, of course, the top player, ladies and gentlemen. From that last game, we've also got Avnish from Jaguar Esports with 5 eliminations. Levi with 4. You've also got yet another Levi from Godsend Esports on the 4th position. He's got 3 eliminations. And then, of course, finally, Junaid OG from Godsend once again with 3 eliminations. Godsend went on a wrecking ball, by the way, in terms of finishes. They tried and claimed all the points that they found, and I like this approach. And this is what they've been known for ever since day 1 of the Pro Series as well. Being fearless, being the undergods, not being known about as well, but they come and strike hard.
Exactly. But at the same time as well, right from the get-go, H4K having a little bit of jump scare with Narch as well was a little bit of a hilarious moment. Myth Official also had their moments of glory, just completely wiping out Autobots here with Detrox with a phenomenal piece here with SJFK saying that nerf or not, SJFK is still relevant for him. But we also saw run-ins here coming from Genesis struggling to actually make it in the zone. But this is definitely a better performance coming from them. But nevertheless here, again, Reckoning Esports just proved to be one of the most annoying teams to deal with throughout this entire game. Signature Godsend pretty much cleaned out everybody from Yasnaya itself, came out towards the end games and then finally clutched things out in this final end game zone. But unfortunately, Godsend, they just could not snatch the chicken dinner, but still a massive game coming from Signature Godsend.
Them, of course, for sure, but I also agree with the fact that Reckoning Esports, this was a much-needed performance coming in from them. 13 points on the match standings, as you can see. 9 eliminations. I think Reckoning did fairly well to actually improve their positioning before the last match of the day that they are going to be playing. But I see, in my opinion, Reckoning, the quality of the players that they have, they deserve Group A standards. They're not meant to actually fight for the semi-finals, but even inside of this group, they've been struggling, and I love the competition, and it's because of Jaguar, it's because of Godsend who are racking up numbers like that. 19 points, 17 points respectively by these teams. And then, of course, the rest of the leaderboard just going for an absolute nil out there. White Walker shut down, Mad King shut down, Autobot shut down as well. Even Hig Boson and Rapid Chaos were shut down by a mere 1 point itself. Basically means the teams who actually performed on the map of Rondo, they were shut down on the map of Erangel once again.
You know, just these two games so far has pretty much proven to me that, hey man, Group A teams are Group A teams for a reason. They're coming down here to play. But at the same time, teams like Godsend who came in from the qualifiers and then, you know, well, not really qualifiers from invites here, the open tournaments, and then coming through all towards Group B and then trying to prove their way that there are no pushovers. Just shows us a lot of story coming into play as well, because we also saw Mad King still staying on top of the overall rankings here, but Jaguar Esports with the chicken dinner now pushes themselves into its top 2, tying it with Autobots.
You know, I'm not even looking at the ties right now because there are a lot of ties on this leaderboard. What on earth is even this? I mean, 2 games played, you've got 10 teams who are at a gap of not just 10, 11 teams at a difference of 10 points. And all of these teams, they are contesting for the top 8, by the way. I see, again, to remind all our viewers out there, top 8 move on to the semi-finals, bottom 8 go on to the survival stage, and you do not want to go to the survival stage by any means out there. So those teams, they will have to try very hard in the last game.
Yeah, and at the same time, so 5 teams having 10 points per game average in 2 games. That is just really, really impressive as well. But again, that's Rondo, right?
Yeah.
So, yeah, we'll just put Rondo aside, you know, we'll wait for the next game and see how the average drops.
Why does this never turn out like this for Genesis Esports? I never really know. That is an answer we'll never found. But ladies and gentlemen, we'll go on to a short break and come back after this.
इन जैसे पे मैं तो रिएक्ट भी नहीं करता।
बीजेएमआई क्रिकेट लीग का विनर है, रोज खेलता है, आप भी ट्राई करो।
अबे असली का 650 करोड़ देगा फिर भी नहीं करूंगा। इस खेल में ना
सिर्फ टीम सपोर्ट करनी है बड़े भाई।
जीत गया छोटे भाई। ये देख
बीजीएमआई पे टीम सपोर्ट करो और ग्लेशियर जीतो।
Welcome back after that break, ladies and gentlemen. Of course, it's been an interesting start of affairs for the teams of Group B, with them playing the last 6 matches of the opening qualifier rounds of BMPS 2026. One more map remains for them for today at least, and then we're going to see them play again day after tomorrow. But for the next game, we have myself, iSuper Johnny, and Necro alongside with me. Necro, first of all, there was a break. For you, there was an extended 2 extra maps of break.
Yeah.
So how you feeling? What was running through your heads during your days off?
I mean, look, nothing much, right? The only thing in my head was who's going to be eliminated from this tournament. That was the only thing right now running in my head, because let's be honest, the remaining teams are still going to move on, but who are going to be those remaining 8 teams in the Group D who will be eliminated from this tournament? Yes, Group D is not currently playing, but still, that was the thought that was constantly boggling my mind while I was in the breaks.
Exactly, and I think, why not, man? Straight up, 8 teams out of the tournament in the opening round. That has to be brutal, but as you said, Group D is playing tomorrow. For now, we're going to resume the action of Group B as the map of Erangel is finally here.
Exactly, and even the plane's going to be in the skies, right? The plane flight path starting all the way from Quarry towards Norupnoi. This plane flight path heavily tilted down south. Now it's going to be a major problem for every single team if you're not someone who likes to drop down south. But for God's Reign, it's going to be an absolute paradise.
Yeah, I think this is the first time we are seeing God's Reign in this dream scenario for them, where the military base is right there. It's right next to the flight path, as you mentioned. But of course, things can take a turn for the worse if the circle takes the shift towards the northern side. We've seen them tackle those challenges well when they have a northern circle. Them being able to secure a chicken dinner in a situation like that was, well, it was something to watch. But this time around, the goal is simple. You have to try and stick around inside of the top 8 of this Group B.
Absolutely. And Rapid Chaos Esports, as of now, dropping around Quarry. As you mentioned, top 8 directly heads on towards the semifinals. That's what the most important thing is. But if you really think about it, the craziest part is the top 8 from Group A directly head on towards the grand finals.
Yeah.
That is such a massive safety cushion. But if you also think about it the other way, it's also going to be the fact that you're not going to be having enough time to practice.
Hey, man, it's still safe, right? Because even from the semifinals, only 6 teams move forward. So the odds of you qualifying keep on dropping. And again, I think if you are there in the semifinals, of course, it's going to be much more difficult. But teams from Group A, you have that luxury, you have that safe route, just take it. But the problem is that you are in Group A. Some of the best teams in the tournament are in Group A, so it's not going to be easy to make it to the grand finals directly.
And you know what the craziest part is? From the semifinals, there's only the top 6 that move on towards the grand finals, and then the remaining 2 slots are taken from the last chance.
Yeah.
Which means from the last chance, only 2 teams will move on. Just imagine the cutoff. It's absolutely just insane.
Yeah, LCQ is going to be the worst.
Yeah.
It's going to be the worst stage of the tournament to survive. But if you actually do manage to pull it off, and then in the finals, man, oh man, the rise of adrenaline that will be there.
Yeah.
It'll be something else.
It'll be insane. And speaking of insane things, Autobots Esports, they have been indeed quite insane. Especially on this map of Erangel. If you look at the Erangel standings, Autobots Esports so far in this BMPS 2026 have scored 98 points in total. Which is diabolical. And yes, recently as well, even the game 1, the performance was incredible. They got a decent amount of points. Autobots Esports is also doing pretty good in the overall standings. But the only concern is we're not seeing consistency from any one of these teams. But right now, Genesis Esports trailing down Nux. This is not going to be a good sight at all.
Yeah, of course, and Nux already dropped down extremely low. They are going to lose a player super early in this game, as you were talking about. Not a great start for Nux. And I think they've been consistently getting taken out very early in the first 2 maps they played, so not really what we were expecting. But Genesis Esports, I think they are in a similar boat, to be honest, because with the kind of roster that Genesis has, with the kind of performance we've seen from them in BGI's 2026 as well, I was expecting Genesis to stick around in Group A, but here they are. Yeah. And even the start to this final week, it's not the best. That Rondo, an early outing, Erangel wasn't the greatest. After 2 games, they're just there with 7 points.
You know what, Johnny? Genesis Esports' downfall reminds me of one team that we saw back in 2023, and that's going to be Big Brother Esports. In that one tournament, they performed so well. They were inside of the top 2 in the grand finals, but then right the next tournament, Big Brother Esports was not able to perform. And the same thing is happening with Genesis Esports right now.
Yeah, but at least Big Brother Esports was a team of rookies that year. True. Genesis Esports has a lot of experience under their belt. So
legendary players.
Exactly, so this just seems a whole lot worse. And I think, as we mentioned, I think Big Brother Esports, a few of the individuals have gone ahead and made a name for themselves.
They have. And also a few have retired.
Yeah.
Which is unfortunate, but focusing on this game itself. Higbo's on as well in that previous game. Tried to make a few waves, but it did not work out that well. White Walkers, though, an interesting prospect. I watched that first game, and I was definitely questioning myself. Some of the moves they made on the block were just really weird.
Yeah, I agree with you on that. But hey, I think those weird shenanigans from the sort of White Walkers somehow worked out. Only for game 1, though. Only on that map of Rondo. The Erangel right afterwards was off.
Speaking of Rondo itself, right in the final few moments, if White Walkers would have made the push on Rapid Chaos Esports, they would have got the chicken.
Either on Rapid Chaos or Autobots. I think the intention was to make that pounce onto Autobots, but they got distracted by Naksh and just ran into that dip and just got, well, they just died there.
Yeah, and speaking of dying, Higbo's on Esports almost caught that one player. But knowing that those shots connected, so it's all good. And Rapid Chaos Esports, this man Dhruv, he's unshakable from the elimination leaderboards. It's been, what, like 4 weeks now?
Yeah,
He's still on top of the charts? It's insane.
We've
never seen someone being this consistent, but as of now, Naksh Esports, they've got something else in their minds. Owen was just all by himself, stranded in the open as he gets strangled to his death, and myth official, they're not going to spare him this time.
This is a third party, by the way. H4K was also trying to pile on. And, of course, did he find that knock with a mini at that range? That was a nice little display of, I guess, a change in the meta now. But to be honest, no, that wasn't. I mean, the main change is at distance.
Johnny, you know what? When I saw the shock and nerf, I was like, okay, 101% we're going to be seeing the pro players now switch to either ARs or the SMGs. But that's not happening.
Yeah.
People are still using shotguns. S12K is still pretty popular.
So it's still quite, I think, based on the exact changes, because first of all, there's damage reduction at distance, there's damage fall-off for the shotguns, and secondly, it's damage reduction from the armor on shotguns or against shotgun is now more viable. So basically, the armor penetration has kind of taken a toll.
Yeah.
But it's still a viable weapon to drop the opponent extremely low. And then you can't really forget there's a change to the AR as well, wherein there's a slight damage amp at close ranges. So that shotgun AR combo at close range technically, theoretically can still work.
I'm not going to lie, Johnny. I used the AKM and now it's just busted.
Yeah, at CQC
AKM
it's
is just
gonna be
so
good.
insane. You can use AKM for the close range, M4 for the long range. You're sorted.
But aren't you a P90 fanboy, Necro?
I mean, that's like the golden weapon now. It's not even a question.
Yeah, man, the first shot headshot potential, especially with close quarter combat.
You don't even need an ADS. You've got the maximum movement speed.
Just
All you need
fire.
to do is just keep on jiggling, and you will get that knock.
The most annoying weapon inside of the game, to be honest.
I love it. It's a part of the game, and you just got to deal with it. Reckoning Esports, another one of those teams that you have a lot of expectations from. Currently sitting with 20 points in the span of 2 games, which is not bad.
Yeah.
An average of 10 points per game. That's definitely going to keep Reckoning Esports in the top 8. It's not even a question.
And that big boost from that previous Erangel, I think, is what Reckoning needs to be grateful for and needs to re-emulate inside of this game as well. But Mad Kings, we have them on our screens moving down to Ruins. It seems like that team passing by, shots were taken, but Mad Kings still do manage to stay safe. And yeah, you look at that Mustang.
Looks so good.
For sure, it's a
I
Mustang.
love that skin. Especially the color. Looks fresh.
Let's not talk about skins right now. I kind of lost my account.
Oh.
Yeah, man.
Oh,
Lost
no.
everything.
Oh, no. And you know what? Yeah, let's just not talk about skins because I'm broke. It's better to just move on and play with our default skins.
Hey, man.
And you know what? That's why I like the new car.
Oh, yeah, the Roadster?
Yeah, there's no skins available for that. So everyone's on the equal level now.
hey, I love that way of looking at things, right? Always look at the positive, but only for yourself.
Yeah. Sometimes you got to be selfish.
I think that's what a lot of these teams need to be, especially God's Reign. They're first to the center of the circle, man. Should not let anyone else take it away, especially a team like True Rippers.
I mean, True Rippers. Johnny, it's one of those teams that you know will always just crawl out of those trenches. Even if True Rippers does not perform in the day 1, you know on day 2, something is going to be there in their mind, and they will always make that comeback. It's quite unfortunate, though, that we're not able to bounce back from Group B to Group A. but it's completely fine. They still sustain that spot in Group B, and now True Rippers is over here. And they've also got a solid chance of actually taking this game home. They've got a good slot.
Yeah, they have a nice little spot to work with, decent cover. It's just a question of do they survive the pressure from their surroundings. But talking about that surrounding pressure, look at that. It's brewing up on the players of God's Reign, and Rapid Chaos is one of those names that's circling around those compounds. H4K spotted out in the rear. It is going to force them to just stay on the move, and Godsent in the backlines should be able to just camp their way on the edge of this Stage 2 play zone.
White Walkers still around the edges, trying to make a breach inside of the circle. It's not going to be concerned at all as White Walkers. Their path is going to be clear. Directly just slid inside. Well, for a team like Genesis Esports, it's quite an awkward stance to be in. But there's also a man closing in from the flank, and PMWI Shield, his survival is going to be impossible, as eventually even he gets claimed. And that's going to be Nux Esports eliminated from this game with 0 points. Nux is currently sitting on the 16th spot in the overall standings, and to have this stance inside of a game, it's going to be real bad.
Yeah, for sure. I think not a lot of time remains for Nux. It's just 3 matches tomorrow, and just to make things worse, you don't even have that Rondo. Such a big opportunity to directly make it to the semifinals.
True. I mean, 3 games, just 4 points, Johnny. At this point, you might as well just say that you've already moved on towards survival. Yes, there's still a chance, but tomorrow they would need to play the games of their career, and then only they can actually make it. We're speaking of maybe around 30 points in the span of 3 games, or maybe even 40 points in the span of 3 games.
Also, by the way, at the start of this match, we were talking about how brutal the semifinals is going to be and how brutal the survival stages are, how brutal the last chance qualifier is going to be.
Yeah.
Survival stage is not going to be anything less. I mean, you have 32 teams to go up against. Only the top 8 are going to move through.
Yeah, that's pretty insane as well. And to be honest, that's what really makes the competition more intense and more fun, entertaining. Life's on the line at the end of the day. You got to give it all you've got. You've been grinding for this moment throughout the entirety of the year, and now's your chance to showcase your skills.
Hey, I thought we still had a little bit of time before we went for the motivational speech, Necro.
Johnny, for a lot of these teams, you need to understand, the hope is looking pretty slim. And especially look at Nux. Do you think they've got a lot of hopes in their mind that they can actually make it in the top 8? I'm pretty sure at this point, even the hope is looking thin for them.
Yeah, it's paper thin.
Yeah. They can still make it, but the only possible thing that's going to happen is that they need to go for a chicken dinner.
I don't think one chicken dinner is going to cut it, to be honest, because as you were talking about it, 30 points, yeah, maybe around 30 to 35 points to cut off for the top 8, and Nux Esports, they're going to need a few big games tomorrow, but Rapid Chaos Roof! Oh no! As they were trying to build up that death spiral around the players of Higboson, Rapid Chaos, they've just gone ahead and lost their best man.
And it's not looking too good for Higboson Esports either. What did I just watch? Godix, he fumbled up big time at Flash. He gets a second shot at life. But there's also going to be White Walkers from the far away taking those shots. And for some reason, Flash's wall's getting crumpled. No proper cover to play with. That elimination point instantly taken away by Dream. For Higboson Esports, they really wanted to go for their shots. They wanted to go for that fight. But in the end, they just ended up digging their own grave. And now from the back, it's going to be White Walkers as well, continuously shooting them. Claiming those elimination points to even Reckoning Esports around the fray. You found yourself in probably one of the worst spots possible. They're stuck in a pickle.
Yeah, and I think they just kind of walked into that one without even analyzing their surroundings. Because it was a decent start against the players of Rapid Chaos by Higboson, but then Godex, that fumble, and of course walking into the line of fire of White Walkers just to make everything a whole lot worse. But White Walkers, they're going to be grateful for this move. Gives them a little bit of control towards the northern edge of the play zone.
Oh, Reckoning Esports. In the close proximity of Rapid Chaos Esports. That could have been real bad. But Rapid Chaos Esports isn't out of danger yet. There's still too many players around them. Even Mankins now trying to march against him. And there goes Fragger. knocked out. Now Rapid Chaos Esports surviving with just one last man. And this is what I'm saying, Johnny. We haven't seen a proper consistent spree from any one of these teams. And that's why we're not really able to differentiate the overall standings yet.
This is just going to get a whole lot worse, but let's see how they deal with it. Mad Kings, good opportunity for them to actually gatekeep a lot of these names from the northern side. You have Reckoning, you have Rapid Chaos. Also the side of Big Boson, but Mad Kings spot out the players of Reckoning Esports. Opening has been found on the flank. True Rippers also have a setup to just, well, try and catch Mad Kings off guard. It's not going to be easy, though.
Those were some nice shots. And yeah, Mad Kings right now just playing on the edge. But Mad Kings also need to be careful. There's a man just slacking right underneath. He's around that slope as well. And it's the man from Rapid Chaos Esports. Mad Kings, as of now, they've got a lot of land control. A massive terrain to play with. Godsend on the move. And for Godsend Esports, they've really been making a mark. Proving themselves over and over again. Right now sitting with 20 points in the overall standings with a casualty on their name. Which is not too bad.
Yeah, it's not too bad, and overall as well, as you mentioned, very impressive. Slow, yet steady. Not too far away from the podium as of now, but Mad Kings, let's see what the result of this conflict against the side of Reckoning Esports is going to look like. Nades exchanged between the two teams. No knocks found, but H4K, what is this? Just a mad dash towards the players of Autobots. And it's the Autobots who found the opener. And Naughty, oh no, just runs into the crossfire. Another body drop. The trades have been found, but it's not looking good. H4K just wrapped, packed, and tagged by Autobots just in a few seconds.
Yeah, Autobots Esports made some quick work. Ralphie's also going to be back up on his feet, so it's not a concern at all. And now look at this, Genesis Esports, they instantly wanted third party because they knew Autobots Esports is struggling and they're hurt.
Quick wipe from Genesis. And I think this is what you get. The Perks are waiting on the sidelines, but Genesis weren't the only ones. Those nades, they are going to find the opening. And Godsend Esports getting sent back to the gods. Well, took them more time to approach this this garage than that entire fight that was a 2 versus 4, and I think they were just counting on the fact that just maybe Autobots knocked out a few individuals from the side of Genesis.
Well, even Reckoning Esports followed that same path. Even they've been eliminated from this game. White Walkers as well, pretty much looking pretty slim. They don't have a lot of chance of survival themselves, but Mad Kings, this team seems like they're on a tear. 4 elimination points already secured.
But what are these third parties happening all over? It doesn't make sense. No breathing room available. Even if you win a fight, there is no opportunity to reset.
Oh, but True Rippers, they're truly ripping apart Mad Kings as of now. The only team that can actually be the Kryptonite. But the moment I say so, even True Rippers now getting stopped in tracks. It's just one man standing against the entirety of Mad Kings, but Punk is still making it count. Almost brought them down to their knees.
And maybe he just opened the door for White Walkers. Mad Kings, Necro, they're down to the last man. And White Walkers, this is their moment to shine. They can move in, secure those extra elimination points, and find themselves inside of the top 4. 6 points already on the board. Arizin, he's looking to bounce. But Mad Kings, they have found that reset. One man still in the back line, still standing. HP drop, the shotgun goes off, point blank range. And well, even though it was a valiant effort from the Kings, they finally do get checkmated by White Walkers. 8 eliminations on the board. And even White Walkers don't get a reset. Everyone is getting third-partied without even getting a chance to breathe.
Rushes after rushes, an aggressive gameplay. That's what we're witnessing.
Yeah.
White Walkers as well, instantly biting the dust. And the crazy part is, whichever team we're appreciating, they're instantly dying. First it was Godsend, then it was True Rippers, then White Walkers as well follow up.
I think within the last 3-4 minutes, we have lost like 5 teams, 5 or 6 teams.
Yeah.
Impressive.
It's been an absolute death toll across the lobby.
You know, there's just one squad that's happy right now, and that's just God's Reign, man. No conflict, sitting in the center of the circle. Absolutely nothing to do.
It's kind of weird to see. Even without Destro, them playing it so passive, even though they've got all the 4 assaulters to play with. But you know what? It makes a lot of sense. If the circle is favoring you, you don't need to make any moves.
Yeah,
Just
why
keep
make
your
your
heads
life
down.
difficult?
Yeah, just keep your heads down, relax. If you've got some popcorns, chew on them, you're good to go.
Mysterious 4 though. I think they would rather just chew on the bones of the opponents, which in this case is Jaguar Esports. But Mysterious 4 also have to be cautious. We just saw on the flanks a glimpse of the players of Zero Arc. Maybe there is a line of fire just to put up additional pressure on Mysterious 4 if they over-aggress. Down to 6 teams, 24 players still alive. And, well, guess what? All 6 of them are there with their complete rosters intact.
Oh, Genesis on the move. And they want to catch the players of Mysterious 4 off guard. But the way Mysterious 4 is, well, they've got the defense set up. It's going to be a tough one for Genesis Esports. First man already taken care of. Goku, he was also able to find the second one.
It's all about that opening knock, Genesis. They got absolutely nothing from this fight, and Mysterious 4, easy frag secured. All of a sudden, Genesis, they find themselves down to the last man, Fury. He's trying to run away for his life, trying to see if he can play for a few extra survival points. Genesis, they should have found an opening before making a bounce like that. Not really a move that you expect from a team like Genesis, but I think they will have to settle for this 6th place finish. Even Fury has been spotted out by Neo.
Yeah. God's Reign just tapping away. So weird to see God's Reign this late inside of the game with only 1 finish point secured. Mysterious 4 tossing those nades around Zero Arc, and they're on the run. Next circle actually popping right on top of Zero Arc. And even God's Reign having a bit of that piece of the pie for themselves to play with. Myth is currently outside of the safety zone, so that's going to be a big problem. How can Myth find the breaching point?
It's going to be tough.
And right now, every single opportunity is taken by Zero Arc and God's Reign, so they can easily gatekeep that team.
Pretty much one team with concrete cover, the other with a high ground to work with. On the other side of things, Mysterious 4 finally the clash against the players of Jaguar Esports. Henry with the nade. Doesn't really manage to catch anyone off guard, but even if you do manage to chip away on those HP bars, gives you an edge at least. And an all-out 4v4, but oh no, Necro spoke about this. Zero Arc, they have the top of the hill all to themselves, but it seems like they might just get a little too eager to try and shut down Myth.
I hope that's not going to happen. If that does, they might just fumble things up. Moving outside of your comfort zone, giving up that high ground that you've got, it's not the ideal scenario you should put yourself in. Zero Arc should play around that comfort zone right now. This game can easily be theirs. But still, even Myth can actually creep up.
Oh no, Myth just walked into a sandwich. Survivor was there on the flank for the longest of times. And if Zero Arc are comfortable enough to allow him to go for a peek, get a little aggressive, I think Myth can be caught off guard. Especially with God's Reign present on the lower flank.
Jaguar Esports, even they've got some different intentions. Right now, fighting it out against Mysterious 4, that's going to be the most important thing. Utilities tossed out. None of them connect. Jaguar Esports safe as of now. But the surrounding are something they need to be careful of. Jaguar Esports is also getting shot at from the back by God's Reign. It's quite unfortunate. Another nade tossed out, and this one's going to swing directly in that shack. Finds a quick 2-piece. Oh no, the man's also going to be confirmed. That Molotov was perfectly placed as well in Mysterious 4. Now they're here to just claim the final few points that are remaining. And unfortunately for Mysterious 4, they don't even break a sweat.
Yeah, Jaguar Esports just hunted by Mysterious 4 in a split second, but they aren't the only ones taking a hit in this endgame. Myth as well. It seems like half started to fall apart, with Daddy being the first knock in this fight against the players of Zero Arc. But Zero Arc still hesitant to make that bounce, make that move. And Sarwar, look at him. He's just decided to keep the pressure on the players of Mysterious 4 all by himself. The other 3 players from Zero Arc are going up against Myth and Sarwar. He's just closed in on the players of Mysterious 4 with Fury still waiting on the sidelines for his piece of revenge. The spotted go. How does he not see him? Why is he not spotted out?
Sometimes you forget to check the most basic spots. Maybe that's what's happening.
Oh no.
And for Genesis Esports, Fury is literally the savior. As long as the man's alive, the more points will be scooped under the rug. And he's also going to keep the Genesis Esports stream alive of directly qualifying towards the semis. They will dodge a big bullet. And right now, Mysterious 4, they've got something else going on in their minds. Probably want to make the pounce inside of the circle in a better spot. That's what's going on. And Zero Arc right now are literally dictating the main pace.
Pretty much. All they have to do is just maintain a little bit of self-restraint. God's Reign, Necro, they've been spotted on the move. They are trying to see if they can just backstab the players of Myth Official, but it's going to get a little tricky for the players of Myth as well. Zero Arc, they do find the opening. The Molotov helps secure a knock. And God's Reign still in a position to take the advantage of that play.
Oh my god, look at these nades. Finding precise connections in Myth. They found themselves in the big pinch. You just can't do anything about it. Zero Arc from the top, that's going to be God's Reign from the bottom. How do you even make it out alive? Impossible. Another nade's going to swing directly in that shack, and that's going to be the nail in the coffin.
And no escape. It's like having your throat squeezed. What happened to the players of Myth? A chokehold between the players of Zero Arc and God's Reign, but now we're down to 4 teams remaining. And it's the big showdown. It's the big climax that we're all waiting for. God's Reign, Mysterious 4, and Zero Arc going up against each other. Mysterious 4 still circling around the northern side of the play zone. And someone needs to find an opening. Also, by the way, it's a big surprise and it's a pleasant one that Zero Arc have so much utility to work with. First, there was an absolute util dump on the players of Myth just a few moments ago. And guess what? Now they have enough to find an opening against the players of Mysterious 4 as well as Naman falls. And there they are, Zero Arc. They just push forward looking for Noob. He finds a trade, and yet in the back lines, Morty is there. Enough to help go for an absolute shutdown of Mysterious 4 and their journey on this map of Erangel. 8 eliminations on the board for Zero Arc officials.
Interesting. An all-out brawl, that's what happened there. And now Genesis Esports, this one-man Fury, he's quite furious. Spotting out the players of even God's Reign on the sidelines, and he knows right now he needs to counter steps. Getting spammed through that smoke from the side of God's Reign and even Zero Arc. Just needs to keep himself anonymous, but not for too long. Zero Arc, they've got their sights pinned on the man. And now they also need to pin their sights on God's Reign. But look at that nice split they've got. One man's on the flank towards the left, the remaining 3 players on the right. Someone needs to grab the attention.
Delta and Justin, they were spotted out. I think it should be their go. And Neo in the back lines, opportunity for him to also wrap around the hill, go the other side, and try and see if he can find an opening that way against the players of Zero Arc. A lot of opportunity for them, God's Reign, to make these plays, but Zero Arc with the utility, with these nades, have just been absolutely impressive. But it's Delta. He kicks things off. Chandan knocked down. The trade is already there, though. No opportunity for God's Reign to just keep the pressure on, but now there will be. Chandan gets confirmed. Pain is live. He's been dropped to around 75 HP. It's not going to be enough for him to survive.
So many nades just directly tossed on top of Zero Arc. Pain is live, barely surviving. And for God's Reign, there was a casualty. Fallen Man's back up once again. Zero Arc, they lose out on the most important piece, and that's going to be Morty in the game. The man taken down now really handicaps Zero Arc big time. You just can't do anything. Pain is live. He needs to pack himself up. That nade, it's tossed to get the confirmation. Sarwar from the top. Now he needs to be the main playmaker. If Sarwar's not able to find a quick 2-piece against God's Reign, this fight is already done and dusted. Utilities are being tossed against Sarwar, and every single util, it's crawling real close, one after one. Another nade tossed out, but this one's not going to hit the mark. But God's Reign, they ace it this time. Another nade on top of Servar. That's going to seal the deal. And just like that, Zero Arc, they've been eliminated from this game as the chicken dinner is named on top of God's Reign.
Yeah, I think from the start of the match, they were dominating the center of the circle. And towards the end, a very nice, impressive display of composure, of control in the end game, not overexerting even at a single second, for a split second, and securing the chicken dinner in the end. Pain is live. I think Servar went down a little bit early. Pain is live with the last man who was fighting. For some reason, they just kind of forgot about him, I guess.
Yeah, and
I don't even know how he recovered.
Yeah, I mean, God's Reign having that man on the flank as well, he did not even need to do anything.
Equinox.
Yeah, he was constantly giving that information that, yeah, there's someone over here around this side. He was probably giving life pings as well, and that's why maybe the utilities were flung in perfectly.
He was the one who knocked out Morty, by the way. Because Morty was also playing the flank, but Equinox, because he was way far back, away towards the edge, was able to find that pick. And as you mentioned during that last fight as well, the moment Morty got shut down, I think Zero Arc just lost all pressure on flank.
Yeah.
And then it was just Pain is Live and Servar at the top of the hill, so God's Reign were just able to tunnel vision themselves and just focus fire to the top of the hill and just finish them off.
I mean, at that moment, the only thing that could have really saved Zero Arc was just sheer heroics from Servar.
Hey, lucky nades.
Yeah, lucky nades as well. Maybe heroics from Servar just somehow popping out, getting those 2 frags on top of God's Reign. Maybe things could have instantly fell back in their court. But once again, we're speaking of shoulda, coulda, wouldas. Right now, God's Reign played that scenario so perfectly well that things were just looking perfect for them. And you know what? Speaking of some of the most weird moments of that game, third parties after third parties on top of that garage.
True.
Then later on top of the hill as well, we saw so many third parties.
Exactly, 2 different edges of the circle. I think it was play zone 5, if I'm not wrong, 4 or 5.
Something around that,
when we saw that. One happening towards northern edge. We saw so many teams fall. White Walkers became a surprising casualty in that fight, and the other one happening towards the southeastern edge. But that was fun to witness, and also Zero Arc and their journey in this match was extremely fun because while they might have missed out on the chicken, towards the end, I think Zero Arc was able to rack up a lot of elimination points for themselves.
Indeed, and Pain is Life, the man himself, the IGL getting the MVP of that previous game. Pretty solid stuff. And then even Myth Official coming through with Herschel getting 4 finishes. Henry as well getting 3 from Mysterious 4. God's Reign as well. Justin getting 3. And then you also see Goku right there with getting 3.
Necro, I have a question now because we are done with the matches from Group C. We have Group B, my apologies. Group C is going to be playing next. Henry is there on the list. So Mysterious 4 and Henry or Cyrex and Team AX? Which one are you going to pick?
Cyrex.
Cyrex and AX?
I think Cyrex is just someone who hits a lot heavier. That's what I think.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, as an individual, he's done a lot better. But Mysterious 4 and Henry, I mean, this... I don't know, these names joining forces, it's just working out too well right now. I mean, the first 2 matches, at least Rondo as well, was a nice little matchup for Mysterious 4. And this game of Erangel as well.
I guess the prime example has to be Pain is Live joining Zero Arc, right? Because Pain is Live before was the IGL for DR.
Oh, yeah.
But then later on moved on towards Zero Arc, and right now it's working out pretty well. We're seeing a lot of promises from this lineup, and I would love to see them move on with the same consistency. But here's the problem. We have seen the consistency dwindle down as the time keeps on going on inside of the tournament, and this was one of those moments we were speaking of, right? Third parties after third parties. Yeah. Then later on, True Rippers as well making a pounce on top of Mad Kings. Then later on, we saw White Walkers trying to capitalize on top of this.
And towards the end, it was Zero Arc actually who showed up. And I think this was the hill that kind of gave them control to the end game as well, because from here, they were playing the edge, by the way. Zero Arc was playing very late rotation in the early stages of the match, and it just allowed them to keep their backlines clear, because majority of the teams went down to that hill fight on the northern edge, where we saw True Rippers fall, where we saw White Walkers fall, and Zero Arc, they just knew they had no one to worry about for that late game. In the backlines, they just could get tunnel vision towards the front, and it just gave them so many eliminations. Look at that, double-digit eliminations. Oh, no, nine finishes actually on the board.
Hey, match rankings popping up on the screen. The picture now will be a lot clearer. God's Reign getting 17 points in total from that game, and even Zero Arc getting a decent bit of points. 15 points in total. That's not too bad. Genesis getting 13 points. Finally, Genesis Esports mounting a bit of that comeback in the overall standings. Mysterious 4 getting 11 points. White Walkers, a bit of a consistency, you can't say, shown from them once again. For Myth Official getting 8 points, that's going to be decent. Mad Kings is still going to be on the first spot.
Yeah, Mad Kings, I think, considering they had a phenomenal start to their journey with how Rondo played out for them, they are taking things a little too light. I mean, they are getting aggressive. They're getting very aggressive. 7 finishes on the board. But I think if the goal is to finish in the top 8, Mad Kings, their job is done. I think they are going to be over 30 points, right?
But you got to feel bad for True Rippers and Rapid Chaos Esports.
What
and
about
maybe even
Nux?
Autobots Esports, you can say. For Nux, I don't even know what to say. If you're getting 4 points in the span of 3 games, maybe there's something wrong with you and your core, and they need to fix that.
So you don't feel bad for Nux?
No, I don't. I mean, come on, you've only got 4 points in 3 games. You can do a lot better than that.
Hey, but this gives Nux an opportunity to create, well, make a historic comeback, right? If tomorrow 3 matches, not tomorrow, day after tomorrow, if they show up 3 matches and they drop like a 20-25 bomb in one of those games, there will be potential for them to make a bounce back as well. But overall leaderboard after the first 3 games are done for Group B. We have God's Reign sitting at the top with 31, Mad King second with 30. We have Zero Arc, Mysterious 4, White Walkers, Autobots, Jaguar Esports, and Reckoning Esports in the top 8.
Oh my god, the cutoff already is so high.
23
points for the top 8. Now tomorrow there's a chance it might just cross more than 40 points.
I was just about to say more than 45 points maybe.
There's definitely a big chance for that, which means for Nux Esports to actually mount a comeback, it gets even tougher.
2 games with 20 pointers. That's what's going to be needed. But that's a story for another time. Before we move on to the next group, a very short break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back after this.
Welcome back after that short break, and now it's Salty with me on the panel. Salty, we witnessed that previous group, which was Group B, but now it's time to move on towards Group C, and we already know there's a lot of spicy topics in this group, right? And one of the most important topics is going to be Scout versus Jonathan. Finally, we get to see it. Everyone's going to be so excited about this.
You know what? I think this is the dream of every single fan who actually started watching to watch the game back in like 2020, 2019. It is dream to actually watch them play in the same group as well. Let's have a look at what their performance has been like so far inside of this tournament, because both of them have been stalwarts for their individual lineups. Jonathan just leading the pack for Apex Gaming, 36 eliminations, 6,230 points of damage, versus Scout, who is taking a different role for the lineup. He is the IGL right now. He's got 19 finishes, but similar numbers of damage in Necro. I still feel like both, they might not be at their prime, but they are pretty damn good as of yet.
I mean, still, this comparison is not even close. Jonathan is taking the cake in every single aspect. If you count the headshots, then maybe that's different. But once again, that does not even matter. What matters is the amount of finishes, the amount of damage you've got. And Jonathan right now is taking the cake from TAG. And we know recently Jonathan has been the one who's been constantly performing from TAG. While speaking of the rest of the players, Kyulamau, Hirsch, they're not able to perform. Even Jelly's not able to play that well.
Yeah, but honestly speaking, Necro, I still feel like if you consider the entire team, the stories are so much different. Like Quantum Sparks as a unit has been playing really well together versus Team Apex Gaming. If you look at their performances, it's only Jonathan who is almost, it looks like he's been carrying the team on his shoulders as well. I've been desperately wanting Hydro, Jelly and Kyulamau as well to actually get back in form, and I hope that happens in Group C. And this is the best case scenario for them as well. They are going to play an entire week, 6 matches with absolute 0 consequences.
So one thing is for sure, that for Group C, as you mentioned, since there are no consequences, we might see them go all out as well.
Yeah.
We might see them experimenting a lot of new things as well, maybe try and get better at the future circumstances they're going to be thrown in. And of course, these practice runs can also make sure that you're being put outside of your comfort zone, and we might see a lot of rookie mistakes as well from this group.
Honestly speaking, I don't really care if there are going to be rookie mistakes or no, because you know what, as long as you make mistakes, you will improve yourself. And since all of these teams are going inside of the survival stage itself, They know these are going to be your competitors. They will have an understanding of what the rotation path looks like. And maybe, you know what? Just maybe we'll be able to figure out a plan to decode their survival stage games. But for now, ladies and gentlemen, this is week 4, Group C in front of us. And we are flying over the map of Erangel.
And you know what? Speaking of rotations, Quantum Sparks and their rotations have been on point.
Yeah.
They've been really good. But a few names that really do keep on striking my mind is also going to be K9 Esports, Esports Social, AX as well being a part of this group. Now, once again, it does not even matter if you place yourself in the top 8 or bottom 8. You're still going to be moving on towards the survival stage. But K9 Esports, they can really use this opportunity to sharpen up their skills because we have seen a lot of chinks.
K9 Esports started their journey from Group C. They dominated the way towards Group B as well. They found the promotion as well. We almost thought that they are going to actually make their spot inside of A as well. But that did not happen. K9 fumbled massively after reaching Group A. Their performance is absolutely pummeled. And even right now, just like you mentioned, I feel like these 6 matches will be an opportunity for K9 to try and get back into rhythm, to try and find those chinks in the armor. And like you said, but it's not just K9 who have a lot of struggles on their heads. I mean, you look at AX, Necro, defending champion, 75% of this team still intact, but they haven't really played like defending champions. They haven't really played like champions at all.
True. AX has been struggling. And recently we've also seen a few changes in the roster. And so far you can say at least we're seeing the graph go up slowly and steadily. It's not like it's just stagnant, it's bad.
Yeah.
It's going up, which is a good thing. But the pace that it's going up in is quite less. They need to amp it up a little bit. And you know what? Speaking of AX, they've also are on the screen right now. Devotee is also one of those players that have really amped up his performance recently. We're seeing the man fragging out as well. In general, the entirety of AX, we know they can do a lot better. And these are some of the moments that are really just catching me off guard. Learn from past, the man's not able to drive him over. I mean, come on. Just try to get a wide swing. You can get him, but once again, he misses him.
You know what? This is a comedy of errors. Learn from past. You are getting dragged into an absolute trap out there. Team AX, they were taking shots in from the backlines. Man managed to escape just bunny hopping on his feet. This is absolute madness out there. Aryan does manage to get knocked out. Learn from past is still not out of danger zone though. Are they still going to take in the fight? I'm not really sure, but this seems to be like a good start for Learn from Past, but the same can't really be said for Team AX, honestly.
Yeah, the man had some good moves. And now Learn from Past. As of now, at least one of the players taken down pretty low. AX, they've got a man on top of this entire roof. Trying to defend the position down, and Uzi up close and personal can definitely beat a Shredder. No, it's not the ideal choice of weaponry. Raiden definitely does need a lot of backup. I'm not even sure how Raiden is going to be able to hold this position down. It does not even have enough ammunition. 36 bullets in the magazine, and the pressure is just amping up even more. And now it's also getting pushed by the entirety of Learn from Past. He's able to catch one of the players, but that's not going to make a difference. Raiden gets knocked out. And nothing can be done by AX to save the day for Raiden. AX is just crumbling down instantly the moment we had a conversation about them. But this nade, it can definitely be the day saver. And it is able to catch one of the players from the side of AX.
Still can't change the course of this fight. I mean, that was a good nade, and now it's a 1v2 for Cyrax. Does have the shotgun, a little bit of that connection through the window. Goes around the corner, the player gets picked off, and a beautiful execution. And I must say this, Necro, this is a bad start to the day for Team AX. Learn from Past came in from absolutely nowhere. We got to see some moves coming in from Aryan, but that was it. Team AX just getting absolutely dismantled, and every single player. Look at this, Necro. They are getting isolated and exterminated, and this is something which I absolutely love. There's absolute zero coordination in between these players of AX, and they will have to fix that.
That's what you call a prime example of getting caught off guard. And right now, you've also got Quantum Sparks catching Haddix off guard. What's going on with these early fights? So uncoordinated. For some reason, Haddix as well, we're seeing a big split amongst the players. There's no one really there to provide the cover. And there we go. Yashu with a perfect spam through that window. Catches the player once again. Another man from Haddix gets knocked out. Problems after problem just stacking up on top of each other. 2 players already taken care of. Haddix in a world of trouble. Even Cypher gets taken care of.
That is 2 quick eliminations for Quantum Sparks. And right from get-go itself, I think their drop location towards that hospital area has kind of paid them dividends. They usually come face-to-face against a couple of those big names, but this time Haddix just does not really have enough in their arsenal to try and stop this team. Rotation inside of the circle as well should be quite simple for Quantum Sparks, and I think this is time for them to actually move out of this fight. Not really look at Haddix as 2 extra finishes, rather look at this game and try and make it theirs.
I think we should look at Haddix as 2 extra finishes. There we go. Instant backup as well arrives, and Quantum Sparks, now they're like on an unstoppable spree. Haddix cannot stop Quantum Sparks anymore. Just one man standing, and his name is Hope. And I'm pretty sure right now Hope is dying out for Haddix. Slowly and steadily, you can feel the hope fading away. And even Hope himself, he can hear his heart pumping through his chest. Quantum Sparks marching in even closer, but now you've also got Dragon Claw closing up. This third party from Dragon Claw can definitely catch the players of Quantum Sparks off guard, but Quantum Sparks are now alerted.
They didn't really look very confident in that third party. I mean, not a lot of information, a little bit of those sightlines as well, and that is all that Dragon Claw had. Can't really push up onto compounds without having information on how many players are actually present inside. And I think brilliant decision, especially coming in from Dragon Claw, to actually back off away from that fight, to try and play outer basics first, try and move inside the circle, get good positioning, and then maybe can try and get those eliminations. But what? They don't push up on that first floor. Like, what are you doing, Quantum Sparks? I almost thought they had the team wipe out for themselves. This time they jump into the fight against Dragon Claw and instantly get shut down. Yeshu has been brought down. Dragon Claw, they come in from all angles. Quantum Sparks in shambles, and it does not look like things are getting any better for this.
Yeah, I'm not even sure what exactly was going on through Quantum Sparks' skulls. And it seems like they don't even care about these games. I mean, they know they've got nothing to lose about this. They know that even if they do get taken out right here, right now, it's not going to make any difference. And maybe that's one of the main reasons why they're playing it in such a way.
That is also one of the main reasons why Daksh is in the playing 4, by the way.
That explains a lot of things. And that is the only explanation for a move that they made.
Yeah. Understandably so, I think, for Quantum Sparks as well. They understand these are 6 matches. Try and maybe get your gunpowder to the point. You also mentioned this as well. Their rotations has been brilliant so far. IGL Scout has done what IGL Scout had to do. The finishers, Archit, Master, they've been in brilliant form. It's just about finding those coordinative plays when the 4v4s come around. Right Nation this time, a fight comes to them, knocking on the doors, but they can't really stop it. Last start, a brilliant execution. One more player still left alive, a little bit of movement. Man can move around the compass, but he can't find the finishes. Will be a big question. Look at that. Evil, a shot connected, but nothing really major coming in from Riot Nations as well.
Yeah, fight's breaking out left, right, and center. And this man from Riot Nations, he's trapped. And slowly and steadily, he's also being choked to his death. It's Colin. He finds that knock and the confirmation instantly. Vasista Esports, 2 elimination points secured against Riot Nations, and now Riot Nations with no other option left than to just back away. And that's what they're going to do. Remaining 2 players actually not even backing away, instead challenging this fight against Vasista. Which is quite an insane move if you think about it. Don't even have the odds with you. You don't even have the man number with you. But still going for this fight. And Riot Nations, right now they need to be a little bit more cautious. Even a 2-man squad can be lethal against a 4-man. It's just about how you play your cards.
If you look at Riot Nations, this is exactly what you expect inside of Group C right now. You back away from this fight, you don't really get much. You might just get those placement points, but now you are looking to try and sharpen your skills with the guns and with the weapons. This time, of course, the connection was found last start. It has been reduced to a 50% squad. A 2-man outfit, not really the best case scenario. Yet another man gets knocked out. Sumus this time is doing a madness out there from the outside. But finally, Vasista, with 1 man left alive, survives this fight. But yet another team comes on knocking on their doors. This time, it is going to be Dragon Claw.
It's just random chaos all across the board. Dragon Claw Esports as well making that pounce. This third party, it's going to be an easy sweep as they collect all those elimination points. And looking at Ares Esports, these shots they were taking, pretty deadly. For Troy Timberland Esports, they've lost out on 2 men, while Ares Esports, they've lost out on 1. These 3 men on a mission. Bader has found himself a nice little hubby to play with. And Ares Esports, their journey has been incredible. Some games you would see Ares Esports in probably one of the best coordinations possible, and then some games they start to make rookie mistakes.
I think the only problem for Ares Esports throughout the course of the tournament has been their consistency, just like you mentioned it. There are glimpses of brilliances, their team fights, the way they wipe out squads as well. The third parties all seem to be fine. They certainly are ready for the stage, but it's just those inconsistencies, certain maps where they absolutely vanish away. Don't have a clue of what the next course of action is going to be. I think if they do figure that out, Ares Esports certainly is going to be a threat. Something like Godsend Esports as well.
Yeah.
You look at Godsend Esports right now, they don't really seem to have a plan. They stick to the fact that you look at an opposition in the distance, you try and chase them down, try and take the fight head on against the enemy. And that is the best case scenario for any undergod team out there. Don't have nothing to lose. Just try and take those fights.
Indeed. I mean, that is also one of the perspectives that you can look at. The other one's also going to be just preparing better for the future. And right now, with the way a few fights really broke out, yeah, it seems like a lot of these teams don't even care about the future anymore. They're just here to play these games. They're just here to sharpen up their gun skills. And once that happens, they're good to go. And right now, Ares Esports, in this stalemate, I'm pretty sure it's suffocating. No one likes to be around deadly foes. And right now, Ares Esports just trying to find a way to at least toss that nade in through that little window. Even Troy Timberland Esports, they've got the nade cooking up in their own hands. And wow, what a nade. Perfectly placed. The trajectory was incredible.
Yeah, just slightly offset in my opinion, but still fine. Ares Esports, though, yet to find an opening in Troy Timberland themselves. In spite of that little bit of slip-up, they still stand tall in this fight. And, of course, this is going to drag on for a bit because, as our viewers know already, I don't really feel like any team is willing to back off. They do not have position points to play for. I mean, they do get position points, but like we said at the start, no consequences. At least for now, though. Troy Timberland, they really want to win this fight. It's 2v3. It's against their favor as well. But they know as long as they put themselves in this compound, Ares Esports can't move a muscle. And from the back lines, problem arise in the form of Apex Gaming, the Apex Predator himself. The back line strikes early. A lot of those connections were found.
But still, those connections not deadly enough. Just scratching the surface, that's it. TAG's on the move. Do not really want to commit to this fight yet. Ares Esports now starting to face the brunt once again. And Troy Timberland Esports this time turning the tables. Ares Esports, Bejoy getting knocked out, it's quite unfortunate. And Troy Timberland Esports now just straight up sending it against the entirety of Ares Esports. Let's is able to catch one of the players, but that's the only thing it's going to be able to catch. As Troy Timberland Esports, they've been eliminated from this game, and even K9 Esports from the back were constantly hammering them down.
We could still hear those gunshots, they're still popping off, but elsewhere there's Jonathan who's popping off as well. Finds those finishes, Dragon Claw comes in to try and second him. Team Apex Gaming no end position. Where is Kyo Lamau? He is still moving across in plain lands, not too far away from actually protecting his team, but they still find those knockouts. Hydro from the far fray has been managed to get those players from Dragon Claw on their knees, but this time he's the only man who's still left alive. Finds 3 for himself. Can he get the last one? He gets all of them. Dragon Claw have been eliminated, and Team Apex Gaming, they stand tall. But can he protect his fallen comrade is going to be an important question right now.
You know what the problem is? Yes, even though they won the fight, but you can clearly see the problems.
Yeah.
And the main problem is the communication between the fights. For TAG, it's clearly lacking. Jonathan was all by himself, fully committed to the fight, where his teammates were not even ready for it. And Jonathan got taken out with an MG3 in his hands. It's quite unfortunate. We're clearly able to see that separation between TAG, and something needs to be worked out as soon as possible. And right now, looking at the circle as well, Quantum Sparks, they've somehow found themselves in the smack center. And all they need to do is just keep their heads tucked down.
Right now, Team Apex Gaming, they look like a team with the brilliant individuals. Their capabilities, their potentials is off the charts, but as a team, as a unit, they haven't really proved a lot so far inside this tournament. And I think this is something which Team Apex Gaming will have to work on, especially right now that they play the matches of Group C. You know, the funny part is, Necro, they are also going to be a lucky group. With this particular group right now, they're going to be very lucky. They play very high-stakes matches, not so high-stakes matches after such a big update, after such a big change in the meta, after such a big change in the way the guns perform as well. They will get 6 matches to actually get used to all of that stuff.
And it's kind of crazy, though, that people are still using shotguns.
Yeah.
I thought we were going to be able to see a big number drop-off in shotgun usage, but that's not the case. Still, majority of the player base is using shotgun, including the pro players as well. And right now, Versatile Esports, they need to be versatile. On the move, on the run. Smoker, he wants to just move away. Reposition himself in a better and a safer spot. And Red X Ross, they want to chase him down. They know that's going to be free elimination point, just trying to run away from your hands, and you might as well try and latch upon to it. But there's also going to be K9 Esports around the proximity, and that's a team you need to be careful of.
Very surprisingly, so far, K9 Esports haven't really moved away from their compounds. They have the Potato Hill under their control. They have those compounds under their belt as well. They just want to hold it till the end of the day. Of course, there are going to be teams coming in from the sidelines. VXT just leapfrog them. Red X Ross is going to be another team who might just be knocking on their doors. But first, it seems like they are going to slam in towards Esports Social. Northeastern part of the circle for them. A couple of those compounds, a little bit of that School Hill as well for Esports Social to contest for. But they are still pretty much out in the open, Necro. And now it seems like Red X Ross will have an opportunity to strike them down. 3 players. Close proximities, and Red X Ross, they're so split up. And the shots can come through as well. A little bit of a drive-by attempt. And Superb has been able to navigate around this hovercraft brilliantly. The nade strike, shot can connect. He finds 2 knocks! What are you doing, Superb? This is a pro lobby, it's not a classic game.
Oh my god, how was he even able to pull that off? That too with just a pump shotgun. 2 quick pumps, and that's going to be 2 quick knocks. But yeah, even he gets traded out, but still, he did a significant amount of damage to Esports Social. And this is the only reason why now a lot of time is also being burnt by Esports Social. First, they need to get the fallen player back up, and there's also a threat looming around their heads in the name of K9 Esports. Blue's also going to be on the move, so you got to be a little bit quick with that revival. While somewhere on the opposite side of the spectrum, you see Ares Esports on top of the Potato Hill, trying to make some entrance, trying to make some knowing for themselves. Just want a bit of that piece of the land for themselves. And right now it's being occupied by K9 Esports. They've got a big split going on.
They've got a big split. They've got a lot of control as well. The circle shifting away. Potato Hill is no more in contention right now. Both these teams will have to go for either of one approaches. Either they start taking this fight and finish it quickly, or send themselves inside the playing zone itself. As K9, they do try and initiate contact. The nades look brilliant. Ares Esports this time taking a little bit of damage as Taurus unleashes the beast on the M4. Tries to track them down, but Ares Esports fly away from this fight. But still against one-man jumps. Brilliant stuff. Wow. K9 Esports, they are stubborn, they are adamant, but on the flip side, it is yet another team. This is RIX knocking on their doors. Problems just don't wash away for K9.
Yeah, K9 Esports, they find themselves another hot water. RIX, are they really going to commit to this fight? That's my question. Snowjawed, the man threats the needle, finds the most important knock. And now for RIX, while they still need to keep on fighting against K9 Esports, Taurus gets knocked out, still the man advantage in the hands of K9 Esports, and they're going to keep on continuing the wrath. RIX now down to just this one last man, and even the one last man is on the run. Oh my god, for K9 Esports to claim these elimination points, it's not even going to be a struggle, as we do see Rising Esports on the run, on the move against the players of K9 Esports. A quick third party is initiated, but can they capitalize well enough? That's the question.
Perfect time in Rising. They enter the fight right in the nick of time. They find those knocks and the finishes as well. K9 were almost on the verge of getting away from this fight, but they have been struck lightning fast by Rising Esports. Brilliantly done. 4 finishes, 4 scalps for Rising. This time they're looking for more as well. Still a little bit off center maybe. They are far away from the circle for sure, but can they make it in time is going to be a big question elsewhere. Quantum Sparks have been caught off guard. Apex Gaming coming in with a lot of these shots. Could have been deadly, especially for Arshit, who was that lone warrior on his vehicle, but finally gets to regroup back with the rest of his teammates.
TAG, what is now going to be the game plan? In my opinion, just try and survive. Don't even try to go for some heroic moves. Just try and survive. That's it. And right now, they found themselves amongst the entirety of Learn from Past. Probably one of the worst possible scenarios you could have placed yourself in. And Kulamau just ejects outside of a moving vehicle as he gets eliminated from the game. Once again, TAG full of rookie mistakes.
I'm not even sure if that was a mistake or did they try and go for a Hail Mary attempt, because Kulamau knew if he wants to go in for that rotation, he's not going to survive. It's too much out in the open.
I mean, keep that rotation aside. The man literally just ejected outside of a moving vehicle.
That was a panic movement. That was 100% panic move. But the domino effect started from the time when TAG just went on to an absolute open run. That just did not make a lot of sense in my opinion, but still, that is Team Apex Gaming for you. We'll find out what the response is going to be on the maps of Miramar, but now have a look at this thing, bro. 3 teams in very close proximities. I mean, you've got Team Esports, you've also got Rising, and on top, Esports Social do have a little bit of that terrain advantage for them as well.
Yeah, Manijot has been creating constant problems. And the circle once again shifting down south.
Wow.
What is this circle? It's just playing mind games over and over again. Curveballing shifts after curveballing shift. And once again, it's just going to take a toll back. ORAX eliminated from the game by Learn from Past. They've got all the 4 men standing. And for Learn from Past, we have clearly seen a big dip in the performance recently. There's a lot they need to work on. Keep this thing in mind. Learn from Past started all the way from Group A. And now over here inside of the Group C, pretty much heading on towards the survival stage. That's going to be Stinger.
And I think for this particular team, in fact, they also went ahead with a couple of those changes as well. JD Gaming coming into this lineup, Ryu coming into this lineup as well. Learn from Past aren't exactly as dangerous as they were last season, especially inside of BGIs. We'll talk about that for now. Here's Esports, brilliant shutdown. Esports Social turns it into a 1v1 in close proximities. Manijot with the shotgun though this time gets shut down brilliantly as Esports Social, they themselves are not really looking very good right now. Still trying to invite a lot of these fights. Bad OP in a miserable position right now, taking shots from multiple angles. Rising Esports this time chasing him and shutting him down in brilliant fashion. Yeah. This is a different look of Rising Esports, Nekra, and this is something which I expected, especially when the stakes are not that high. Finally a team like Rising Esports going aggressive.
And Rising Esports claiming those points as well. But right now, still the game is not theirs. Too many teams in contention. Learn from Past being one of them, the 2 men of Quantum Sparks as well. Still a part of the action. K9 Esports inflicting that pain and hurt against that 1 man of VXT. And it seems like Rising Esports, for them, the stars are definitely aligned. But Learn from Past, even that team can easily just wipe off those marks and come back in.
Yeah, I'm looking at K9 Esports, and what a big tumble it has been for this team. Once again, a game where they were in a winning position. The circle is not too far away from the potato hill, by the way. Yes, there were shifts, there were northern shift, and then, of course, it came down south. It's very hard to predict being an Erangel of a team that is currently playing inside the lobby, but knowing Somraj, knowing the kind of accolades this man had, I felt like K9 Esports should have actually easily shushed away the threat that was moving over their heads. For now, it's just 1 man Stranger who is still standing tall, and definitely the chances of chicken dinner quite slim right now. Stranger is still moving. A lot of risky moves coming in from K9 Esports as well, showing their backs to the opposition, trying to fly away from fights instead of taking them head on. The overall approach from this lineup has really been questionable, and that is one of the reasons why you see them getting eliminated on that 4th spot.
It's fine though. Once again for K9 Esports, you can't say it's just the first game of the day. And it's out of the first game. You've managed to place yourself in the top 4. It's not too bad. Circle favoring Rising Esports pretty much in their court. It seems like the chicken dinner is being served to them on a silver platter. And if they're still not able to capitalize onto it, well, we will still know that things haven't changed. But let's see. Rising Esports, they should be able to win the fights and easily claim this one.
I love how Necro mixes in a little bit of that spicy opinions along with a lot of those sweet words as well, especially when it's about Rising Esports. And very truly so as well. I think from a position like this where you've got complete control of the circle, you've got all 4 players standing, I totally agree with you. I think Rising Esports should have this chicken dinner in their bag right now. The only team that stands in their way, potentially standing a chance, can be learned from past, but the circle is going to deny that.
Yeah.
All of their players still outside the zone. In fact, even QUALIFIERS is going to be outside the zone. And by the way, if you actually have to walk inside of the circle, you will have to climb up this mountain, which just is almost impossible.
Yeah, and Learn from Past is actually creeping up. Seems like Rising Esports is not exactly ready for that. The manpower is divided. And Learn from Past, they want to capitalize even better. High ground is still in the hands of Rising Esports. And Learn from Past utilizing the smokes to give themselves that extra bit of cover. A man gets knocked out from Learn from Past. That's going to be Honey. The utility is precise, exactly on point. And Rising Esports, now they've got the man advantage inside of this duel. Honey's going to be confirmed. It's just a matter of a few seconds that's going to happen. But Learn from Past, even they start to find a few chinks. And this time it seems like Learn from Past, they might just be able to get a bit of that dig against Rising Esports. But the moment I say so, Learn from Past gets eliminated from this game, and Rising Esports, they claim the fight. They should have.
This entire fight puts QuantumSparks in a fighting position. By the way, in the backlines, they had kept Yuva OP just in case QuantumSpark decides to push up inside of the circle, and he does brilliantly to spot those 2 players out. But the question is, can he shut them down as well? Is going to be a big problem, because all of a sudden QuantumSpark, they decide to split up, and Rising Esports have no idea where these players are coming from. Archit finds a massive knock for himself, but Instant gets traded off, and now it's a massive 1v3 for Master. And now his position has been given out as well. The smokes might hide him for a split second. But these sprays coming in from Yuva, these are devastating, my friend.
Yeah, the man's just trapped out in the open. Can't do anything right now. So many sights locked on top of him. Even the utility is just pouring in constantly. And Master is able to get the confirmation on one of the players. Finds another knock as well. Still a chance the man can actually make it. Situation now down to a 1-on-2. Man advantage still in the hands of Rising Esports. And Rising Esports now are playing scared. I don't like it. Rising Esports should capitalize. Situation is now taken down to a 1-on-3. Master's out in the open. He still fights the cover. How is he even allowed to stay alive for such a long time? Rising Esports should have pushed up right now. It's a 1-on-3.
Top 10 questions Science can't answer. Master is surviving, showcasing Master performance for sure. But there was Rising Esports, there was an entire army in front of him, and even the Master can't go through them as well. Brilliant chicken dinner coming in from WePay Rising Esports, and they do get a lot of finishes alongside as well. I mean, 12 eliminations, not too bad, Necro.
Yeah, it's not too bad. Rising Esports getting that first game. Once again, playing it pretty passive at the start, but then later on in the final few moments, realizing when exactly they needed to press on the triggers, they instantly held the pedal to the metal, started taking those fights, clearing out those edges, and it worked out perfectly well. Also creating a lot of problems for K9 Esports in the way, and that was also one of the main reasons why K9 Esports was not able to do a lot of damage to the lobby.
Yeah, speaking of K9 Esports, that is going to take a while, to be honest, in my opinion. I think that entire performance, it wasn't really bad. I mean, 4th position, 5 elimination points on the scorecard. K9 Esports is still gonna take massive breaths, but still felt like the game plan was still lacking in that position. And this is time where Somraj needs to actually activate his switch right now. He needs to get turned on.
I mean, if you really talk about Somraj and the type of IGL the man is, he knows what exactly or how exactly he needs to place his assaulters to activate them.
Yeah.
Somraj is an Erangel that heavily relies on the fraggers. And right now, Taurus is not working out.
Yeah.
Let's be honest, the man is not able to frag out. Initially, in the start of the weeks, when Taurus was able to frag out, when Samraj was able to place him in some good spots, he was getting those frags. But right now, K9 Esports is not able to convert the fights, and that is literally the main reason why they're losing the game.
Yeah, absolutely. The same can be said for Smoker and Stranger as well. I felt like initially there was a lot of brilliant teamwork. Samraj and Taurus in the front lines, Smoker and Stranger from the back lines as well. They were providing a brilliant cover fire. But all of a sudden, that entire teamwork, I think there's question marks on top of that. But no question marks on who's going to be the most valuable player of the last game. It is going to be Beard Baba with 5 eliminations, 393 points of damage.
5 finishes from the man himself, and that's what you like to see. Finally, he wakes up. You will also see Manijot right there from Esports Social getting 4, and even Fox OP from Rising Esports waking up this time. And then even a man from Dragonclaw. We did see Dragonclaw trying to pull off some shenanigans in a few fights. They were there to try and get those third parties in Quantum Sparks. Man, I mean, initially, it was a good execution against one of those teams, but then later on, to directly ram their vehicles against Dragonclaw, it was not the ideal scenario.
It certainly wasn't, but, you know, I'm still happy with the way that Quantum Sparks has been playing, especially as a unit. They still move about the circle. They still get zones as a unit as well, and that is going to protect them, I feel like, until the final stages of the tournament. Still wondering on how far this team can actually get inside of this tournament, because survival stages are right around the corner, Necro, and the entirety of Group C, they are going to be playing in. My mind is still stuck on that number. 32 teams play and only 8 teams qualify. They move on ahead.
It is definitely going to be a cutthroat competition. But you know what? Before we keep on moving on about the format, we also need to talk about how the action really kicked off. Learn from past. Against that team, it was probably one of the most weird scuffles we've seen so far. At the start, he was not able to run him over, but then later on, we saw even Quantum Sparks make a rookie mistake.
Yeah, and to be honest, you kind of expect that from happening. This is a very young lineup as well. But with Scout leading the team, I'm pretty sure errors will be worked upon as soon as they take place. So hopefully Quantum Sparks will come back on the map of Miramar. And we know their performances on Miramar, by the way, lately has been brilliant. So still want to find out something good. But this fight, in my opinion, Necro, this was the scrappiest fight of the entire game itself. Team Apex Gaming certainly not in a team formation while taking this fight.
Yeah.
Players got out in the open. Jonathan was all by himself and Miramar way behind and not even close enough to actually take part in that fight.
It's like Jonathan was the only person who was there taking a fight while the remaining teammates were just on a tour.
Yeah.
I don't understand what exactly was going on, what sort of calls were being made, but Jonathan actually found the opener as well. It should have been their fight without taking any sort of casualties. But the moment Jonathan got knocked out, I just knew that things are now going to start to crumble, and that's what happened. Still, the team plays lacking, but I really hope they're going to utilize these 6 games as a practice once and realize that, okay, mistakes are happening. Let's try to patch them as soon as possible. While speaking of Quantum Sparks, it did feel like they're not really taking the game that serious. Initially, the fight they took was definitely quite questionable. In the final few moments, Rising Esports once again really giving it all they've got, playing these games seriously.
Yeah, they have to play these games seriously because I feel like this is where they will reinvent themselves before, of course, the bigger, more crucial stages come around. 22 points from this game itself. Beard Baba going on an absolute manhunt. Fox OP is also duking it out alongside with him as well. 22 points, like I said, a good start for Rising Esports. The same can be said for Learn From Past, but 11 points. This is something which I want to talk about because Learn From Past, like you mentioned, they started from Group A, they came tumbling down. Group C is something they are supposed to dominate, but with the changes that happened in their roster as well, even Learn From Past, their graph seems to be constantly going down.
It's kind of crazy, right? BGS has always been one of those tournaments where you will see a new team just being forging up to the final few moments, and then later on, right the next tournament in the BMPS, you will see them flop. And that's what's happening with Genesis Esports. That's what's happening with Learn From Past as well. And I don't exactly know why does this even happen in the first place. They're supposed to be consistent. They're supposed to perform over and over again the same way, but we're still not able to say that. And right now, even Genesis Esports, the fact that they're struggling in the previous group, it's just something unheard of. Yes, in the last game, they did pull off a comeback, but still, looking at the cutoff, it's going to go real high.
Honestly speaking, I don't even believe the Genesis Esports would have needed comebacks in the first place, right? We almost thought that this is going to be a team that is charged up with energy, that is going to dominate right from the beginning. But I think they lacked a little bit of monster energy, ladies and gentlemen. You can grab one of these as well, make them yours. gorge on them, because this, of course, is going to bring you up with a lot of caffeine and a lot of energy as well. Speaking of energy, I still believe we as well as our players need a little bit of energy. We will go on to a short break, ladies and gentlemen. Don't go anywhere, as 2 more games still remain.
I like the narrative that I'm the best in the league. Who you comparing with? That isn't fed at the top of the throne it is me. How you moving so on the speed? I just been bringing the heat. I just been bringing the fire.
Pro Series 2026 is underway, ladies and gentlemen, and you are watching the English broadcast. We are back with the last 2 maps of the day. Of course, it is going to be the maps of Miramar. It's going to be a little hot, and for that, we've called upon the hot man himself on the panel. Icy Baby is back on the panel, even though you're synonymous with being cold. So I want some cold opinions about the group that just played out there. What was the chaos that is going on? Big names, K9 not really being able to kind of showcase dominance. Apex Gaming, you expect big things from them as well, not just coming across.
Okay, let's cold hard truth. What is at stake in Group C?
Nothing.
Absolutely nothing. But you know what's something else that they need to be focusing on? New meta changes, new play styles. Gunplay has to be changed as well.
Yep.
We saw shotgun being a little bit what-if situation. Meta is still kind of there. But we saw a lot of instances where shotguns are great, extremely close, but kind of bad at thirsting. You know what I mean? Like after 50 minutes, after 50 meters, you saw them trying to go for shotguns to actually thirst the finishers, but you just can't thirst it. You have to swap back the AR, which proves to be a little bit of a small nuisance delay for some of these teams, or players in particular, to kind of figure things out. That's going to be number one. I feel like they should be taking advantage of now, yes, there's nothing or a lot in the TTU to kind of figure out what is the most suited gun meta in the current patch.
I think it's, especially for pro athletes out there, it is just small muscle memory readjustments that you've got to do, right? You can dish out damage with the shotgun, instantly switch back to the assault rifle and try and finish off the player as well. And I think me and Necro also had a conversation regarding this, where Group C is going to be a lucky group of 16 teams out there who is going to try out the meta with absolutely no stakes up for them as well. So 6 matches where they can try and test out the lobby, their potential opponents inside of the survival stage. They can test out the weapons. They can test out how the lobby feels like without even having to worry that, you know what, we have to be into the top 8. We have to be into the top 4 to actually get ourselves a bigger piece of the pie. So it's a great place to be in terms of mental peace. But are these teams utilizing that? In my opinion, not really so far.
I like that you actually brought up the point, muscle memory. That is the most difficult to get rid of, just because you've been playing the same play style, same gun mechanics, the recoil, the sequencing on how you swap guns and take fights. All year, the same pattern. It's so difficult to swap out just like out of habit. Oh no, let's try something else in 1 game, 2 game. No, you have to be on point with this kind of scenarios. And I do see that Group C, a lot of them are still very serious, playing very passively, trying to figure out their holding compound, most basic fundamentals. Rushing fundamentals is also one thing. Third party awareness is a little bit off. In particular, like K9, why they're not doing well. Very, very apparent. Somrush is not playing.
Yeah.
Who's taking iGelling? They're giving their 5th player a little bit warm-up time to kind of figure things out. Obviously, they're not taking it super seriously, in my honest opinion. But for teams like Team Apex Gaming, I feel like that has been a bigger question. Like, I know Necro has been sounding it for quite some time. They are not working around Jonathan. Like, for some reason, Jonathan is doing a lot of things, but there's just not enough teamwork. Comms seems to be all over the place. We saw Kyo Lamau, Hydro not being a duo, which we've seen them all year, last year as well. And things hasn't been the same here for Team Apex Gaming. So I'm not exactly sure what's going on with them.
Honestly speaking, I mean, just like you brought up the point, last year, the True Rippers, they were playing as a comprehensive unit, right? Kyo, Lamau, and Hydro, yes, they were over-aggressive. Yes, they always used to move out from covers as well. But that never really showcased the fact that this team knew what the game plan is. But now, all of a sudden, Team Apex Gaming, like you said, they're not playing with Jonathan in the team as of yet. Ladies and gentlemen, small word in our ears. We're going to be taking a short break. Might be certain issues. We'll fix that and come back after a short break. Don't go anywhere.
Do not get in my way. You cannot drop in my lane. Tires is burning the pain. You don't have nothing to say. This is how legends are made. I know I got what it takes. And I'm not popping the brakes. And I'm not popping the brakes. I'm too competitive. I like the narrative. I don't know best in the league. Who you comparing with? That is offensive. Top of the throne, it is me. How you moving so on the speed? I just been bringing the heat. I just been bringing the fire. Bringing the and they can't stop me. They know that I'm bringing the I got the feel in my veins. Trust me, I'm making a name. We are not one and the same. I am on top of the game. I cut out the line on my brakes, and that's why the drive is insane. All of a camp, adrenaline rushes is numbing the pain. I'm too competitive. I like the narrative. I don't know best in the league. Who you comparing with? That is offensive. Top of the throne, it is me. How you moving so on the speed? I've just been bringing the fire. Been bringing the fire. I've just been bringing the fire. And they can't stop me. They know that I'm bringing the
जैसे पे मैं तो रिएक्ट भी नहीं करता।
BGMI क्रिकेट लीग का विनर है, रोज खेलता है, आप भी ट्राई करो।
अबे असली का 650 करोड़ देगा फिर भी नहीं करूंगा। इस खेल में ना
सिर्फ टीम सपोर्ट करनी है बड़े भाई।
जीत गया छोटे भाई। ये देख
BGMI पे टीम सपोर्ट करो और ग्लेशियर जीतो।
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back once again to BMPS 2026. This is the English broadcast you're watching. My name is Sultan. Joining alongside is going to be IC Baby. And like we said, that was a short break, of course. Certain issues behind the scenes, but a lot of bigger issues to actually focus on with the teams in perspective as well. There are certain names I see who actually started their journey inside of Group A and now find themselves inside of Group C. Imagine that kind of pain, right? You had a direct shot to the grand finals being inside of the top 8, but now you are struggling. You're set to actually go to the survival stage, which is almost going to be a hell's week for you. So how do you judge that? Like if you're somebody like a learn from past.
I think learn from past. Yeah. When you mention like from Group A, learn from past is pretty much the team you are going to be targeting here. I think one of the biggest change was number one, roster change. Two of the players from the original fours kind of not there. Termi is now being True Rippers.
Yeah.
And we saw how Termi was just being an absolute menace during BGIS in the semifinals, which again, none of us actually expected them to do well, qualified top 8 directly into the grand finals itself. So that was one of the biggest factors in terms of overall gameplay. But again, aside from learn from past, we also take into consideration like Team Apex Gaming, we take into consideration like K9 as well, where one player difference of a change on the entire roster, you can see the entire team chemistry and synergy just completely change. The dynamics, the comms is going to be completely different as well. So normally it's like, hey, you know, we've got 3 very solid players, the 4th guy should follow our comms and blah, 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 blah. But sometimes it's not enough. If that guy messes up, the entire team just completely goes into shambles. And
Yeah.
for learn from past in this scenario, it's not one player, it's two players being swapped out.
Yeah.
And I was very surprised it did okay in week 1, stayed in Group A and then got kicked down Group B and then got kicked down in week 3 as well. It was bound to somewhat happen. Yes, player-wise, they do have the mechanics as well, but comm synergy needs to be spot on because eventually the bigger goal here is, number 1, not getting eliminated is going to be the way to go.
Yeah.
And then after that, when it matters the most, make it to grand finals is the objective.
Yeah, so basically survive first and then thrive later. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to survive this first and thrive later. We'll go on to a short break and come back after a wee while.
অফসাইড তোর বাড়ি বের হবে
भाई कुत्ते गए अबे हमार जाएगा सब लोग लाइन में खड़े सुन
पहले मैं चल निकल
টিকিট 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 দাদা লবে টিকিট কোথায়
আছে তো দাদা কতবার কাটবো করবো লড়বো জিতবো
केकेआर है तैयार नाइट का फाइट कोलकाता का प्राइड
पर्पल में दिल गोल्ड में है जीत केकेआर ऑन रिपीट नाइट हो या डे नाइट्स आर हियर टू स्टे
चुप एकदम चुप इस बार ये डिनर हमसे कोई नहीं छीन सकता कोई भी नहीं
केकेआर का स्वैग नाउ इन बैटलग्राउंड
आमी कॉन्करर
आमी केकेआर
டே லெஃப்ட் லெஃப்ட் ரா டே புஷ் பண்ணுங்கடா
अरे यार कुछ समझ में नहीं आ रहा है जाना किधर है
ஐயோ மச்சான் ரிவைவ் பண்ணு
व्हाट रिवाइव आई डोंट अंडरस्टैंड ब्रो
नो 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 नो
यार पहली बार कर रहे हो क्या तुम लोग
shoot guys மச்சான்
क्या कर रहे हो यार
நீங்களாச்சும் கொஞ்சம் தமிழ் கத்துங்களேன்டா
अरे कोई ट्रांसलेटर बुलाओ यार ऐसे कैसे चलेगा
உங்கறால தான்டா தோத்தோம்
क्या करते हो तुम लोग भी
IPL champion of CSK
மாஸ் மச்சான் ஐயோ தல எஸ்
येलो आर्मी ब्रो
சி லாங்குவேஜ் இல்ல சிஎஸ்கே இருக்கு மச்சான்
गाइस बंदे बंदे बंदे
come on அவன சுடுங்கடா
come on
man nice shot man
well played guys
yeah
bro CSK skins
இது நம்ம கொலாபுடா
now we don't need call outs just whistle podu
BGMI ஆடு whistle போடு
We are back again, and it seems like all the issues behind the scenes have been sorted, and we might just be moving on to the map of Miramar extremely soon. Once again, the timer's on the screen. Once again, 20 seconds before we move on to Miramar. I see Quantum Sparks is something I think we haven't really talked about. I really want your thoughts about it. In my opinion, this team is certainly improving day by day. But do you agree with me, though?
I think when it comes to team play-wise, they've got it down. But when it comes to macro rotations here, they are still a little bit lacking here. But overall, I feel like Quantum Spark shouldn't be in this group to begin with, in my honest opinion. It should be much higher.
Okay, well then, we'll find out, of course. As the fifth match of the day gets locked and loaded, it is finally Miramar, and it is finally hot once again. Beautiful summer afternoon on this deserty land. We are flying straight from Campo Militar and we are going south towards Minas del Sur, a flight path which kind of cuts the map in two halves, quite literally, and you can almost fly anywhere, apart from maybe like an El Pozo to a trailer park. Apart from those extreme regions, you have almost the entirety of the map to yourself.
Well, speaking of which as well, I wouldn't be surprised to see a little bit of drop clash here. I think we should be able to see a little bit more. But based on this current Miramar rankings as well, based on the right as well, K9 having one of the weakest map in the map of Miramar, which in my honest opinion has been one of the biggest struggles, just because number one, Somrach home ground has been El Pozo. this difference of drop clash or drop spots for them hasn't been forgiving for them. That's the reason why they have been experimenting a little bit here, swapping up the places here and there, just because of the fact that in the case of meeting up with Nebula, which again has happened over the years as well, has caused a lot of problem for them. So for them to actually concede it and try a new spot here means that there is going to be completely new homework that needs to be done here. But drop clash wise, seems like Esports Social and Troy Revenant is going to be having a little bit of run in here. Aiden first to drop here on top of the roof, getting surrounded by 4 players here. They all have pistols. They will draw the first knock here and even the first pick.
Bad call to land on the roof right there. Facing the consequences right from the get-go. And this is Esports Social, by the way, you're talking about. Won't really get those second chances, second shot at life, especially if you drop or land without weapons in front of 4 enemies right there. But even for Esports Social, I guess the performance hasn't really been of a similar turf as compared to like something like a BGIS, where we saw Chris OP just absolutely pop off. They had Joish as well, who was doing wonderfully. Right now, Troy Tamilas Esports is going to be sharing compounds with Esports Social, but they're still quite safe. They're still quite put down there. Not really moving a muscle elsewhere. Dragonclaw Esports also did not have to move a muscle to find yet another pick. Hadex, something's wrong with this team. We saw that in the first game as well. On the map of Erangel, they had those early picks. Now as well, they see those early bodies go down.
Esports Social just completely annihilates Troy Tamilas Esports. No chance, no competition at all. Absolute massacre in that scenario. Very, very easy 4 points for them, but it seems like Picado, we do have a little bit drop clash from VXG running in with Ares here. That's VXG. Now, going to be looking for a few picks from the side. Smoker in the fray was able to scout out Error, trying to rotate into the main building, trying to regroup with the rest of the teams, but he gets shot. Fortunately for him, he does have a few meds to patch himself up, but the rest of VXG, they're still debating if they want to go in for those pushes.
This is a big challenge for AS Esports right now. 3 players coming in from one direction. You've got a man holding you down like an anchor from the other side. Brilliant positioning coming in from Versatile as well. They are looking to initiate this fight, of course, but AS Esports, they want to try and get that early information that maybe pixel spots from the distance, which just gives you a small bit of idea what Team Versatile is trying to do. But of all of this commotion, I think Knuckles' position, IC, is going to be very crucial. He can keep tabs on the man in the back line, Smoker. If he tries to cross in the distance, maybe Knuckle can spot him out, alert the men who are trying to fight out inside of the compound.
Yeah, but at the same time as well, Smoker also realizes he's there. He's actually going for a different wrap around here to try and close the distance. To try and go in for the wrap. You can see Smoker on the PIP on the right. He's trying to no-step his way in towards the red apartments here.
Clever.
But at the same time, there's only so much he can do, because as of yet, finally pulls the pin. I don't think Ares knows that he's that close and personal, so this nade needs to be huge, and it looks good, but well, he actually gets the connection. That's going to be the knock. Here comes the flush.
Oh my god, Versatile. That was a brilliant knock by Smoker, and right now, the influx just happens. Ares Esports, not really a lot of time to actually go in. That reset needs come in as well. A couple of those players fall. One player brought down to a lot of low HP. The other one getting knocked out as well. Beta is still looking to use his explosives to his advantage. But this time, no connections being found. A little bit of a reset for Versatile to go in for those revives. They know they've got the man advantage. But using this time, Ares can actually find a chokehold on the staircase. Can they do that, IC?
Yeah, Ares still getting the reset. Same for VXD. The stalemate continues. However, the difference is VXD has closed the distance. But as of yet, they've realized that if they decide to go for the white push here, Knuckle, should they get a little bit of free shot, Kashu is able to hear out his footsteps, so he knows exactly where he is. Knuckle is going to be on the second floor. He spots him out as well. UMP, not exactly the greatest for spraying in that range, but if he gets the knock on Knuckle, Ares should eventually fall like dominoes, because as of yet, that is going to be the biggest kryptonite for Versatile Esports. But at the same time, rushing it blindly up as well is going to be a little bit tricky. Seems like Smoker has pretty much lost the element of surprise, gave them the advantage of space, but now they're hard committed into this fight. And this stalemate continues here. And Ares, once again, just cannot move a muscle. They're only limited to the resources on top of the roof. Meanwhile, the rest of the world seems like outside here. Oryx Esports going to be playing from Minas. Sees how Scout OP out and open here. He does have a M1 Garant, but not going to be able to fire a shot as he gets taken out. A little bit unfortunate here. Was hoping to see a little bit of DMR action for Scout OP, but getting caught out. Looks like we will miss our opportunity this time again.
Not all the time, man. It's not 2019 anymore where Scout is going to pull out a DMR from out in the open and get a knock like that.
True, but as of yet, BMPS, he has been playing it the entire 3 weeks so far.
Yeah.
M1 Garand has been his favorite gun for some reason.
Absolutely. He's doing a good job with it so far as well. Good job coming in from Era. Brilliant gaps being found through the stairway. One of the men from VXT has been brought down. Keshu 9-9. No revivals being found. Does he dare to step onto the line of sight once again? In the nick of information, I don't really think Versatile would want to do that. I'm also assuming, since it's very early stages of the map itself, they might have used up all their nades and utilities.
Yeah, agreed. But at the same time, that's a very tight angle to hold as well. Ares, again, their resources is limited only towards the top floor. They are going to try and make a little bit of a nosedive here. Error actually commits to this fight. They are going to try and wrap around here from top and bottom, try and push out VXT, but it seems like Ares, they've looked to disengage to try and loot up resources on the other building. And VXT finally pushes up, but it's too late. They swap places.
Smart. Absolute smart business coming in from Ares Esports, just getting away from trouble against Versatile, and now they've got a position where they can fight back again. Smoker knows that there might be players looking to peek out. And this radar is giving me a lot of anxiety. The timing on these peaks is going to be so quintessential on who gets these knocks. Versatile and Ares still head-to-head, still locking horns at Picardo. And they don't need to move a muscle because the circle still has a considerable part of Picardo in it.
Oh boy, you can see the temptation from Smoker. He wants to cross, but the moment he crosses, Knuckle is going to shoot it from the left. He knows exactly what's up. But Smoker, he's going to try and go for a little bit of a sneaky drop here. Gets up close and personal, tries to flush him up. Once again, they need to isolate away from Knuckle. You can see he's a little bit panicky as well. Knuckle hasn't fired a shot yet. VXT finally closes the distance. The chase still continues for VXT as Ares is still stuck on top.
This is a time game, man. This is a test of patience for both these two teams out there. And in my opinion, this is brilliant practice. This is trigger discipline at your very best. You do not have consequences. You can't just push up as well. But maintaining composure for such a long period of time, this is something which I want to see from both these two teams. And if you look at the track record as well, I think Ares Esports, teams like Dragon Claw, the lesser known names inside of the Pro Series, they've done really well on the map of Miramar. I just hope that the momentum still stays strong. Well, like we said, it was a good getaway from Ares Esports, but they still need to find a way to bring this fight to a halt or to a closure, whatever it is. And like you said, Knuckle getting spotted from the distance, he's been rendered useless from that angle.
Yeah, he's been holding down the angle for the longest time as well. Knuckle trying to go for a little bit of a potential one-way smoke here, trying to fake things out. Unfortunately, may have messed up his smoke a little bit more. But I'm curious to see how, you know, VXT is going to take advantage of the JS8 here. The newly introduced one from Rondo. But now finding the push comes through. First down, finding goes in the hunt. He finds the first opener, but gets traded off. Smoker a little bit hesitant now.
He certainly is hesitant. The shotgun strikes once again. S12K at your face, and Ares Esports down on their knees. Versatile, quick execution. This time, 3 players from Ares has been found out. Even Knuckle is he going to be here to join the party as well through the smoke. An absolute abomination. 4 finishes shared between 2 lads, Rex and Smoker. And Versatile, once again, the kings of Picardo.
Yeah, and oh no, here we go.
Makes no sense. This is Group C, lads. Come on.
Oh no, yeah. Am I seeing this right?
Yeah.
Where you know, we've seen it happen in BGIS, but based on this trajectory and the way they're carrying those boxes, are we gonna be seeing them head towards the toilet once more?
Yeah, they're heading straight towards. There's no other place that. There's no point of innovating this tactic, right? This is the biggest BF move out there in all of gaming, especially in Indian esports at least. But elsewhere, we do have a little bit of a fight breaking out. Fragger, we did see him whiff a spray against Scout, but this time the tracking was brilliant and had been struck once again.
Oh, here we go. He's waiting. The whole squad's gotta plant the tombstone here. Oh, you belong in the toilet. Sit there. Stay there, Airi. Sit down. Oh, loot up. Oh, this is brutal. This is, oh, wow.
I can't disagree. That's not the most hygienic way to loot up or loot boxes, lads. And look at that. Esports Social on their way to make advantage of this as Versatile. The loser body that is so unfortunate. Play zone dishing out damage against Kishu as well. 2 men on their knees for VXT.
You know what? Karma is real.
Yeah.
Karma is real.
My word. VXT. God is watching you, man. God is certainly watching you from upstairs, and Esports Social was in my God. What a payback, man. Elsewhere, I mean, RIX, they were, oh wow, really duck, by the way. One thing is still going ahead. Dragonclaw did not anticipate that. Shot still connected. One man from Dragonclaw barely manages to sneak past. Still believe he's not going to be able to survive. I mean, for how long can he even deal with a threat like this? 7 eliminations on the get-go, but that was a quick turnaround, by the way. Even Riot Nations is going to be here to try and capitalize, but the problem is they only got 2 players left alive.
Yeah, feels like a scene straight out of a movie as well, coming from RIX Esports. A little bit of a comedy into action-packed action here.
Yeah, that was
a roller coaster series, I would say.
That was a really good change of scene, by the way. If anybody is directing this, a Netflix documentary, please make sure that you're doing a good job at it.
Yeah, man.
Well, nonetheless, I mean, we still got certain fights happening, and this one is a relatively big one. Team Apex Gaming this time head-to-head against Quantum Sparks, and Jelly is going to be the first one to land some shots. Yashu has been brought down. Little trade-off happening as well. Quantum Sparks in the backlines already, and they are looking to try and make advantage of it. Brilliant positioning coming in from Arshid. And Team TAG, they are going to be in a world of trouble, I see.
Yeah, but at the same time, seems like third parties are coming in way as well. Lucifer with the EMRs gets a nice snipe as well. Denies Quantum Spark the direct confrontation. And now Team Apex Gaming, they're somehow holding on. Gil Lamau is pretty much knocked. They need the reset. But Archit, through the smoke, the nades shuts down Jelly instead. It seems like Team Apex Gaming won't be able to clean up here, but Hydro secures the final player from Quantum Spark with the nade, but eventually also gets taken out from a third party.
There was a Clash of the Titans. And of course, when there's a Clash of the Titans, there's always going to be somebody else who wants to get involved, who wants to get a piece of the pie. And I'm pretty sure that those finishes, not all of them went on to their respective teams. Apex Gaming just walked away with 2 points from that game, and Quantum Sparks with the mere 3. Scout was not alive till that fight, so otherwise it would have been a clash of the Goliaths, but...
Yeah, a clash of legends, I would say. But at the same time, party poopers, that's going to be Red X Ross, and also learn from Pass. Also even K9 as well, being part of the mix here, being a little bit of a party pooper. At the same time, learn from Pass. They are going to be able to hear all those commotions. Let's talk about the zone a little bit here. I'm curious to see how the zone actually kind of develop here. We've had our fair share of fun because as of now, let's get into serious business. Circle seems to be pushing out towards the outskirts of Los Leonas. K9 does have a very decent amount of cover to work with. Red X Ross does have a okay-ish spot to work with the southwest corner. But considering that there's not a lot of teams in this circle, which, interesting enough, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 teams already eliminated right from the get-go.
Yeah, but I'm actually surprised. We saw one player from K9 who was actually knocked out. They've got a good position. They've got hard covers. I don't really see threats looming around them as well. How was this player struck down? Who was the one who was taking shots at K9 right now? Still can't find out. No answers to the question. Maybe we'll find out soon enough. Like you said, the circle is on the outskirts of Los Leonas, and this is exactly what went wrong against Versatile.
Oh boy, seems like Esports Social gave them a little bit of karma check as well. Manny John with the massive nade takes them all out, and VXT gets eliminated. Well,
you know what I see? In all honesty, that celebration from Versatile made absolutely zero sense to me, apart from the fact that it was very funny.
You know what? Justice has been served. Thank you so much, Esports Social, Aries says.
I'm going to call it the police corp from now on. This is the police unit trying to provide correction to the rest of the lobby. But this time, look at that. Spy flips around with the shotgun, finds two connection with the nade. Wow! Esports Social, brilliant. But also the same can be said from last Saturday as well. There's the trade-off still continues, and these two teams go head-to-head and refuse to back down just yet.
Yeah, and a little bit unfortunate as well, the shotgun. Oh, he could have gotten the knock. Tried to readjust, could not get the second one. But Esports Social somehow holds on. Seems like the nerf did affect some of these players here, but seems like third parties are coming in. Lastade still holding down the fort, trying to flush off Manijot. They are in a 2v1 situation. They should be able to take this fight here. Kalan does have the flank available, so that's going to be an easy swallow here coming from Lastade Esports. Scouts out Superman as well, but the timing. Shadow. The animation from looting kind of stopped him from scoping up. Just half a second late. But it's all good. It's going to be a 2v3 situation, for at least for Lastade.
And Esports Social have all the finishes in the bag that they would have wanted for. 8 eliminations already. This is the first stage of the game that you're playing in. First stage, technically, because it's still 4th zone right now. Not really a lot of troubles for that team, apart from the fact that there's also yet another third party that is looking to knock on their doors. It is going to be Team AX against the Lastade, against Esports Social. And Lastade is like, you know what, if we are going down with the fight. He will send himself in straight up, faces the opposition, smacks them to death. Joish this time looks to fight back. That is one knock in the back. Moves up north as well. A little bit of the Molotov to try and delay the push, but that is enough. From the sidelines, Esports Social have been eliminated, but the same can't really be said for AX because now it's their time to shine, I see.
Oh, the third party comes in perfectly as well. Team AX just took advantage of the situation. Now going for the knock. Gonna try and play clean up as of yet here. Devotee still looking for a little bit of check here. Oh, sees a little bit of pixel, knows exactly where he's prone up as well. But Nate's already cooked up to perfection, and that is gonna be the cleanup here from Team AX. All their loots and spoils of war belong to Team AX as of yet.
You know, but still, I'm not kind of satisfied with Team AX and their performance so far today. They're reeling at the bottom 4 points. And this is the second match that they are playing so far in the day. For sure, they can make amends. They can actually bounce back inside of this game as well. But the problem is, I want Team AX to actually take those difficult fights. Something that they have failed to do so in the past as well. Their splits in the final circles. Their 4v4 coordinations as well. Devotee has been in a blinder form. This man can bring down squads all by his own free will. But can Team AX, without Devotee, survive in the stages further? I feel like these 6 matches could have solved those questions for them, but now Team AX not really close to that. This time they are taking this fight against Rising. This seems to be a much better fight for them. At least it's out in the open.
I think Team AX is just, trying to refine their strategy here. The third party wasn't a really big cleanup, but at the same time, it's only been 2 games, and at the same time, you know what? They're already out of Group D. So for all things considered, it took them a while, but I want to see how they perform when the survival stage actually happens for them. But on screen, Aura Esports getting shut down here. Renex Ross, they are able to clean them up. Aura just getting systematically dismantled. Seems like mistakes were made here. They were a little bit spread out, and all of them being picked one by one. Dragon is just a little bit hesitant with those shots. Misses the timing. Lucifer might be able to get out, but finally gets the knock confirmation and the point secured as well. But no, actually the finish steal from Riot Nations. Oh boy, he didn't even get the point.
Yeah, it's funny. It's a new feature that we've got to finish stealers, and I absolutely love it. These are sneaky little buggers who just hide out there, don't really want to do the hard work, but for sure this is smart work. You don't get points for the knocks, you don't get points for the damages dished out, you get points for the finishes. Being able to actually rack them up without the risk of getting knocked out yourself, that is brilliantly done. On the flip side, learn from past, they want to keep themselves alive. And this time in front of them is going to be Red X Ross Zeref. Gets brought down underneath the vehicle. The ground clearance just enough for the vehicle to get blown off. This time, learn from past. They are taking very calculated steps, not pushing in. I mean, Red X Ross, they've got compounds for themselves. They know they're not really in the greatest of positions. Learn from past. Don't want to push up against them. They want to wait for Red X Ross to come in front of their crosshairs and then shut them down.
Oh boy. Seems like a learn from past. Seems to be playing very, very seriously here. They are a Group A for a reason. And now, they are trying to solidify their positions. And I feel like they are on the right track as of yet. They're still top 2. They're doing pretty okay. They're trying to play towards the end game here. They're taking this game a little bit seriously. And it makes a lot of sense. That's the difference between a pros, right? And you understand that if you want to play the best, you have to dominate every single game. Train for consistency, train for practice, train for whatever small little mistakes that needs to be adjusted, needs to be done right here. And Group C is the perfect opportunity for each and every single team to fix things here. And I like that learn from past now. My question for them is that how would they handle a circle like this? Because if it's a normal game, in this situation, you are going to be expecting about 10 to 12 teams still alive. But considering now that it's been whittled down to this scenario here, how would they approach this end game to reach into the final 2? Maybe even snatch the chicken dinner. That's something I'm curious about.
We'll have to take down K9 first, but on the flip side, it seems like Red X Ross has been taking down teams after teams. This time it has Aura X on the hit list. That is, by the way, the 7th elimination on the board for Red X Ross. But you know what I see amidst all of this chaos? I'd like to bring in a little bit of sports philosophy, something which I heard very recently. That pro athletes, they tire themselves up first and then train the skill that they want to practice later, because the body gets used to the amount of stress that there is because of the pressure, and now can finally perform when the big stages come around. Still believe like this is a rather pressure situation. If you are somebody like a learn from past, you want to practice these situations, you want to practice these ending circles time and time again, so when the bigger stages come by, when it's the most important game in the survival stages, you've got one game, you need a chicken dinner, maybe with a lot of finishes, that is when your body is going to go into autopilot mode and still going to perform at its absolute best. It seems like so far, learn from past, they're doing a good job at it. I mean, getting finishes after finishes. Third finish in the bag, 18 points on board, and Red X Ross have been eliminated, I see.
Well, I agree what you're saying, right? Like, you gotta push yourself to the limit and then break past the limit after your fatigue, right? Like, in order to train, you gotta push yourself to the limits, and then to overcome the limits is where, during those times is where you perform. You gotta train for those moments like that. But speaking of moments like this, it's a little bit tough to train here, at least for K9 Esports, with Somrach not available. I guess the rest of the teams are going to be practicing IDLing here. K9 Esports, they have been very passive so far, hugging the edges. They're doing a fantastic job taking the first knock, but they need to try and secure these confirmations here. Smoker, his Echo Sense has been spot on. He knows exactly where Rising Esports is. Now the nades still continue to pummel. He is creeping up. He does have to wrap around here. He finds the confirmation on Baba. But there is still one more player right beside him. But oh, the pixel right through the cracks here. Fa was able to scout him out. Small little one-way through the smoke. Mistakes were made here for Smoker. Wasn't expecting that angle as well.
Yeah, but also, I think overall, K9 Esports, they certainly are struggling in terms of formation. They are yet to find that in-fight shot calling to its absolute dot. I mean, Taurus and Snowjot, in my opinion, are supposed to be the ones who is supposed to give you openings in those fights. This time, it seems like it is Smoker and Stranger who is supposed to be in the back lines. They're the ones who are taking the onus of getting the finish for the team, and they are faltering. They're supposed to falter. Snowjot is supposed to be the man who takes those risks because he knows how to get back into cover as well.
Well, for all things considered here, we're down towards the final 3 teams, stage 6. And a blink of an eye, we're down towards the final showdown. It's going to be Learn from Past, K9, and AX. Arguably, the 3 biggest names in this group respectively. And Learn from Past, seems like they are able to cross from the south side into the center as well, with K9 completely distracted with the fight outdoor. And AX seems to be pinned here. As AX tries to walk in, Devotee gets picked off by JD Gaming. And Learn from Past now is going to try and gatekeep them. But Honey gets scouted out as well. Cyrex finds the pick. Learn from Past may have overextended here. They need to double down on this defense. JD Gaming was spotted out as well. The rest of AX is going to be creeping up as well. But Aryan tried to push up, got picked up from afar here with Max with a long-range sight.
But Q1, I think, for Learn From Past is a very wide split once again. A 2-2 split across the ends of the zone. They are trying to take fights on their own terms, by the way. AX has been pinned at the north. They are trying to push past K9 Esports as well, who are breaching past. They are taking control of the circle as well, while Team Learn From Past is looking to deal with the threat from AX. AX has been dealt with, but now all of a sudden, one man is knocked out from Learn From Past, and it seems like circle control has been passed on over. Learn From Past, I see no more in a position to fight back, in my opinion. K9 Esports do have the better part of the circle.
Yeah, but at the same time, I like what Max is doing here as well. He's trying to get an off angle. He's trying to smoke his way through, but gets spotted out. That was just a mistake. Small little mistake.
Cursed!
Oh boy. I like his idea. I like his greedy approach, but Taurus is just so much better. He spots him out, immediately goes for the spray.
Yeah.
Goes for a gamble, takes him out. Now Stranger tries to thirst the finish. It seems like gets dropped down pretty low. JD Gaming's got Stranger pinned on the corners as well. And they are going to try and deny the mobility. The headshot connects as well. They need this knock here if Learn From Past wants to secure the chicken. But with the zone forcing them out in the open, Stranger still the biggest target they need to focus on here from Learn From Past. Now forced to go in for the smokes to try and close the distance. K9 still got them secure, but Learn From Past seems like they are going to try and reposition to take him out.
Honestly speaking, that rotation from Stranger was extremely not needed. The man was knocked out. He could have been finished off as well. Just 2 teams left alive. There was nobody over there to try and give him the revive. K9 just got out of position and maybe put themselves in a difficult spot. Yeah. Still a 3v3 at least.
This is nice. Like, I think you say it's unnecessary coming from Stranger. As long as Stranger doesn't get picked off, Learn From Past can't do anything right now.
Almost. He was almost on the verge of getting picked off as well. He basically had like a 1 HP on him.
True. Very risky though.
It's extremely risky. And also, if, in my opinion, if there is a man who is going out on the hunt trying to confirm eliminations, he should get supported by the rest of the comrades. But this time it is Snow George just falling time and time again. Now it's just one man. The young lad of Taurus in the front lines all by himself. Getting shut down. Tracking is going to be very important. Learn From Past it right by. He finds a knock. Taurus has been brought down brilliantly. And now Stranger all by himself against Learn From Past. But what a blind of a shot was that. Learn From Past in these final few moments just showed absolute gold and rightfully walked away with the winner chicken dinner.
Well, nicely done here coming from Learn From Past, but unfortunately for K9, comms is still a little bit lacking here. Almost clutched the winner chicken dinner. The idea was spot on, but execution a little bit lacking here. But nicely done here coming from Learn From Past. They played that to perfection and snatched the winner chicken dinner for this game itself. A nice little booster here coming from Learn From Past. They are in Group A for a reason. And now they're in Group C. They have to climb their way through. But of course, practice makes perfect for them. And they are looking solid than ever. A lot of what-if situations, but eventually they got it down to this wire. Hopefully it is going to be for the better in the next upcoming games as well.
I would love if Learn From Past and the rest of their players as well, they have the maturity of understanding that a chicken dinner in this stage is not really going to help you, right? Of course, you've had a good game. You've had a game with the least number of mistakes inside of the lobby. So that is the reason why you did win it. But what is the take back? What do you take away from this game? What are the mistakes that you committed? And what are the mistakes that you need to work on for the more important stages that are about to come by? I think if they do go back and work on those stuff, so this team, they do have the quality to turn around things as well. Look at this fight, right? Taurus was in a brilliant position. He was tracking down that vehicle, but the drive-by was so precise. And then, of course, the final nail that sends K9 packing. I think Learn From Past and K9 is going to be contesting for the top inside of this group, but only if K9 decides to actually take things a little more seriously.
Yeah, I see where you're getting at as well, but even for Taurus as well, the only mistake that I see was that, number one, you missed your shot.
Yeah.
Number two, you did not have a backup plan after you missed your shot, right? He tried to get in cover and realized that, wait, I was actually out of position the entire time when I took that shot.
Yeah.
He was hoping that maybe there was a little bit of backup assist here because it was a drive-by. Technically, you know, there was 3 guys. 1 guy is driving, 1 guy is shooting. So technically, they should have gotten a knock here. So small little miscomms, but let's talk about the MVP from this game, Esports Social. We've got Manny Jod with 4 finishes, and of course, the highlight from this match, I'm sorry to say, has to be Karma is real, guys. Praise the Lord, justice has been served in Picado.
Imagine an entire game being played inside of Week 4 Pro Series 2026 and the highlight of the match being put in the bucket, ladies and gentlemen. But you know what? I think Esports Social, not just about that moment, the rest of the team in general and Manny Jot in particular has been on a really good form. If the rest of the team can kind of back up against him as well, I believe Esports Social is going to be a team at least who should have a semi-finals run in the very least.
Yeah, hopefully. But we shall see. Only time will tell. But for now, practice makes perfect coming from some of the teams. And I'm finally seeing that Esports Social is given that limelight that they deserve as well, knowing that they have been trying during BGIS. But yeah, this initial fight, right from the get-go, Troy Tamilas and also Esports Social, just a complete wipeout for Troy Tamilas Esports. Very, very nice confidence coming in from Esports Social. They are riding on this momentum very nicely in that game. Versatile took a little bit of time here. They also time against Aura, against Ares, eventually won the fight. But as the game progresses as well, we saw Team Apex Gaming also having a little bit of struggle in terms of comms here, where they were picked off with all these third parties here. But a lot of unexpected variables, I would say, from that game.
A lot of unexpected variables. I mean, I was kind of expecting maybe like an Esports Social to make it inside the final circle, but even they got dished out. Red X did fantastically well. Rising Esports on the map of Miramar finally showcasing that they can actually go aggressive. They're not just supposed to be meant for playing from the center of the circle, but you know, I am actually a big fan of Snowjord from K9 Esports, and it kind of hurts to see that this man is not at the best of form right now. I mean, we saw him at Showdown. He was the MVP at the LAN stage itself, in front of the crowd, in front of all the other athletes out there. But now K9 Esports, they're struggling on that finish front. They only got 5 finishes in spite of finishing second inside of that game. And I believe that is because of the fact that Taurus and Snowjord, they aren't really working well together.
Well, for all things considered, 11 points is still some points, so I'll still take it as a win for now.
Yeah.
But for Red X Ross, 10 points for them. Great stuff for them. AX is still making towards the final game here as well. 9 finishes in the back. Aura X with 9, Esports Social with 8 as well. We saw a little bit of a bounce back coming from some of these teams here. But for in the bottom as well, Quantum Sparks and Apex Gaming. This is a little bit of a concerning factor as well, because I was hoping to see the legends collide. We haven't seen that massive fight between Scout and Jonathan, which a lot of us has been eyeing for. Most of the time, it's either without Jonathan or without Scout.
Yeah. You know what? A lot of people, they actually asked for a Jonathan versus Goblin as well. We did get that in the BGIS, but it wasn't really something which everybody would like to see. It was a forgettable moment for both the assaulters, in my opinion. But nonetheless, lads, we do have the overall rankings in front of our screen right now. Still one match left to go for the day, and learn from past. They've got a little bit of a lead for themselves. They've also got Rising Esports, K9, and Red X Ross kind of close by, but just 3 teams I see who've kind of crossed on that 20-point barrier. Meanwhile, there's a lot of other teams who are still in the mix. I'd still say that if you are AX, you've got a chance of maybe pushing yourself up to top 3, and that is where you should want to be in, to give yourself a little bit of a confidence boost before the next stages arrive.
Yeah. At the same time, I'm going to double back on what you said. Now that you actually mention it, Goblin versus Jonathan, are you talking about the clip where both of them pulled out the shotgun, emptied the entire mag, missed on each other, pulled out the AR, and then eventually Goblin won that fight? That 1v1.
Yeah, that 1v1.
So how is it forgettable? Everyone remembers that.
Everybody remembers it, but for the wrong reason. I mean, imagine this, right? For the audience out there, it's like, 2 greatest coming head-to-head against each other, but then they kind of fumble out. Happens, lad. It does happen. But you know what? What else also happens? Small breaks in big days. We'll come back after a short break.
Please do not get in my way. You cannot drop in my lane. Tires is burning the pain. You don't have nothing to say. This is how legends are made. I know I got what it takes. And I'm not popping the brakes. And I'm not popping the brakes. I'm too competitive. I like the narrative. That on no place in the league. Who you comparing with? That is definitive. Top of the throne, it is me. How you moving so on the speed? I just been bringing the heat. I just been bringing the fire. Bringing the fire. I just been bringing the
All right, we finally made it. It's time for the last game of the day for Group C. And of course, the matches are off to an interesting pace. We were down in like stage 6, only 4 teams surviving on that previous game of Miramar. And we are waiting to see what this last map is going to turn out. Once again, it's me, Super Johnny, joined by Necro alongside with me. Necro, are we happy with the action we're seeing from Group C?
I mean, look, I'm a big fan of aggression, but the aggression that we're seeing right now is just so uncoordinated. It's just so unheard of that it's actually catching me off guard. I'm not even understanding what exactly is happening inside of the game. We're not seeing a proper structure from the teams. We're not even seeing any sort of strategies. And I guess the strategy is simple. The moment you hear a gunshot, just go in third party.
Exactly. I think it's time to prep yourself into those 4v4s, into those set pieces inside of the game. As we saw from the players of WEXT in that first early fight inside of that previous map of Miramar. But can they replicate the same thing in the upcoming game?
And Johnny, you know what the crazy part is? It's not just this group that played the same way. Even Group B, even though the stakes were high, we saw the same approach even from the side of Group B. We saw so many third parties on top of that hill. We saw so many third parties around that entire region of Garage. It's just some uncoordinated action that we're seeing.
Just one key difference. In Group B, it was the usual suspects that were doing really well. And not everyone across the board was just simply out for blood, which seems to be the case for Group C. But with that being said, it is time for us to commence the last game of the day. As we mentioned, it's again the map of Miramar, and there we have it on our screens.
I guess right now everyone's pretty much on the same boat. They just want to be here to polish their game skills, to polish their firepower as much as possible, so when they move on towards the survival stages, they're going to be a lot prepared. And you know what, speaking of polishing things, right now THG is definitely not looking polished. You talk about the team play, it's absent. You talk about the firepower, it's not working out that well. So they definitely do have a lot of those problems they need to try and find a patch to.
For sure, and it's not just them, it's Quantum Spark, AX as well. We are expecting big things from these names, especially considering it is the last week of the qualifier stages. On the other front of things, I think Rising Esports and Learn from Past off to a great start, having secured chicken dinners right off the bat in the first 2 games. We're talking about this map of Miramar, and as you mentioned, TAG in particular. Look at that, an early drop towards Partona.
Yeah, it's kind of weird, right? We've never seen TAG heading on towards Partona.
Yeah, we have.
Something completely out of the ordinary. Maybe it's also because the plane flat path was away from their drop location, just wanted to go for a temporary one. Get their hands on the basic loot, weaponry, then be on the move instantly towards the zone. And that's what probably is going to be the game plan for TAG. Partona is not a bad city. You will find a lot of loot there. RIX, even they found themselves around Minas Del Valle, and luckily enough for TAG, even the circle is around that same court, so they don't have to make a lot of moves on the board.
Hey, but WEXT, they get Picardo all to themselves this time. No contestation early. But look at what's happening with Dragonclaw. It seems like they might need to fight their way towards those vehicles. And one of them seems to be taken away from them. So early conflict, there is a potential for that breaking out close to Monte Nuevo. And of course, also close to San Martin, where we have Troy Tamilas Esports taking on Esports Social.
This is going to be an awkward fight. Esports Social, all the 4 players dropping on one apartment, while the remaining players off the foes dropping on the other one. A proper split they've got going on. Everyone is not going to be able to have the proper weaponries. They would need to try and adapt and adjust. Uzi in the hands of one of the players from the side of Esports Social. That's going to be bad OP. And pressure's going to be there equally on both the sides. But since they know there's nothing really to lose, I'm pretty sure we're going to be seeing some unorthodox moves soon.
Yeah, pretty much, because with how the teams have dropped, I think there is options to evade this early fight as well. And Esports Social, for them, they just need to stay in these buildings, avoid getting taken out, or giving knocks to the players of Troy Tamilas. Troy Tamilas Esports can easily fall back after they're done with their initial loot, but it all depends on what the call is for the team. But as we discussed, I think it's Group C. They are just going to go at it pretty much. That's what I'm expecting, to be honest.
And I'm just waiting for that one person to just move out of his comfort zone, take that first fight, and fall apart. That's definitely going to happen soon. And right now, Troy Tamilas Esports trying to push outside of their comfort zones. You can see one of the players, Maxioso. You know what's quite unfortunate? None of them has even found a single piece of utility. They don't have any nades to actually back this entire fight up, which means it has to be a proper gunfight.
Yeah, and I think it will just come down to poor positioning. And it can happen from the side of Esports Social, especially with how eager they are just in terms of stepping in front of those windows and just getting exposed. Even a slight HP advantage when You're this close to the opponents can be big. It allows you to close the distance. It allows you to try and at least make that bounce on the building, but shots being taken. It's the micro Uzi in play.
Seems like it's going to be the game of patience. And right now, both these teams just don't care enough to be patient. Esports Social. You definitely do see a lot of moves from them. Those shots were taken against Bad OP, but not critical enough. Superman just waiting for one mistake from the foes. And I highly doubt that's going to happen. Game of patience.
I have a feeling Max Chioso is going to be the one to catch Esports Social off guard. He's just prone point blank range, just waiting for anyone from the side of Esports Social to overextend with that peak. The question is, what weapons does he has? He will need an AR at that distance. Even a UMP can get the job done with a few headshots, making contact, but Lens in the back lines could provide enough support. But as you said, a standstill between these two sides, and I think it is going to remain that way at least for the next 4.5 minutes. They are just a few hundred meters away from the circle. Or maybe I was wrong. Who am I to talk about this? Troy Tamilas Esports, they don't want a standstill. They just make that bounce.
Yeah, Troy Tamilas Esports, 3 players next to each other, and they already do kick things off. A Kickstarter against Esports Social, they're not even able to hold it off. And now Bad OP just needs to be on the run. A man on the opposite side of the spectrum is trying to provide some sort of cover fire, but that's not making any sort of difference as Bad OP, his Uzi shreds. The man's able to find the first thread, but can he continue the shredding business? That's my question. That Uzi up close and personal should do a lot of damage, but now Bad OP is also giving away a lot of time.
Too big of an advantage for Troy Tamilas Esports, though. They've turned it into a 4 versus 2 situation, and they have the necessary weaponry as well to just mow down the players of Esports Social. All they have to do is just a 4-man charge up the stairs, but they are being hesitant. And I think this is just an extra added delay into what is an unavoidable result for the players of Esports Social. A little bit of a trade. Superman spots out Max Chioso on the other balcony. There's no damage trade between the two sides. Esports Social, they do still manage to hold on to their ground, but finally the pile-up is there. No HP on Superman. Still 2 players drop to the floor. Bad OP almost clutching out the win. Hesperos was left with like 10 HP.
That got way too close for comfort.
Yeah.
You know what? Props to Esports Social. They still try to play it real well.
For sure.
The moment they found that first knock underneath, that's when things sort of started to collapse. And then even the knock across, that was just brilliant. The moment that knock happened, I personally thought it was a fight converted by Esports Social, but then in the end, they still lost that duel. It's completely fine, though. Once again, they've got nothing to lose, so it's all good in the hood. Looking at VXT making that pounce against Last Out of Esports. Evil gets caught off guard all by himself, stranded, gets choked to his death. And Versatile Esports, no mercy.
Versatile Esports, I think a luxury for them to be able to ride the momentum of that previous game, that aggression. Quite an unfortunate third party following their victory, of course. But this time around, not a big cluster for them to deal with, just K9 Esports in the backlines, and then they can just focus all their attention up front. TAG, though, look at that move out early of Partona. Could be a potential run against the players of Red Ross.
Definitely can be. As of now, looking at AX. Oh, those shots are quite deadly. Piercing the flesh. Smoker was knocked out. Instant confirmation as well follows up. Smoker knocking out Smoker. It actually sounds so weird. But now for K9 Esports, Snowjot as well gets knocked out. K9 Esports, it's a domino effect. Things now starting to fall apart. And once again, the damage is being dealt on the equal sides. What a nade from Smoker. Smokes another player off. K9 Esports in a world of trouble. That's going to be Taurus, the man from the Zodiacs. Can this bull this time rush against the opponents and actually save the day for his comrades? Maybe the answer is going to be no. Taurus has too much pressure. One young man hard pumping through his chest. Too much pressure to handle. Can he stay calm under pressure? Gets back inside of that Roadster. And he's also got the shotgun for up close and personal combat, but VXT has no clue that he's in that vehicle.
Of course, there's the third party lining up from the players of Last Starday as well. Not an easy job for Taurus to just survive this conflict. Last Ade, I think even if a nade drops anywhere close to that car, Taurus is going to be done for. But this is quite brilliant. I think just stepping out of the line of sight. This Roadster, it's up on its roof. And no one's going to think to check this vehicle, to be honest.
Yeah, Taurus has such a good jump. Even if Lost Ade Esports tries to make a pounce, Taurus can just wait it out patiently till he sees a lot of dead bodies in the elimination feed, and that's when he can try and surprise the opponents. But I highly doubt Lost Ade Esports wants to push up close. They're driving around trying to bait out some peaks from VXT, but that's not happening. VXT's playing it pretty well.
By the way, this fight, the third party on the players of Troy Tamilan from AX was something I didn't expect. AX was quite spread out, players far away from each other, and still they just kicked the fight off. Troy Tamilan Esports caught off guard. We're back at it. VXT against Lost Ade with Taurus just hiding in a corner.
Someone get this man. The longer Taurus stays alive, even I'm getting more anxious. What's going to happen? What sort of a play the man's going to make? So many questions just rushing my head. And even he sits right next to him. What? They finally realize what's happening. This is probably just a comedy of errors. And now Taurus gets that confirmation instantly. But Lost Ade Esports, what a joke it was.
It really was a joke now, because Lost Ade had been wiped out from the game. As it turns out, while we were distracted and seeing what was going on with Taurus, Lost Ade lost 2 men to the side of VXT, and VXT, they're going to be grateful for those picks.
I know, right? Just sits right next to him in that vehicle, and then both of them realized, oh wait, there's an uninvited guest in my vehicle.
Can't switch seats. What is going on?
Oh, man.
Hey, but AX against Troy Tamilan. It's turning out a little better than I expected for Troy Tamilan Esports. They found an extra pick. They found an extra point for themselves.
Johnny, how much you want to bet Hesperos? He's going to hit the frame and he's going to just eliminate himself eventually. Watch. It's going to happen.
All right, sure. I think the only saving grace for him and me right now is just the fact that he's almost out of those explosive moves.
Maybe that's not going to happen. It might just be Wake's bullet taking care of him. And that's what happens. The M249 massive magazine, you can just never stop it. And just look at them, all the way outside in the blue, all the way towards San Martin, while the circle is down south around Los Leones.
Yeah, AX, I think they're just hell-bent on just getting those eliminations inside of the blue. But what is the shift of the circle? It's just all over the place. Look at where the clusters are. These squads, they were pushing for the center of that previous zone. All of a sudden, everyone is just finding themselves towards the southern edge. And VXT, they have the prime spot to work with.
Yeah,
surprise, surprise.
The circles have been weird, Johnny.
Uh-oh.
Even at the start of the entirety of Erangels, we saw some weird circles. Right now as well, on the map of Miramar, the circle's taking curveball shifts, catching everyone off guard. Troy Tamilan Esports surviving this entire onslaught, this spot, it's going to be impossible. TAG, they found themselves inside of the Los Leones. It's not a bad spot, but they still need to find a good breaching point inside of the circle, which means they need to leave Los Leones first.
Oh, for sure they need to. But it's not going to be an easy exit, though. Every single building towards the edge of the play zone is occupied. And then if you try to rotate towards La Benedita directly up north, you do have to figure out a way to avoid the players of Learn from Fast, but the northern half of the play zone being empty, that actually is the only viable option now for this late rotation. But Riot Nations, present towards the southwestern edge of the circle, pressure put upon them by the teams trying to breach the play zone itself in the form of Havocs, in the form of Aura, and of course Quantum Spark as well, another team that's building up a little bit of challenge for the side of Riot Nations.
Oh no, Johnny, Haddix is running low on ammunition. It's not looking too good. But having a look at the replay of that fight between K9 Esports and VXT, it was quite the back and forth initially. For a moment we thought K9 Esports can take the cake, but then later on VXT, they started to just hammer down the foes. In the end, it was just Taurus standing, and Taurus was just hiding in that vehicle. VXT were able to scoop up all those elimination points around him. And this was one of the most funny things we witnessed so far.
It was quite unfortunate. It was hilarious. Taurus just got 1 point off of that play. But considering it was a position where he would have walked away with none, it's still better.
Oh, but Quantum Sparks and ORAX. This is going to be an interesting fight. Quantum Sparks finding inside of a well-fortified cover while ORAX quad exposed. But they've also got a nice control to play with. Quantum Sparks can be surrounded to death. But as long as they're patient, it should work out. If the circle's going to move away from Quantum Sparks, now that's going to be a lot of trouble in Paradise. And the circle will move away from them. Taking another shift right on top of AX, they've found themselves in the lucky spot.
Yeah, they really need to secure this game with the shift of the circle now. 3 players still left standing from the side of AX, but look what's happening towards the eastern side of things. You have Ares trying to rotate outside along with the edge of the blue. And seems like they have been caught off guard, but the players have learned from past. The struggles of Ares still continue. No signs of war for these gods, but JD Gaming. This is just a clear line of fire. No escape for the players of Ares.
Oh my god, look at this! Rising Esports!
It's brilliant.
That's not the place where you're supposed to park a vehicle, but it's still working out pretty well for them! Having a nice surprise jump on top of the opponents, and the opponents just completely left flabbergasted. It seems like they're not even going to stand a chance in this fight, as Riot Nations or even Redix Ross, they're just completely ripped out from this game.
Hey man, scream aim and fire and watch the death toll go higher. I guess that's the strategy for Rising Esports today. But no time to celebrate. Instant third party coming through from the players of Aura Esports. And Dope, all he needs to do is just lob one precise nade through the gap. If it makes contact, there's no reset for the players of Rising Esports. But luckily for them, they do actually manage to pull through.
ORAX. Now they're starting to lose out on the patience. They also want to be quite aggressive. And ORAX now, there are also a few nades being tossed against him. Those nades are definitely chipping away a lot of damage at ORAX. If there's even one single shot connected successfully, there's probably going to be a knock against Aura. But even Aura's trying to play it as passive and as safe as possible. That one man gets back in the US. And that US is literally on fire. Look at this one. You cannot even push inside of this entire house.
Oh no.
It's just blocked off.
And then there's the third party from the backlines. There's so much pressure all of a sudden for the players of Aura Esports to deal with and learn from pause. They are just gonna make this broken building well into a hell of sorts. The trap laid out. Aura Esports looking to move in. Rising Esports somehow still managing to stay alive. And learn from pause just from the distance. Spray after spray, magazine after magazine, being committed just to find those extra points. And it's not just them, it's Quantum Spark as well waiting on the other side of the ridge. And all these teams, let's not forget, are outside of the play zone.
It's looking pretty deadly. Right now, these strikes, they're getting way too deadly. Look at that man from ORAX who's also getting shot at by the players who've learned from pass from the back lines. Where do you even go? The moment you step outside of cover, there's going to be learned from pass taking shots at you. The moment you get back in the cover, there was Rising Esports taking shots at them. But Rising Esports has been eliminated, and that's what learn from pass realizes, which means ORAX is now going to be real hurt. And that's what Honey wants to capitalize on. Molotov tossed out to keep them inside of those buildings, to keep them cooking from the blue. And that blue is now going to be doing too much damage. Chris, he was all by himself trying to make a bold move as he gets eliminated from the game, and that's going to be the entirety of ORAX getting eliminated from this game.
That was a valiant effort, a very gutsy move coming through from Chris OP. Just pushing from the rear flank all alone, trying to see if he can find some breathing room for his teammates to escape from. Did not really work out. Aura Esports eliminated Quantum Spark. They follow up. Yashu gets taken out by Honey. And Learn from Past all of a sudden have complete control of the southern edge of the play zone. Well, the only team that can challenge them over there, it's going to be Dragonclaw Esports, who've just been waiting on the sidelines all this while.
Look at this. Oh, the spray. Sounded pretty deadly. Dragonclaw Esports still constantly tapping away. Right now, BHT, it seems like they're also going to be on the receiving end. Next circle shift, that's also going to be important. Where is it going to be shifting? Is it going to be shifting right on top of AX? That's my question. Because if it does, then even TAG, they spring back to life. And TAG as well stands a big chance of getting the chicken dinner. Jelly's all the way in the back, and there's also going to be Maxioso soon climbing up. So Jelly might just get a big surprise.
Look at Riot Nations making the move on the players of VXT. And it's going to be a tough one. The players a little far away from each other. Adi leading the charge. There's Dragonclaw on the flank. And Adi just runs into that sandwich. Gets squished. His teammates in the back lines getting naded by VXT. HP boss chipped away. Adi gets finished off. And all of a sudden, Riot Nations, it seems like they aren't going anywhere. This team is just... They are going to get mowed down out into the open by VXT.
Yeah, it's just not a good position to begin with.
Yeah.
Out in the open, too many shots taken against him. It's all going to be VXT and the players of Dragonclaw Esports just pinning them down. No matter where they go, they found themselves in a big death pinch. But even for the side of Dragonclaw, even they found themselves in a big pinch. Now even Learn From Past closing up from the backlines. Dragonclaw Esports, they need to focus all their manpower against Learn From Past. If they don't, they will be eliminated from the game. And look at this man. Underneath, trying to create that flank angle. While on the opposite side of the spectrum, even Riot Nations is getting dismantled. Dragonclaw Esports, they found themselves in hot pickle, and this time they will not survive it.
What a surge of confidence from the players of Learn From Past, by the way, in this fourth week of qualifiers. 8 eliminations on the board, and they're moving around on this map of Miramar like they have the deeds to the entire land.
Johnny, it's stage 5 and we've only got 7 teams.
Of course.
That is just insane.
We are going to move down to 6. VXT, they're getting wiped out next.
Yeah, definitely they are. And let's not forget, even that man from Riot Nations is the only person scanning. The moment he gets taken out, that's just going to be 5 teams scanning. And I highly doubt it's going to be surviving for too long.
All right,
trying to create a lot of problems. Oh, there we go, Smoch. He just could not do anything. In the end, gets eliminated.
See, stage 5, 6 teams remaining, 18 players still alive. But as I was saying, all of this chaos, and we're still missing Apex Gaming.
Yeah, out of it. TG's realized today's day has been horrible. And they just want to have one good game in their hands. To at least satisfy the fans' egos.
Hey, I mean, Jonathan is there on the Eliminator leaderboard. Might as well help him move up the list.
I know, right?
This could be the perfect time. It's the last week.
I just don't think they've got enough confidence. The way they've been taking those fights, team play is just completely lacking. There's just a lot of problems in this lineup. And right now, Learn From Past focusing their complete firepower against VXT. It's just going to be perfect. VXT wiped out of the existence, and now you've only got 5 teams left standing, and it's only stage 6, baby.
And of course, it's double digits on the board for the side of Learn From Past. Incredible stuff put on display. And as you were saying, just 5 teams left in this match. The final stages are going to be very brutal. AX, they have really amazing cover to work with. And yet, they're just trying to gatekeep the players of Hadex, a team that's sitting 16th on the leaderboard right now.
Interesting. Oh, Jax. Inside of the shack. Soon, even the Blues going to engulf the man. And then a lot of damage is going to be dished out. Man, precise shooting from Devotee. He was able to find some precise connections. Jax is still surviving, though. Barely on a pixel of HP. It's all good in the hood.
Hey, but as you talk about precision, one of the players from the side of Team AX dropped to the floor by Learn From Past. It was from a distance as well. And seems like Honey, he isn't done yet. Now switching focus to the players of Hadex. Break invented, no knocks found from the distance. It's going to be Jonathan that finds the opening as Hope gets taken out. And the finish, oh no, gets stolen by Cyrax from Team AX. Quite unfortunate, to be honest.
That'll happen. Just too many players out in the open, and everyone's got their lines of sight locked onto a team that's going to try to make that big rotation. And this time it was in the name of Hadex. One well-placed nade from this team can actually seal the deal, and that's what AX is trying to find. But Jax, he's got the perfect cover to play with. That US is right on top of him, giving him that perfect shelter. Even if the utilities are going to be tossed, they need to be right underneath that US, and it will require too much precision.
It's not completely out of commission, so Jack still needs to be cautious, but that Molotov from Cyrex, I think did he just step into it at the last second before it went out?
I think.
Or maybe Cyrex just lobbed the second one, but anyway, it's caught off guard by utility. AX, they do end up claiming that point for themselves, and with that, AX, they're done enough. They have had enough of ADX. Last man Cypher spotted out, finished off. We're down to the 4 teams, final 4 teams, 13 players still alive. And it seems like Learn from Past, they aren't done yet. Racking up the elimination points as Ares gets shut down super early. It's stage 6, already down to the top 3 teams we go. And it seems like this game might just come to an end before stage 8 as Apex Gaming are finally put under pressure by the side of Learn from Past.
Indeed, it seems like it's going to be an unfortunate outing for them. And for TAG, it's going to be an opportunity that they need to latch upon and maybe secure this game. Learn from Past around them, taking those shots on top of them. LEFP still pretty far away. AX is now going to be the major threat. And Apex, they first need to wipe out AX and then maybe focus on LAFP. Would just be too much to ask for. AX is also taking those shots against Learn from Past. It's like the triangle of death. Everyone's got the eyes locked on everyone. And eventually LEFP, they lose out on the most crucial man. That's going to be Honey. Getting the rival's going to be pretty much impossible. TAG should be able to get the confirmation easily.
Well, hopefully they are able to get that confirmation. TAG desperate for points. Just a single finish claimed inside of this match so far. Even though we did see their name pop up in that finish feeds, were able to secure the knocks, but they just kept getting stolen. Unfortunately for TAG though, Jelly and Hydro, while they find themselves in the preference of the play zone, Learn from Past actually are the ones in control of the majority of the circle. But this rotation of AX can be the distraction that draws the attention of Learn from Past away from the players of TAG. But what is this? What a move coming through from Cyrax and Devotee as they find an opening, and Max instantly gets taken out.
AX is not going to be stopped anytime soon. The aggression, the pedal to the metal. And AX is actually able to win the fights as well. Duels converted, elimination points as well. Instantly scooped in the pockets. AX from the back is hammering down Learn from Past from the front. It's going to be TAG as well taking those shots. Where do you go? Learn from Past eliminated from this game. They were in a massive pickle, in a big sandwich. And now TAG, the only team they need to worry about, it's going to be in the name of Team Apex. Or Team AX. This is going to be an interesting fight.
Yeah, Apex versus AX.
Yeah.
Similar initials, but, well, as far as this match is considered, a difference in performance. But anyways, it's a 4 versus 2 situation, so Apex, my apologies, happened to me as well.
Yeah.
It should be an easy cleanup for them. Cyrex and Devotee, they're just hiding in corner, and TAG should just be able to lob utility and clean out certain angles just with those nades. Look at how close that one was to Cyrex himself.
Yeah, they're tagging him up, softening up the foes. Even Cyrex tossing out a few nades, and TAG, they fumble up. First man gets knocked out, but still AX, they've only got 2 men standing. TAG, now they've got the man advantage inside of the fight. Situation's taken down with 3-on-1, and AX is not going to stand a chance as Devotee as well gets wrapped up, and that will be Team Apex Gaming securing the chicken dinner. Finally, TAG fans can now relax, and they're also going to be happy that, yes, we've got a chicken dinner, but the question to ask is going to be, are you satisfied?
I don't think so. I think Group C, a team like TAG, we should be seeing them drop those 20 bombs.
Yeah.
Exactly, dominate the matches. Wasn't the case, but hey, as you were talking about, you said it during the game, maybe they were just hoping for one decent game at the end of the day. And they have it, 16 points from this match, the chicken dinner as well. Yeah, I think you are going to be satisfied with that, at least a little bit.
I mean, look, Johnny, in this entire group, getting a chicken dinner is not going to be tough. The strategy is simple. Just hide and play passive, blanks out of the circle, let the other teams wipe each other out, and you're in the end just there to get the chicken dinner. That's how you will do it.
That is how that is what you're supposed to do if you're looking to stick around in the top 4, maybe at the top spot or the podium of the group at the end of whenever their match is, and day after tomorrow. But I think for teams like Learn from Past, for teams like AX, for teams like TAG, there has to be a different standard set, right? We do expect them to drop those big numbers inside of the game. Learn from Past has been doing that. AX kind of did it in this game. I was just hoping to see that from TAG, but, well, there's always day after tomorrow, right?
I mean, even though I should not say this, but I'm still going to say it. The performances that we've seen so far from this group, I'm not going to put my full trust onto it. At the end of the day, it feels like a lot of these teams don't even care.
Yeah.
The way they're being playing is just so questionable. We're down to stage 5 and there's only 5 teams standing. That's what the scenario is right now in this group.
Hey, man, I mean, what was questionable for me was that bounce from AX when they try to finish off learn from past. They did succeed, but one way things could have gone wrong for them was if Apex Gaming all of a sudden decided, like, yeah, you guys are in a clear line of fire, so we should be taking you out. AX was right there across the road, and it could have it could have turned wrong for the side of AX, but doesn't matter. They still did do decent in this match. We have the list of top players. Honey, of course, the MVP of the match, followed by Cyrex with 6 elimination. You have Keshu. JD Gaming from Learn From Past is there on the list. And this is a player that I really want to talk about. JD Gaming has been very impressive ever since he started getting more playtime.
You know what, Johnny? Before the Group C game starts, there should be a disclaimer on the screen. The performances that you see from this group can be deceiving right now.
Yeah.
The real performances will be seen in the survival stages. Because Learn From Past playing like this, it's understandable. They're supposed to play like this, but let's not forget, Learn From Past started all the way from Group A, and now they're inside of Group C. You need to understand the level of disappointment this team is showcased.
Well, at least they're not disappointing anymore in Group C in a week where, yeah, they have nothing to gain, basically.
So there's no disappointment. Yeah, hey, that's one of the positive sides to look at.
I think, but with nothing to lose is when we need to see that all-out aggressive front from a lot of these teams. And that is what I think I want to observe from the side of Group C. While we expect teams like TAG, Learn From Past, K9 to dominate, we would also love to see teams like Quantum Spark put up a fight. I would love to see if Quantum Spark can end their journey in this group within the podium. Riot Nations, that's a decent team. Ares as well. What can these teams do? For them, this is just going to be a taste of survival stages. If you can do well here, if you can flesh out your strategies properly in this last week, then maybe once you make it to the survival stages, you will have an opportunity or a chance of finishing in the top 8.
That's a really good point that you brought up, right? For teams like ORAX, Ares Esports, they should use this opportunity to pretty much understand the firepower and the way you can tackle down these big dogs. Right now, when you're fighting off against teams like Learn From Past, teams like TAG and AX, let's be honest, Learn From Past, AX, and TAG have been sweating off in these lobbies. Even though they're not supposed to, they're still trying to showcase some strategies. They're still trying to bring in proper rotations while the other teams are busy duking it out against each other. But that's what Ares and maybe RX need to try and understand, is that these teams are also going to be the biggest threat for you in the future, and maybe try and find a counter right now.
Exactly. These teams you are guaranteed to face once you make it to the survival stages. Everyone else, well, you're going to find out once we have the result of Week 4. But, again, names added to the list. Esports Social, what happened to them? Red Ross has gone completely missing in the matches today. So, big step up is going to be required from them tomorrow. But as we move forward from the match rankings, now it's the overall leaderboard that I'm a little bit interested in. Because, as we were talking about it, a little bit of a bounce back inside of this match from the teams that were kind of lacking. Yeah, TAG in particular. And it puts them inside of the top 6. It's good enough.
Yeah, I mean, they're inside of the top 8, even though there's nothing really to gain. But THG has now found themselves a nice form, and I really hope that this momentum is also going to be carried on in the future in the upcoming 3 games and also in the survival stages, because THG is a team that is run by heavily momentum. And if the momentum is not going to be with them, then you know they are going to be struggling.
But on the note of performances being missing, Lastare Esports, what happened to Lastare? I mean, this was such an aggressive team when we saw them. When we saw the players, at least, play under the banner of Ewoks last time.
I mean, you cannot even blame Lastare. They have been contributing to the chaos. They're stepping inside of the chaos. They're taking those fights as well. They're actually participating inside of those third parties, too. And we're seeing Lastare just getting third party themselves. So you cannot even blame Lastare right now. That's why I'm saying the performances that you see in this group right now might be deceiving. The real performances will be seen in the survival stage.
Then what are we supposed to do about Group C?
We're just supposed to see and enjoy. You know what? Get some popcorns, munch on those popcorns, watch Quantum Sparks, watch TAG, watch AX as well perform, watch VXT pull off some new strategies, watch these new dogs try and come up with some new strategies to try and counter these old dogs, and anything can happen.
Exactly. Group C at this point is basically a showdown of gladiators that's just meant for the entertainment of crowds, and crowd this time being us. But again, I think we are asking for entertainment from players like Taurus. Like, that was pretty entertaining. But of course, I would love to see him return to the form that we saw from him in Week 1. Week 1, he was phenomenal. But ever since that promotion to Group A, it seems like it's completely gone away, that form.
Me and Salty had a big conversation about Taurus and the entirety of K9 Esports. And Somraj has always been the IGL where he relies heavily on the Assaulters.
Somraj wasn't playing today, by the way.
Yeah, he wasn't. But he's always been the IGL that relies heavily on the Assaulters. And since Taurus is not able to perform, we have seen K9 Esports struggle instantly.
That is true.
The Week 1, K9 Esports was doing well because Taurus was popping off. He was pretty much there in the elimination leaders as well. But the moment Taurus failed, the entirety of K9 Esports failed.
Pretty much. And I do agree with you on that to a certain extent. But then again, you have to prove the words that give me any set of players, I'll make it to the finals, right? That's all the man is trying to prove. Anyways, we do have the IGL. Since we were talking about an IGL ranking on our screen, Spunk today did not have that great of a time, to be honest. And of course, I think we still see him sit there on the first position in the overall leaderboard. He's been getting a lot of individual finishes with True Rippers this time around, which is a very pleasant surprise. I missed the aggression from the side of Punk. And of course, if we put him in an aggressive IGL position, he is going to just run forward with his entire team. But today was a day for White Walkers, and it was a day for Wyron. 10 finishes throughout the matches that he played. 6 knocks secured, 1,483 damage dished out.
I think this is probably the least amount of finishes we've seen so far from the performer of the day. Usually it's been 11, 12, 14 finishes.
I guess so, yeah.
But I guess just 10 finishes this time, being the performer of the day, it's quite surprising. It's been a day full of surprises.
It is a day full of surprises, but also pleasant surprise, because I think when we saw the roster from White Walkers on paper, we were expecting aggressive performances.
Yeah.
And it was a big, unpleasant surprise to not see that in the first few weeks. At least today they showed up. But a summary of the day on our screens. Of course, the start of the day dominated by Mad Kings with a follow-up chicken dinner from Jaguar Esports, and then an end of the day reset in Group B handed by God's Reign. And then as we move forward for Group C, the chaotic group, out of all, we had Rising Esports kick off their journey with a chicken dinner. Learn from past. They bounced back with 19 points in the first Miramar and the last Miramar. A slow one, yet a steady one conquered by the side of Apex Gaming.
Yeah, try to stay outside of that chaos till the end, and then in the final few moments, claim those elimination points to get that chicken dinner as well.
Yeah.
And the same thing was also being replicated even by the side of AX, right?
Yes.
Even they pretty much tried to pull off that same strategy. AX lost out on those 2 players in the final few moments, and that's why we knew that AX is not going to be able to get that game. Learn from past, they were trying real hard in this group as well. They were utilizing proper strategies. We saw them going for those coordinated plays as well. They had those proper splits going on, but I really hope this is not going to be their main play style moving on towards the survival stage.
I agree with you. I hope survival isn't play like this, but I hope that they keep playing at least this qualifier round like this, because what happened to learn from past in the past few weeks was the aggression faded away. They lost confidence, because of which they weren't able to survive. But guess what? It's week 4. It's the week of decision. And of course, it is going to be special. Today was Group B and C. Tomorrow, we see the journey commence for Group A and D. But before tomorrow, we're going to end the show today. Thank you so much for tuning in. Until tomorrow, take care. Good night. Bye-bye.
Let me tell him one time, I've been on the grind, this my prime. Let me tell him one time, I've been on the grind, and this my prime. Yeah, sorry for the wait, didn't think I'd come up, y'all just need a little faith. I've been patient, just waiting on the river with an ace. Gotta move real careful, we coming surveying the place. I touch down in your city, that's a rival. Y'all got one thing on your mind, it's survival. But if you wanna take a shot at the title, call the medic, we checking your vitals. Let me tell him one time, I've been on the grind, this my prime. Let me tell him one time, I've been on the grind, and this my prime. Let me tell him one time. Set him all in my prime. Let me tell him one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, 'cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Prime time with Mile High. Same city as Royce and I mean Rose. It's flatbeds for the checks, that's a bank rolls. I've been killing it, I'm guilty, case closed. Yeah, y'all are too basic, my reputation, borderline amazing. Good things coming, they just need a little patience. Ready for whatever, all you gotta do is say when. In my eyes, when I rise, I visualize. I ain't ever taking a break, you taking 5. Even if I ain't got it, know that I make the time. On my next move, by the time that the ink will dry. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time. Said I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Yeah, sorry for the wait, didn't think I'd come up, y'all just need a little faith. I've been patient, just waiting on the river with an ace. Gotta move real careful, we coming surveying the place. I touch down in your city, that's a rival. Y'all got one thing on your mind, it's survival. But if you wanna take a shot at the title, call the medic, we checking your vitals. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time. Said I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Prime time, we mile high, the gate closed. Same city as Royce and I mean Rose. It's flatbeds for the checks, that's a bank rolls. I've been killing it, I'm guilty, case closed. Yeah, y'all are too basic, my reputation, borderline amazing. Good things coming, they just need a little patience. Ready for whatever, all you gotta do is say when. In my eyes, when I rise, I visualize. I ain't ever taking a break, you taking 5. Even if I ain't got it, know that I make the time. On my next move, by the time that the ink will dry. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time. Said I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Yeah, sorry for the wait, didn't think I'd come up, y'all just need a little faith. I've been patient, just waiting on the river with an ace. Gotta move real careful, we coming surveying the place. I touch down in your city, that's a rival. Y'all got one thing on your mind, it's survival. But if you wanna take a shot at the title, call the medic, we checking your vitals. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time. Said I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Prime time, we mile high, the gate closed. Same city as Royce and I mean Rose. It's flatbeds for the checks, that's a bank rolls. I've been killing it, I'm guilty, case closed. Yeah, y'all are too basic, my reputation, borderline amazing. Good things coming, they just need a little patience. Ready for whatever, all you gotta do is say when. In my eyes, when I rise, I visualize. I ain't ever taking a break, you taking 5. Even if I ain't got it, know that I make the time. On my next move, by the time that the ink will dry. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time. Said I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. prime. Huh. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this my prime. Yeah, sorry for the wait. Didn't think I'd come up, y'all just need a little faith. I've been patient, just waiting on the river with an ace. Gotta move real careful, we coming surveying the place. I touch down in your city, that's a rival. Y'all got one thing on your mind, it's survival. But if you wanna take a shot at the title, call the medic, we checking your vitals. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this my prime. Let me tell them one time. Said I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Prime time, we mile high, the gate closed. Same city as voice and I mean rolls. It's flat bets for the checks, that's a bank rolls. I've been killing it, I'm guilty, case closed. Yeah, y'all are too basic, my reputation, borderline amazing. Good things coming, they just need a little patience. Ready for whatever, all you gotta do is say when. In my eyes, when I rise, I visualize. I ain't ever taking a break, you taking 5. Even if I ain't got it, know that I make the time. On my next move, by the time that the ink will dry. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time. Said I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Yeah, sorry for the wait, didn't think I'd come up, y'all just need a little faith. I've been patient, just waiting on the river with an ace. Gotta move real careful, we coming surveying the place. I touch down in your city, that's a rival. Y'all got one thing on your mind, it's survival. But if you wanna take a shot at the title, call the medic, we checking your vitals. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time. Said I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Prime time, we mile high, the gate closed. Same city as voice and I mean rolls. It's flat bets for the checks, that's a bank rolls. I've been killing it, I'm guilty, case closed. Yeah, y'all are too basic, my reputation, borderline amazing. Good things coming, they just need a little patience. Ready for whatever, all you gotta do is say when. In my eyes, when I rise, I visualize. I ain't ever taking a break, you taking 5. Even if I ain't got it, know that I make the time. On my next move, by the time that the ink will dry. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time. Said I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Yeah, sorry for the wait, didn't think I'd come up, y'all just need a little faith. I've been patient, just waiting on the river with an ace. Gotta move real careful, we coming surveying the place. I touch down in your city, that's a rival. Y'all got one thing on your mind, it's survival. But if you wanna take a shot at the title, call the medic, we checking your vitals. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time. Said I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Prime time, we mile high. high, the gate closed. Same city as Royce and I mean Rose. It's flatbeds for the checks, that's a bank rolls. I've been killing it, I'm guilty, case closed. Yeah, y'all are too basic, my reputation, borderline amazing. Good things coming, they just need a little patience. Ready for whatever, all you gotta do is say when. And my eyes wanna rise, I visualize. I ain't ever taking a break, you taking 5. Even if I ain't got it, know that I make the time. On my next move by the time that the ink will dry. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time. Said I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Yeah, I'm sorry for the wait, didn't think I'd come up, y'all just need a little faith. I've been patient, just waiting on the river with an ace. Gotta move real careful, we coming surveying the place. I touch down in your city, that's a rival. Y'all got one thing on your mind, it's survival. But if you wanna take a shot at the title, call the medic, we checking your vitals. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time. Said I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Prime time, we mile high, the gate closed. Same city as Royce and I mean Rose. It's flatbeds for the checks, that's a bank rolls. I've been killing it, I'm guilty, case closed. Yeah, y'all are too basic, my reputation, borderline amazing. Good things coming, they just need a little patience. Ready for whatever, all you gotta do is say when. And my eyes wanna rise, I visualize. I ain't ever taking a break, you taking 5. Even if I ain't got it, know that I make the time. On my next move by the time that the ink will dry. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time. Said I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Yeah, I'm sorry for the wait, didn't think I'd come up, y'all just need a little faith. I've been patient, just waiting on the river with an ace. Gotta move real careful, we coming surveying the place. I touch down in your city, that's a rival. Y'all got one thing on your mind, it's survival. But if you wanna take a shot at the title, call the medic, we checking your vitals. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time. Said I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Prime time, we mile high, the gate closed. Same city as Royce and I mean Rose. It's flatbeds for the checks, that's a bank rolls. I've been killing it, I'm guilty, case closed. Yeah, y'all are too basic, my reputation, borderline amazing. Good things coming, they just need a little patience. Ready for whatever, all you gotta do is say when. And my eyes wanna rise, I visualize. I ain't ever taking a break, you taking 5. Even if I ain't got it, know that I make the time. On my next move by the time that the ink will dry. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time. Said I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. I'm sorry for the wait. Didn't think I'd come up, y'all just need a little faith. I've been patient, just waiting on the river with an ace. Gotta move real careful, we coming surveying the place. I touch down in your city, that's a rival. Y'all got one thing on your mind, it's survival. But if you wanna take a shot at the title, call the medic, we checking your vitals. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time. Set them all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Prime time, we mile high, the gate closed. Same city as voice and I mean roles. It's flat bets for the checks, that's a bank rolls. I've been killing it, I'm guilty, case closed. Yeah, y'all are too basic, my reputation, borderline amazing. Good things coming, they just need a little patience. Ready for whatever, all you gotta do is say when. And my eyes on the prize, I visualize. I ain't ever taking a break, you taking 5. Even if I ain't got it, know that I make the time. On my next move by the time that the ink will dry. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time. Set them all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Yeah, I'm sorry for the wait, didn't think I'd come up, y'all just need a little faith. I've been patient, just waiting on the river with an ace. Gotta move real careful, we coming surveying the place. I touch down in your city, that's a rival. Y'all got one thing on your mind, it's survival. But if you wanna take a shot at the title, call the medic, we checking your vitals. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time. Set them all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Prime time, we mile high, the gate closed. Same city as voice and I mean roles. It's flat bets for the checks, that's a bank rolls. I've been killing it, I'm guilty, case closed. Yeah, y'all are too basic, my reputation, borderline amazing. Good things coming, they just need a little patience. Ready for whatever, all you gotta do is say when. And my eyes on the prize, I visualize. I ain't ever taking a break, you taking 5. Even if I ain't got it, know that I make the time. On my next move by the time that the ink will dry. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time. Set them all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Yeah, I'm sorry for the wait, didn't think I'd come up, y'all just need a little faith. I've been patient, just waiting on the river with an ace. Gotta move real careful, we coming surveying the place. I touch down in your city, that's a rival. Y'all got one thing on your mind, it's survival. But if you wanna take a shot at the title, call the medic, we checking your vitals. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time. Set them all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Prime time, we mile high, the gate closed. Same city insidious voice and I mean roles. It's flat bets for the checks, that's a bank rolls. I've been killing it, I'm guilty, case closed. Yeah, y'all are too basic, my reputation, borderline amazing. Good things coming, they just need a little patience. Ready for whatever, all you gotta do is say when. And my eyes on the prize, I visualize. I ain't ever taking a break, you taking 5. Even if I ain't got it, know that I make the time. On my next move by the time that the ink will dry. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time. Said I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Yeah, I'm sorry for the wait, didn't think I'd come up, y'all just need a little faith. I've been patient, just waiting on the river with an ace. Gotta move real careful, we coming surveying the place. I touch down in your city, that's a rival. Y'all got one thing on your mind, it's survival. But if you wanna take a shot at the title, call the medic, we checking your vitals. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time. Said I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Prime time, we mile high, the gate closed. Same city as voice and I mean roles. It's flat bets for the checks, that's a bank rolls. I've been killing it, I'm guilty, case closed. Yeah, y'all are too basic, my reputation, borderline amazing. Good things coming, they just need a little patience. Ready for whatever, all you gotta do is say when. And my eyes on the prize, I visualize. I ain't ever taking a break, you taking 5. Even if I ain't got it, know that I make the time. On my next move by the time that the ink will dry. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time. Said I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Yeah, I'm sorry for the wait, didn't think I'd come up, y'all just need a little faith. I've been patient, just waiting on the river with an ace. Gotta move real careful, we coming surveying the place. I touch down in your city, that's a rival. Y'all got one thing on your mind, it's survival. But if you wanna take a shot at the title, call the medic, we checking your vitals. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time. Said I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Prime time, we mile high, the gate closed. Same city as voice and I mean roles. It's flat bets for the checks, that's a bank rolls. I've been killing it, I'm guilty, case closed. Yeah, y'all are too basic, my reputation, borderline amazing. Good things coming, they just need a little patience. Ready for whatever, all you gotta do is say when. And my eyes on the prize, I visualize. I ain't ever taking a break, you taking 5. Even if I ain't got it, know that I make the time. On my next move by the time that the ink will dry. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time. Said I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. one time, I've been on the grind, this my prime. Huh. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this my prime. Yeah, I'm sorry for the wait. Didn't think I'd come up, y'all just need a little faith. I've been patient, just waiting on the river with an ace. Gotta move real careful, we coming surveying the place. I touch down in your city, that's a rival. Y'all got one thing on your mind, it's survival. But if you wanna take a shot at the title, call the medic, we checking your vitals. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time. Set them all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Prime time, we mile high, the gate closed. Same city as voice and I mean roles. It's flatbeds for the checks, that's a bank rolls. I've been killing it, I'm guilty, case closed. Yeah, y'all are too basic, my reputation, borderline amazing. Good things coming, they just need a little patience. Ready for whatever, all you gotta do is say when. In my eyes, when I rise, I visualize. I ain't ever taking a break, you taking 5. Even if I ain't got it, know that I'll make the time. On my next move, by the time that the ink will dry. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time. Set them all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Yeah, I'm sorry for the wait, didn't think I'd come up, y'all just need a little faith. I've been patient, just waiting on the river with an ace. Gotta move real careful, we coming surveying the place. I touch down in your city, that's a rival. Y'all got one thing on your mind, it's survival. But if you wanna take a shot at the title, call the medic, we checking your vitals. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time. Set them all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Prime time, we mile high, the gate closed. Same city as voice and I mean roles. It's flatbeds for the checks, that's a bank rolls. I've been killing it, I'm guilty, case closed. Yeah, y'all are too basic, my reputation, borderline amazing. Good things coming, they just need a little patience. Ready for whatever, all you gotta do is say when. In my eyes, when I rise, I visualize. I ain't ever taking a break, you taking 5. Even if I ain't got it, know that I'll make the time. On my next move, by the time that the ink will dry. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time. Set them all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Yeah, I'm sorry for the wait, didn't think I'd come up, y'all just need a little faith. I've been patient, just waiting on the river with an ace. Gotta move real careful, we coming surveying the place. I touch down in your city, that's a rival. Y'all got one thing on your mind, it's survival. But if you wanna take a shot at the title, call the medic, we checking your vitals. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time. Set them all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Prime time, we mile high, the gate closed. Same city as voice and I mean woes. It's flat bets for the checks, that's a bank rolls. I've been killing it, I'm guilty, case closed. Yeah, y'all are too basic, my reputation, borderline amazing. Good things coming, they just need a little patience. Ready for whatever, all you gotta do is say when. In my eyes, when I rise, I visualize. I ain't ever taking a break, you taking 5. Even if I ain't got it, know that I'll make the time. On my next move by the time that the ink will dry. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time. Set them all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Yeah, I'm sorry for the wait, didn't think I'd come up, y'all just need a little faith. I've been patient, just waiting on the river with an ace. Gotta move real careful, we coming surveying the place. I touch down in your city, that's a rival. Y'all got one thing on your mind, it's survival. But if you wanna take a shot at the title, automatic, we checking your vitals. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time. Set them all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Prime time, we mile high, the gate closed. Same city as voice and I mean woes. It's flat bets for the checks, that's a bank rolls. I've been killing it, I'm guilty, case closed. Yeah, y'all are too basic, my reputation, borderline amazing. Good things coming, they just need a little patience. Ready for whatever, all you gotta do is say when. In my eyes, when I rise, I visualize. I ain't ever taking a break, you taking 5. Even if I ain't got it, know that I'll make the time. On my next move by the time that the ink will dry. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time. Set them all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Yeah, I'm sorry for the wait, didn't think I'd come up, y'all just need a little faith. I've been patient, just waiting on the river with an ace. Gotta move real careful, we coming surveying the place. I touch down in your city, that's a rival. Y'all got one thing on your mind, it's survival. But if you wanna take a shot at the title, automatic, we checking your vitals. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time. Set them all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Prime time, we mile high, the gate closed. Same city as voice and I mean woes. It's flat bets for the checks, that's a bank rolls. I've been killing it, I'm guilty, case closed. Yeah, y'all are too basic, my reputation, borderline amazing. Good things coming, they just need a little patience. Ready for whatever, all you gotta do is say when. In my eyes, when I rise, I visualize. I ain't ever taking a break, you taking 5. Even if I ain't got it, know that I'll make the time. On my next move by the time that the ink will dry. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time. Set them all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all this my prime. Yeah, sorry for the wait. Didn't think I'd come up, y'all just need a little faith. I've been patient, just waiting on the river with an ace. Gotta move real careful, we coming surveying the place. I touch down in your city, that's a rival. Y'all got one thing on your mind, it's survival. But if you wanna take a shot at the title, call the medic, we checking your vitals. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time. Set them all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Prime time, we mile high, the gate closed. Same city as voice and I mean rolls. It's flat bets for the checks, that's a bank rolls. I've been killing it, I'm guilty, case closed. Yeah, y'all are too basic, my reputation, borderline amazing. Good things coming, they just need a little patience. Ready for whatever, all you gotta do is say when. And my eyes on the prize, I visualize. I ain't ever taking a break, you taking 5. Even if I ain't got it, know that I make the time. On my next move by the time that the ink will dry. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time. Set them all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Yeah, sorry for the wait, didn't think I'd come up, y'all just need a little faith. I've been patient, just waiting on the river with an ace. Gotta move real careful, we coming surveying the place. I touch down in your city, that's a rival. Y'all got one thing on your mind, it's survival. But if you wanna take a shot at the title, call the medic, we checking your vitals. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time. Set them all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Prime time, we mile high, the gate closed. Same city as voice and I mean rolls. It's flat bets for the checks, that's a bank rolls. I've been killing it, I'm guilty, case closed. Yeah, y'all are too basic, my reputation, borderline amazing. Good things coming, they just need a little patience. Ready for whatever, all you gotta do is say when. And my eyes on the prize, I visualize. I ain't ever taking a break, you taking 5. Even if I ain't got it, know that I make the time. On my next move by the time that the ink will dry. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time. Set them all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Yeah, sorry for the wait, didn't think I'd come up, y'all just need a little faith. I've been patient, just waiting on the river with an ace. Gotta move real careful, we coming surveying the place. I touch down in your city, that's a rival. Y'all got one thing on your mind, it's survival. But if you wanna take a shot at the title, call the medic, we checking your vitals. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time. Set them all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Prime time, we mile high, the gate close. Same city as Royce and I mean Rose. It's flatbeds for the checks, that's a bank rolls. I've been killing it, I'm guilty, case closed. Yeah, y'all are too basic, my reputation borderline amazing. Good things coming, they just need a little patience. Ready for whatever, all you gotta do is say when. In my eyes when I rise, I visualize I ain't ever taking a break, you taking 5. Even if I ain't got it, know that I'll make the time on my next move by the time that the ink will dry. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, said I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, 'cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Yeah, I'm sorry for the wait, didn't think I'd come up, y'all just need a little faith. I've been patient, just waiting on the river with an ace. Gotta move real careful, we coming surveying the place. I touch down in your city, that's a rival. Y'all got one thing on your mind, it's survival. But if you wanna take a shot at the title, call the medic, we checking your vibe.